The spear went through my chest, and I remember thinking, very calmly, that this was the third time, and I still hadn't gotten used to the sound it makes. There were 7 of them standing on nothing above me, and the sky behind them wasn't sky. It was stars, all of them at once, packed so tight there was no black left between them. My body had more holes in it than a colander, and I could see through 2 of them. "Li Quan," the tall one shouted, and he was genuinely happy, which I thought was rude. "No matter how many times you come back, you can never defeat us. We are immortal." Tsk, immortal. Everybody says that. Every single time, some glowing thing with a good jawline hovers over my corpse and explains its business model. "Who cares if you're mortal or not?" I said. And then the door opened behind me. A white door, hanging in space, wound tight like the inside of a music box, and I fell backward into it with a spear still in me, and 7 immortals watching a man leave a conversation. I woke up sitting on a toilet. That's not a joke. That's the actual mechanism. Every time I go back, I arrive in whatever I was doing at that exact minute of that exact day, and apparently on the morning of December 31st, 3 years before the gods killed me, I was doing this. My phone buzzed on my knee. A notification, the same one I'd read 3 times now. Phantom World, Server 3, opens January 1st, 2024. "Ah," I said to the empty bathroom. "I'm back again." Then, after a moment, "We've been squatting for way too long." My legs had gone completely numb. That's the part nobody tells you about reincarnation. You get infinite chances. You get every mistake back. You get to walk into the future, holding the answer key. And you arrive with pins and needles from the knee down because your past self had no self-control and brought his phone in here. I want to be clear about the count because I'm going to say things like last life a lot and it gets confusing. This is my 4th life. 3 deaths behind me, 3 resets, 3 complete runs at the same game. I have played Phantom World from the opening minute to the far end of the sky, and the far end of the sky is where they were waiting, and there were more of them than I had days. That was the actual problem. Not that they were strong. I've killed strong. There were just so many. I'd optimized the route down to the second. I knew where every hidden dungeon was, which NPC was lying, which world boss spawned 4 hours early if you fed a goat to a rock. I'd squeezed the map until it squeaked, and I still came out the far end alone, with a spear in me, being lectured about immortality. So this time, I wasn't going to do it alone. I stood up. My legs disagreed. I stood up anyway. Phantom World was the first fully virtual game humanity ever built, and it turned out to be the last one, because after it, there was nothing left to build. It's not a game the way a phone game is a game. It's the second place people live. 6-year-olds are in there. 80-year-olds are in there. My grandmother had a level 40 gardening character and better gear than most raiders. Today was the 2-year anniversary. At midnight, Server 3 opened. The 3rd and final server, the last piece of the world, and every player who logged in got 1 random talent, rolled once, ranked E through SSS, and that roll decided the shape of your entire life. I already knew what I was going to roll. I already knew what everyone else was going to roll. First, though, I had to go get fired. Technically, I had to go quit, but I wanted to make sure it happened in the right order. Chen Hong was waiting for me outside the office, bald, wearing the black mask his character wears, which he had commissioned in real fabric because Chen Hong is that guy. He grabbed my shoulders with both hands and shook. "New server opens at midnight. Are you ready? With you, Yin Yuan is taking that first kill for sure." I let him shake me. He's not a bad person. He was going to be very confused in about 6 minutes, and I felt slightly bad about that. For the record, in this world, I was somebody. Professional player, Yin Yuan Guild, and 2 months ago, at the World Championship, I walked off with Best Assassin and Best Teamfight Commander in the same night. There are highlight reels of me. There are teenagers with my knife animation as their phone wallpaper, which is exactly why the chairman had called me in. His office had a leather couch and a view and a bonsai tree that cost more than a car. He was arranging his face into the expression men use right before they explain that a decision was very difficult for them. I sat down and went first. "There's nothing to discuss," I said. "You called me here to tell me the S-rank talent is going to someone else. I'm leaving the guild." The face he'd arranged fell off. "How did you know?" "I love that. Not, that's not true. Not, who told you?" Just straight to how did you know, from a man who negotiates for a living. Here's how I knew. Yin Yuan had exactly 1 guaranteed S-rank activation code, and they'd spent 3 weeks quietly letting it slip in interviews that of course the S-rank assassin slot was reserved for Quan, obviously, who else? That rumor did a very specific job. It made every other guild on Earth stop calling me, because why would you waste a pitch on a man who's already been promised the sun? And meanwhile, they were growing a new boy in the back room to hand it to. I explained this to him in one breath, standing up, with my back already turned. "You spread that rumor so I'd turn everyone else down. Then you hand the code to your project, kid, and I've got nowhere to go, so I stay for another 2 years at a discount." The penalty clause is 500 million, he said. His voice had gone flat, which is what men do when the friendly part is over. Even you can't cover 500 million. He was right, I couldn't. Don't worry about me, Chairman, I said at the door. We'll be seeing each other again very soon. I let that sit for exactly 1 second. Although I think you might not want to see me for very long. Then I went home and sat down and did the math, which was hilarious. 500 million in penalties, assets, 1 villa, currently mortgaged, and 1 gaming capsule. Currently the only reason I could enter Phantom World at all. Lose the villa, they take the capsule with it, and I'd be playing the last server of the last world from a rental booth in a capsule bar with somebody's chip crumbs in the headrest. So my optimized 4th life, my perfect run, my great correction of every mistake I'd ever made was starting 500 million in the hole. Cool. Very cool. Manhwa came out of her room, rubbing one eye with the back of her hand, hair doing something structural on the left side. Brother, why are you home so early? You're supposed to be grinding all night. I quit. She stopped rubbing her eye. Manhwa is my sister. Not by blood exactly. My stepfather's daughter, and we grew up in the same house from the time we were small enough to fight over the same chair, and 3 years ago, a truck took both our parents on the same road at the same time, and after that, the paperwork about who was blood and who wasn't got very boring very fast. Manhwa, I said, when the new server opens, log in and play with me. Her whole face lit up and then immediately fell over. But won't I slow you down? You're a professional. I'm just, a person who plays. No, I said. I've got a plan. Then I sent her the activation code. She looked at her phone. She looked at me. She looked back at her phone. I watched her lips move while she read the item name a second time to make sure it was really saying that. I want to say something about that code, and then I'll never bring it up again because it's the kind of thing that gets soggy if you handle it too much. In my last life, I kept her out. I thought I was being a good brother. Phantom World was dangerous by then in the ways that started mattering, and I told her to stay in the real world where it was safe, and she agreed, and then she logged in anyway because her brother was in trouble, and she died in a corridor buying me 9 seconds. 9 seconds, I've counted them a lot. So this time she plays with the best talent on the server, and she gets so strong that nobody ever needs to spend 9 seconds on me again. Brother. Her voice came through the wall at a frequency that made the glass hum. Brother, this is Ensrank. Did you rob a bank? Did you send it to the wrong person? I can't send it back. It's already bound. Bo! It's yours. Do you have other sisters? At midnight, I put on the capsule and went in. Character creation in Phantom World is a white room and 7 doors. Mage, warrior, priest, assassin, gunner, archer, guardian. Each one belongs to a god, and the god's name is written above the door in a language you can somehow read. Isparut over the mage, Kainu over the warrior, Kumironi over the priest, Xylos over the assassin, Mani over the gunner, Luluwei over the archer, Obardes over the guardian. I'd walked through the assassin door 3 times. First life. Assassin. Yinyuan. Promised an S rank. Given nothing. And I couldn't leave because of the same 500 million penalty I was now carrying again. So I spent that whole life being useful to people who were not useful to me. Second life. Assassin. A-rank talent. No guild. I went solo out of spite and I hit a ceiling I could not punch through no matter how good my hands were. Third life. Assassin. S-rank. Solo again. First kills stacked up like firewood. I got further than any human being has ever gotten. I went past the map. I went past the stars. And then I stood in front of the gods and did the arithmetic and realized there were more of them than there were hours in my life. So I named myself Azure Sky, same as the last 3 runs, and I walked past the assassin door. There's a thing character creation lets you do that almost nobody uses because it's insane. You can enter an activation code manually, 300 characters, you get 3 attempts, 300 characters, 3 tries. Nobody has ever guessed one. Statistically, nobody ever will. There are more possible codes than there are atoms in the polite parts of the galaxy. Unless, of course, you've spent 3 lifetimes with your face pressed against the guts of this game, and one of those codes has been sitting in the back of your skull for 80 years like a song you can't stop humming. I typed it in. All 300 characters, from memory, no pauses. Talent acquired, Eternal Ruler, rank A rank. Which sounds like a downgrade from what I gave my sister, and it is, on paper, and I want you to hold on to that feeling for about 4 hours. Eternal Ruler is the only talent in the game with room to grow all the way to SSS. It has exactly 1 condition attached, and the condition is that it only functions for the leader of a guild. Then it does 4 things. 1. The fewer members your guild has, the stronger everything else about the talent becomes. It is the only mechanic in Phantom World that pays you for being small. 2. It generates guild challenge missions with rewards scaled by rarity, and again, fewer members, better rewards. 3. If you claim a first kill under your guild's name, the reward goes up beyond the normal amount. And 4. 4 is called Myriad Transformation, and 4 is why I walked past the assassin door. Myriad Transformation lets me copy every ability and every piece of equipment belonging to any member of my guild, 2 minutes at a time, 2 minutes of cooldown, and one more time for the people in the back. Fewer members, longer duration, shorter cooldown. Here's the thing about being an assassin. An assassin is a knife, a very good knife. But the moment you pick up the knife, every resource in the world that isn't a knife stops being yours. The Mage Tower's treasure is not for you. The warrior's inheritance is not for you. The archer's god does not know your name. 10 equipment slots, 1 build, a finite pool of skill points, and a hard ceiling with your name already carved into it. But suppose I don't pick a class at all. Suppose I go and find the strongest mage on this planet, and the strongest warrior on this planet, and the strongest assassin on this planet. Suppose I make all 3 of them mine and pour every resource I own into them until each of them is stronger than I was at my absolute peak. Then my combat power isn't mine plus theirs, it's all of theirs, wearing my face, 2 minutes at a time. I closed all 7 doors and walked out of the white room without a class. You have obtained the profession, casual player. That's the actual name. That's what the game calls a person who declines to have a job. You lose 1 to 2 attribute points per level until level 20, and in exchange, you can learn any skill from any class, which the developers clearly intended as a joke on people who couldn't make up their minds. Casual player. I'm going to be hearing about that for the rest of my life. Maple City, starting zone. And it was the most crowded I've ever seen it because 3 billion people had all decided to be born on the same morning. The fountain square looked like a stadium exit. Somebody's pet chicken was on fire. I went straight to the guild administrator, who was a tired man behind a tired desk with the expression of an NPC who has been asked the same question 400,000 times since midnight. I want to found a guild. Name? Godslayer. He wrote it down without any reaction at all, which honestly I appreciated. In the language the game uses, that word does 2 things at once. It means the one who kills gods. It also reads as the god of killing. Both are fine. Both are accurate. 2 lives ago, that name would have been a joke I was making to myself in the dark. This life, it's a schedule. Activation fee is 100 copper, the tired man said. I had 10, so my great crusade against the immortal powers of the universe began with me taking a quest to kill 20 boars, reward 100 copper and 500 experience, from a farmer with a hat problem. I read the whole quest text, all of it, down to the last line of flavor about his uncle's field. I always read the whole text. That habit is worth more than any talent I've ever had, and I'll show you why in about 9 minutes. Manhwa found me at the North Farms. I heard her before I saw her, which was becoming a theme. Brother, listen, the community is saying an S rank code is worth. She stopped, did some kind of internal calculation, and restarted at a higher pitch. A B rank code sells for $1 million. An A rank sells for 20 million. An S rank doesn't have a price, brother. It doesn't have a price because nobody sells them. There are only 10 on the entire server, and they're not even all confirmed yet. You are not allowed to say, The North Farms were wall-to-wall players, every one of them killing the same boars, and above the noise the recruiters were screaming their pitches like fishmongers. Stargate Guild is recruiting. A rank talents, 100,000 a month, guaranteed contract. Fireball cult recruiting. Mages only. Fire mages only. If you turn out to be an ice mage, you're out. We've been very clear about this. Chrysanthemum Bomb Squad, we ask no questions. Leisure Tea Party, we do not raid, we do not grind, we sit down. A normal player pulls 2 or 3 boars. 3 is showing off. 4 means you're about to make a new friend at the respawn point. I pulled 15. Then I ran through the middle of them with a wooden training sword drawing arc flash in a circle, then in an S, then in a jagged little less than sign, because at level 1 your damage is a rounding error and the only thing that matters is how many things you can hit at once. The crowd noticed by the 4th pull. Is that guy insane? Even pros don't pull that many. An S-shaped arc flash with an auto attack cancelled into it? Even Quan, the top assassin on server 1, can't do that. I let them keep talking. It was useful information about how well the disguise was holding, which was, not at all, but slowly. Then Manhwa started casting and everyone shut up. Her talent is called Enchanting Chant. The longer she holds a spell, the bigger it gets. Wider, hotter, meaner, all the way up to 30 times its printed value, and the printed value was already a fireball. A boar has 150 health. Her fireball hit 3 of them for 303, 320, 312. It didn't kill them. It removed them. There was a smell. 115 boars in a little over a minute. And then the thing I'd been reading quest text for since I was 19 years old and 3 lifetimes ago. Hidden objective complete. Cull 100 boars. Bonus. 3,000 experience. 500 copper. Level 5. Straight there, from level 1, before most of the server had figured out where the bank was. That hidden objective is written into the quest text in the second to last sentence, and in my first life, the community didn't find it until day 10, which is when a man in red ran into my leg and grabbed it with both arms. I want to be precise about this. He didn't run up to me. He didn't ask for help. He collided with my thigh at full speed, wrapped himself around it, and used me as terrain. Boss, you're a pro. Help me. Behind him, pursuing at a leisurely trot, was one boar. He was carrying a great sword that was taller than my sister. He had, I could see from here, 1200 health. The boar hit for 30. Let go of my leg. Is it gone? Let go of my leg and look. I checked his panel because at that point I was mostly curious about what kind of person survives to level 5 like this. Talent. Limitless warrior. Rank S. Strength doubled. Constitution doubled. Agility doubled. Every warrior skill he learns evolves into a charged version, and at maximum charge the charge time becomes instant. Doubled. All 3. And he was hiding behind a stranger from livestock. What's your name? Valiant Striker. Of course it was. Do you know what your talent does? He looked at me with total, undamaged confidence. I have a talent? I paid the 100 copper and the guild came online, and my sister immediately said the thing sisters say. Godslayer, brother, when did you get this childish? You're not a kid anymore. I'm 24. I'm 21 and I would never. And then the first guild challenge posted itself in the corner of my vision, and I stopped listening to either of them. Clear a level 5 dungeon on the highest difficulty. Bonus objective, clear it within 5 minutes. Reward, 1 gold tier item of your chosen slot. 1 3-star skill book, 5,000 contribution. Bonus reward, 1 exclusive growth weapon. Maximum rarity multiplier applied. Guild size, 3. Reward rarity by 10. 3 members, times 10. I'd been in this world for 4 hours, and the system was already paying me a premium for having almost no friends. Ash Forest is the first dungeon on server 3, and by the time we got there, it had a line. Stargate Guild was already sitting outside the entrance in a loose circle, 11 mages and a tank, all of them in matching cloaks, doing the thing guilds do, where they rest ostentatiously to communicate that they've already cleared it and are simply enjoying the weather. Yin Yuan came up the path behind us about a minute later, and my stomach did something small and ugly at the sight of the crest, which I noted, and then filed. Their scout, a man called Nolan, walked directly past me and started talking to my sister. Miss, that fireball footage, that was you, right? Yin Yuan would love to. I stepped between them. Stargate's leader came over at that, hands in her pockets, 1.65 meters of dyed hair in 4 colors, and an expression of enormous entertainment. Stellaris. In my third life she made the top 10 and then died on a bridge, and she had absolutely no idea who I was. Yin Yuan's poaching in public now? How much are they offering? Stargate will double it. Which was when I decided to make some money. Here's a better idea, I said, loud enough for the line. Whoever takes the first kill of this dungeon, my sister joins that guild. The whole path went quiet. But if we take the first kill, I said, then each of your guilds pays me 1 million gold. I need you to understand the exchange rate before you judge anyone's reaction. 1 gold is 100 silver. 1 gold is also, at launch, roughly 100 real yuan, and by the actual market it was closer to 150 because everyone wanted starting capital at once. 1 million gold each. 2 guilds, 200 million. Stellaris laughed so hard she had to put a hand on her tank. Are you out of your mind? Ha! Okay, that's interesting. Deal. Nolan checked with someone on comms for 4 seconds, got a yes, and shook on it. I logged the whole conversation, all of it, every word, both parties, time-stamped. The crowd behind us went feral. Is he selling his sister? If that team gets the first kill, I'll stand on my head and defecate. They've got the guy who doesn't know how to open his skill panel. I watched him try to eat a quest item. That last one was fair, because it was true, and because Valiant Striker chose that exact moment to lean over and ask me, in a whisper he clearly believed was quiet, what a first kill was. You skipped the tutorial. I remember picking up the sword, he said. After that, it's mostly vibes. I looked over at my sister. Her ears had gone red all the way to the tips, and her hands were shaking on her staff, and she was standing very straight, which is what she does instead of crying. I took her hand. Don't listen to them. Believe in your brother. Ash Forest, nightmare difficulty, 500% experience, every monster with its stats inflated, and one detail that nobody in that clearing knew except me. In Zone 1, this dungeon had 1 wave. In Zone 3, they changed it. 3 waves. Neither Stargate nor Yin Yuan had that information because that information didn't exist yet because nobody had ever cleared it. The cats came out of the trees. Dark Knight cat demons, level 5, 900 health each, moving in that low fast way where you don't see legs. I opened by learning 3 skills that had nothing to do with me. Fireball from the mage line, air stomp from the warrior line, and relentless taunt from the guardian line, which cost me almost nothing and was about to be the most valuable thing in the room. Then I stood on top of the tallest cat and screamed at the others, "Come and catch me, you bunch of short, ugly, stupid cats." Taunt works on aggro. It also, in this dungeon, works on pride, because the developers gave these things a personality, and the personality is Short King. Every cat in the wave came for me at once, which is exactly where I wanted them, because behind them Valiant Striker had finally figured out which button was the sword. 5-stage might slash, 590, 520, 691. Then he charged the second one all the way and brought it down through the pack. Earth-shattering collapse slash, 1529. Again, again, again. The wave stopped existing in the time it takes to say the skill's name. He turned around with his mouth open. Boss, did you see that? Boss, is that normal? No. Is it good? Charge the next one longer. Second wave, and my sister had been standing perfectly still for 10 seconds with her eyes shut and her staff up, and the air above the tree line had gone the wrong color. Earth fire impact, 30 times value, 2120, 2104, 20 and 12. The floor of ash forest turned into a lava field from the entrance to the boss door. Trees went up like matches. Somewhere under all of it there were cats, briefly. Manhwa opened her eyes, looked at what she'd done, and said in a very small voice, "Oh no." The boss came out of the smoke. Dark Knight Cat Demon King, level 10, 12,000 health, twice the size of the room, and wearing a little crown, which I respect. I activated Myriad Transformation. Valiant Striker's body. Valiant Striker's doubled strength, doubled constitution, doubled agility, and Valiant Striker's greatsword, which came with 30 extra strength I hadn't earned and didn't need to. Then I used it the way he never would. Because here's the difference between having a weapon and having 80 years of hands. He swings a greatsword like a greatsword. I swung it like 5 separate knives, canceling the animation into an auto attack on each of the 4 soft points I already knew that model has, because I killed one of these in my first life at level 9 with a rusty dagger and a bad attitude. 1092, 321, 5 times. Then the charged collapse slash into the underside of the jaw. 3292, over 9,000 damage in 1 second from a man with no class wearing a borrowed body. The crown hit the ground before the cat did. Outside, Stargate was in trouble. Stellaris had dumped her entire burst rotation on wave 1, because in every guide from every zone there is only 1 wave. Her cooldowns were 5 minutes long. There were now 2 more waves standing on her tank, and her tank was making the specific noise tanks make when the math turns on them. First kills aren't that easy to take, she was saying, mostly to herself, mostly to feel better. And that's when the sky told everyone. Godslayer Guild has achieved the first kill of the first instance on this server. Her tank missed a jump. A cat went over his shoulder and landed on Star White, who was a warrior for about another second and a half. Stellaris called the retreat with the flat voice of a woman who has just had a very expensive realization. Our clear time was 2 minutes and 13 seconds. The Zone 1 record for that dungeon, set by professionals with a full party of 6, was a little over 5 minutes. The chest was S-grade because of the multiplier. 5 expansion crystals, 6 silver items, 5 return scrolls, a stack of potions, 163 gold, and 1 small bottle called a drop of luck dew. Luck in Phantom World runs 1 to 12. At 12, the world simply arranges itself around you, and I have met one person who had 11, and I'll tell you about him later because he ruined my entire month. Ordinary people cap out at 4. I had 2. I drank it. 3. Then I handed out all 6 silver items to the other 2 and kept none. Valiant Striker tried to argue about it, which was sweet and wrong, and I let him get halfway through before I said the quiet part. Myriad Transformation copies equipment too. He thought about that. So if I wear it, then I'm wearing it. Boss. He grabbed my shoulders with both hands the way Chen Hong had, and I had a brief, unpleasant sense of my lives sliding across each other. Boss, give me more things. We walked out of Ash Forest into what I can only describe as a press conference. Moonflower Guild is offering 200 million world coins for your guild. 200 million, right now, cash. Valiant Striker turned to stone. This is a man who, 90 minutes earlier, had been running from a boar. 200 million was not a number in his life. 200 million was weather. Boss, he said without moving his lips. Boss, he said 200 mil. Use your return scroll. Boss, 200. Use your return scroll. I did stop at the edge of the crowd though. Some things you have to say in front of an audience or they don't count. Also, I said, somebody remind Yin Yuan and Stargate they owe me 1 million gold each. Tell them not to drag it out. Hebo was standing at the back of that crowd. He's Yin Yuan's negotiator, the one who recruited me in my first life, and he'd come to open a conversation, and he could not get within 4 meters of me because 2,000 people were screaming about a bear. He didn't get out one word. That was the good version of that meeting, incidentally. He'd get his turn. All 3 of us hit level 10 in the chest room, and when we came out, the server leaderboard unlocked for the first time. There were 3 names on it: Azure Sky, Manhwa, Valiant Striker. That's the whole board. Positions 4 through 100 were blank because the leaderboard only tracks people who have done something, and out of 3 billion players, nobody else had. My sister stared at it with her hands over her mouth. Brother, I'm on a leaderboard. I've never been on a leaderboard in my life. I came 14th in a school race once, and they didn't even print that. 6 of the silver items we'd looted went straight into the server's top 100 gear rankings, which tells you something depressing about everyone else's morning. Then the challenge reward opened. Gold tier item, any slot. I took gloves, 220 agility, and a passive that turns 2 consecutive hits on the same point into a lethal strike at triple damage. Manhwa took a robe that makes her invincible during a cast and converts the spell's own damage into a shield afterward, which is the single most unfair thing I have ever handed a person who says, "Oh no," when she wins. Valiant Striker got steady armor, which builds a shield based on how long you spend charging. He charges everything, always, to maximum. He does not know there is another way. And then the bonus reward, which is the actual prize, and which almost no one on this planet will ever hold. An exclusive growth weapon. It levels when you level. It never gets replaced. It goes with you to the end of the world, and I have been to the end of the world, so I know exactly which one to ask for. 1000 machine box. It switches freely between 5 forms: dagger, spear, shield, flintlock pistol, greatsword. The system offered me custom affixes instead, better numbers, sharper edges. I turned them down. I didn't want a better knife. I wanted every weapon in the world in one hand because in about a week I was going to be borrowing 5 different bodies a day, and I wasn't going to stop and shop. 120 strength, 120 agility, 120 constitution, 120 spirit, all 4 evenly, which no specialist would ever want and which suited me exactly. Valiant Striker stood in front of his own selection screen with his brow furrowed like a man reading a wine list in a language he doesn't have. Boss, axe, hammer, or greatsword? Greatsword. Got it. He didn't ask why. He has never once asked why. I have given that man instructions that would get a normal person killed, and his entire process is got it, followed by doing it correctly. His weapon came out with a charged slash, replacing his auto attack. 0.6 seconds, 4 times strength, 360 strength on the weapon itself, 20% crit. Then he closed the window and started walking off. You have to name it. Name what? The weapon. It's an exclusive growth weapon. It's going to be with you for the rest of your life. It has a name field. He looked at the sword. The sword did not help. Do I have to? Go to the blacksmith. Renaming costs 1 gold. I transferred him 10. Here, in case you get it wrong 9 times. Manhwa took a book of law with the spell storage affix, which lets her pre-read up to 3 full spells and then release them instantly later. I want to flag that, because it's about to matter more than anything else in this story. A mage's weakness is the cast time. Her talent multiplies damage by cast time. Spell storage lets her pay the cast time yesterday. We'd been in the game for 6 hours. Boss, Valiant Striker was hopping. Boss, let's run Ash Forest again. I'm good all night. I could do it 40 times. What kind of glory is there? I said, in terrorizing the same dungeon. Then I kicked all 3 of us offline for an hour because we had to move house. I didn't take the Lamborghini, I took the Volkswagen, because a Lamborghini leaving my garage at 4 in the morning is a news story, and a Volkswagen is a shape people's eyes slide off. I hadn't driven a car in about 90 years. I want to be fair to myself here. In my later lives, I mostly flew. There's a period of my 3rd life where I genuinely forgot that ground existed as a concept, so when I put my foot down and the little car leapt forward and stopped roughly 10 centimeters from a lamppost, that was not a skill issue, that was a hardware familiarity issue. Manhwa had both hands flat against the dashboard. Brother, you can't drive. Let's take a taxi. I just couldn't feel the wheel. You couldn't feel the wheel. I explained on the way. Guests were going to come to our villa soon. I own an apartment across the city that isn't in either of our names, and it has 2 capsules in it, and I bought it years ago for a completely different reason that I told her was for her university. Somewhere around the 3rd intersection, she got to the number. 500 million? 500. Your brother made 200 million this evening. What's 500? They haven't paid the 2 million gold yet, she said. They might not pay. People don't pay. She's smarter than me about people. She always has been. It's just that she keeps applying it to individuals instead of systems. She asked me, at a red light, how I could be sure who to trust. I told her the truth, which is that I'm not, and that it doesn't work the way she thinks. An enemy isn't permanently an enemy. A friend isn't permanently a friend. There is a goddess in that game named Xylos who killed me in my second life, personally, without hurrying. In my third life, she pulled me out of something that would have ended me and never explained why. Same goddess, different lives, different me. So how do you decide? I decide who I need, I said. Then I go make them mine before anyone tells them they had a choice. I did not mention that I had a second 300-character code sitting in my head, an SS rank assassin talent, better than anything on this server. In my last life, it came to me from a woman who obtained it by dying, and I have carried it for 80 years, and the only thing I actually wanted from it was for nobody to have to earn it that way again. The apartment had 2 capsules and a fridge with nothing in it. Manhwa ordered delivery with one thumb while climbing into her capsule with the rest of her body. I'm going in. It's Phantom World night, brother. Hurry up, we're already 40 minutes behind. 40 minutes behind. The reincarnator with 80 years of route optimization being rushed by his sister who cannot bear the thought of other people gaining experience without her. The moment my capsule sealed, the sky announced me. Leaderboard rank 2. Player Azure Sky is now online. Right. I'd forgotten to turn that off. I had a message waiting. Fearless warrior. Boss. Help. There are a lot of people behind me. Location. Fearless warrior. How do I determine my location? Just say send current location. Fearless warrior. What happens if I die? It'll be very embarrassing. He'd gone to Westwind Plains because he'd found a leveling guide on the community forums. Elder Ways guide, he told me later, with total sincerity. Elder Ways guides are always top. Elder Ways guide was correct. Westwind Plains is the right place for a level 10 warrior. Elder Ways guide did not account for a level 10 warrior whose auto attack is a charged slash doing 5,221 to a mob with 2,000 health in the open in front of everyone at 4 in the morning. 8 players were hunting him by the time I got the location. A scout with a dynamic vision talent called Big Eyes. A fat man with a shield. A mage named Demon Hunter. An assassin called Cyclops, real name Shulei, who was actually good. And a hired hand they'd pulled in from outside, which is the part that mattered. Their pitch to each other was that killing an S-rank talent this early was an achievement in itself, and an achievement like that gets you a contract with 0 annihilation. The ambush was textbook. Crossfire, 3 angles, a mage opener to break the shield. Then Valiant Striker did something no ambush survives. The fireball hit him for 42. He has an obscene constitution stat, so 42 on him is a mosquito with opinions. But he felt it, and he had no idea what direction it came from, so his response was to 5-stage might slash the empty air in front of him and travel 50 meters in a direction nobody had accounted for. The entire ambush collapsed inward onto a spot where a man used to be. Grass, said Big Eyes into comms with feeling. Why are you running? I came over the ridge on a chocobo at full sprint. Who's chasing you? I don't know. I didn't look. I was busy running. Turn around. Won't they catch us? If they catch us, fight them. He turned around and a blade came in at his face, and that's the first time I saw her. Lin Shuying, S-rank talent, shadow assassin. Ranked 2nd among all assassins in the world, and she got there in the previous 2 zones on a B-rank talent, purely on hands. She has never joined a guild in her life. She takes contracts. 1,000 gold a head, which is 100,000 yen, which is a lot of money for a very small amount of work. She was, at that moment, being paid to remove my only warrior. I came in at a dead run, and the revolver opened up on me from the left, and I cut the bullets. Not dodged. Cut. 3 of them. Ding ding ding. Off a dagger, because a flintlock round in this game is a physical object with a hitbox, and 80 years is a long time to practice. Then, S-shaped arc flashed through the 4 of them standing in a line like they'd been arranged for it, and all 4 names went gray at once. Cyclops' talent lets him read movement. He is the only person in that field who actually saw what I did, and the only thing he could think of to say was one word, at volume. Run. Then to nobody. Monster. That man is a monster. I caught the last one at the tree line, a mage, backing up with his hands out. Wait, I'm just... Sure, I said. Also, remind Yinyuan and Stargate to return my money. Then my sister's Earthfire impact came down on him from 10 seconds of charge. 8,021, 8,011. He was level 11. He had 900 health. Lin Shuying put both daggers on the ground and raised her hands. I surrender. Are you going to let me go? Which is a reasonable question in a game where death is written into your permanent record forever, costs 10% of your experience, and rolls a chance to drop something you love. Valiant Striker was outraged. You were hitting me, with knives, and now we let you go? He thought about it. Take 1 hit from me. If you live, you can go. She looked at the greatsword, then at her own health bar. Then she made a small sound like a kettle deciding against it. I'm short on people, I said. Join my guild and we forget the whole thing. I work alone. She said it fast, like a line she keeps loaded. I don't like guild structures. And before you get there, I don't need money. It's a very relaxed guild. No. And I know how to get an exclusive growth weapon for an assassin. She didn't answer. So I showed her my sister's book of law, and then I showed her Valiant Striker's greatsword, and I watched a professional's face do the thing where the polite part stays put and everything underneath rearranges itself. I already trusted her, for a reason she could not possibly have accounted for. In my second life, she and I spent 2 years together in the dark at the bottom of a hopeless server, when there was nothing to gain from either of us, and she stayed anyway. She didn't join, not that morning, but she didn't leave either. Cyclops sold the footage, 2 seconds of it, just the part with the bullets and the S-shaped arc flash. He got 20,000 for it, which I think was underselling, and the forums came apart. A dagger cutting bullets. S-shaped arc flash cancelled into auto. Has the #1 assassin been replaced? Moonflower Guild offering 1 billion to merge with Godslayer. When are Stargate and Yinyuan paying what they owe? And then, under all of that, the leak that actually hurt somebody. Breaking: top assassin Kang left Yinyuan before server 3 opened. Penalty clause reported at 500 million. We ran the next dungeon while that was still trending. Opening up the wilderness. Level 8 nightmare. Hundreds of wolves at 3,500 health each. And at the back, Swift Wolf King, level 15, 135,000 health, with a trait called Bloodlust that makes him faster and angrier the lower his health goes. Lin Shuying dropped into a combat stance at the entrance. She'd read the same thing everyone else reads about bloodlust bosses, which is that you either burst them in one window or you spend 40 minutes being chased by something that improves. I put my hands in my pockets. Because here's the mechanic. On Nightmare, Swift Wolf King summons his pack 3 times in a row before he engages. 3 summons, 100 wolves each. And during all 3 summons, he stands completely still and completely invulnerable, roaring at the ceiling, invulnerable, standing still, for a long time, which is exactly what you need for a spell that takes 2 full seconds to fall out of the sky. Manhwa charged a meteor for 30 seconds while 300 wolves assembled themselves into a neat semicircle around their king. 287,422, direct hit, and then 52,000 to everything within the blast, which was, at that moment, the entire dungeon. Boss dead in 1 hit, wolves dead in the same hit. The floor was on fire, and there was nothing left to fight, and my sister was standing there with her staff still up, blinking. Clear time, 3 seconds. Another first kill. Brother, she said. Brother, I didn't do anything. I just held the button. You held the button for 30 seconds while 300 wolves lined up in front of you and didn't flinch. I closed my eyes. You didn't move your feet. That's the part. Lin Shuying was level 11 with 82 agility and a bronze dagger, and she was standing in a room where a mage had just deleted a boss with a rounding error, and I could see her doing arithmetic about her own value. The chest dropped a bleeding silver thorn. Assassin dagger, silver tier, well above anything she owned. She looked at it the way you look at a lit window in winter. Valiant Striker actually took a step back. I picked it up and turned it over. Nobody in this guild uses daggers. We'll put it on auction. Wait. I'll buy it. 1,000 gold, I said. Fixed price. A silver dagger at that level is worth maybe 10 gold to a shop and 20 to an idiot. She ground her teeth for about 4 seconds and transferred 100,000 yuan. Here's why she paid it, and I want to be fair to her, because I was being a bastard on purpose. She hadn't fought. She'd stood in a corridor while other people killed things, which in the unwritten law of this game means she has no claim on loot at all. The second best assassin alive had just been carried through a dungeon like luggage, and the only way she could put her hand on that dagger without it being charity was to overpay for it so hard that it stopped being a gift. If the dungeons were harder, she said to nobody, sheathing it, at least I wouldn't look like a freeloader. There are about 11 billion people playing Phantom World. 8 out of 10 humans alive. 3 billion of them were in Zone 3 that morning. We took 6 more first kills in 20 minutes. Grizzly's Nest, 13 seconds. Giant Bear Den, 21 seconds. Terror Bear Forest, Nolan Bear Cave, Raging Bear Den. Somewhere in there, the developers had clearly run out of bear-related nouns and started combining them at random. Of the 50 best items on the server, roughly 40 were on 3 people, and 2 of those people were currently arguing about whether a sword needs a name. Guild rankings, Godslayer, 10,000 points. Second place, 1,000. Bison Giant Bear had 235,000 health and a trait that regenerates half of all damage taken, which is the kind of thing that turns a fight into a job. I copied Valiant Striker and closed it in under 2 seconds with a great sword combo, 65,812, then 108,427. Lin Xuying paid another 200,000 for a piece of gear out of that one. Then she stood there being quietly furious, and I knew exactly why, so I didn't look at her. She was relieved when her gear didn't drop. That's the trap. She wanted to earn her way in, and every hour with us made the debt bigger, and she'd started catching herself hoping the loot went to her. Fine, she said eventually, to the middle distance. I'll owe you, and if I owe you too much, I'll just join the guild. Meanwhile, the community had given my sister a nickname, the White-Haired Witch of Destruction. She hated it. She hated it so much she made a face like a cat being bathed every time it appeared, which of course made it spread faster. What's my cool nickname? Said Valiant Striker. I checked. The useless warrior who gets chased by trash mobs. The rookie who can't learn skills. The worst S rank in history, I scrolled. There's one more, but it's rude about your face. Should I keep going? Boss, please stop scrolling. Yin Yuan was having a bad night. 3 separate times in 2 hours, in front of the entire server, somebody had publicly reminded them that they owed 1 million gold to a man who had just deleted their recruitment strategy. The headlines wrote themselves. Yin Yuan in financial crisis, cannot scrape together 1 million gold. Yin Yuan on the verge of dissolution. A-rank talent started withdrawing their applications. 2 of them did it publicly, with statements, which is the online equivalent of leaving a burning bag on the doorstep. Zhao Wei sat in his office saying, return the money, to nobody, and then, louder, you disappeared, who am I supposed to return it to? Their strategist, a woman called Su Ling, put a stop to the whining. The first world boss spawns soon. We lost the world first kill in a dungeon. We cannot lose the first world boss as well. She looked at the negotiator. So Azure Sky needs to be out of the game for a while. Hebo, you know what to do. Hebo found me between dungeons. Did you come to return the money? I asked. He smiled the way negotiators smile, which is with the bottom half only. Do you know an assassin named Quan? Don't test me. I'm Li Quan. Behind me, Lin Xuying's head came around so fast I heard her collar move. She'd fought Quan. In Zone 1. She knew, better than anyone alive, exactly what that man could and could not do, and she had watched me cut 3 bullets out of the air 4 hours ago. I heard her say it under her breath, and I don't think she knew she'd said it out loud. Quan's technique was the ceiling of what a person can do. That was not a person's technique. Hebo went for the soft angle, because that's his whole toolkit. Quan, it was me who brought you into Yin Yuan. Back then you were, don't get sentimental with me. I didn't even let him finish the setup. I sat in on your negotiations for 2 years. I know every move you have. You're about to do the one where you mention my mother. His mouth closed. Then I said pleasantly, Hebo, why don't you join my guild? And he thought about it. I want that on the record. A professional negotiator, mid-mission, sent to remove me from the game, stood in a field and seriously considered it for 3 full seconds before one of his own people said his name sharply enough to wake him up. Haha, you're joking. Yes, I said, I'm joking. Then, because I was in a mood, sorry, our minimum requirement is S rank. Hebo has an A rank talent. So does Yin Yuan's world champion. Incidentally, Yin Yuan gave their reigning world champion an A rank support talent called Shadow Concealment, whose entire function is to make someone else's S rank better. Upstairs, their leadership had run the numbers on my guild and arrived at 16 billion world coins. One S rank talent alone is worth 3 billion. A world first kill is worth billions more, and we had 7. So Hebo made the offer he'd been sent to make. Come have dinner with the chairman and the old men, just dinner, and the 500 million penalty goes away. Just dinner, one evening, during which their roster, playing at full speed with 120 people, closes the gap on 3. I'm not coming. But 500 million. I'll owe it. I was already turning around. Are you planning to pay me though? We're in a hurry. If the guild doesn't have the money, we'll go. How much? 1 million gold, or 150 million by transfer? He blinked. The exchange rate is 1 to 100. The exchange rate on the open market at launch is 1 to 150 because everybody wants starting capital at the same time, and I'm not eating your spread. He had brought 100 million with him. I watched him realize it. Back in their office, somebody finally asked the question out loud. So what do we actually do about him? Break into his house and yank his internet cable? And every head in the room turned very slowly toward the man who'd said it. We do know where Li Quan lives. 150 million landed in my account. Manhwa jumped. Actually jumped both feet, in a game where jumping does nothing. I used to give her 5,000 a month. I transferred her 10 million and watched her sit down on a rock. Then I transferred 10 million to Valiant Striker, who made a noise like a kettle and had to be helped into a chair by a woman who does not like touching people. Boss. He was holding his phone in the real world and his hands in the game at the same time, which produced an interesting animation. Boss, this is real money. This is money. So I gave him the speech. Lin Shuying watched the whole thing from 4 meters away with her arms folded, and afterwards she said, with real regret, that it was a shame I hadn't gone into pyramid schemes because the talent was going to waste. You're the second person to join this guild, I told him. That makes you a founding member. If you leave with nothing because everything you're about to have comes from here. I gave you 10 million 2 hours after the server opened. Think about what that means for 2 days from now, for a week from now. So whoever knocks on your door, whatever number they say, you say no, and you get quietly rich. Got it, boss. Stargate came out of the bushes about 9 seconds later. I mean that literally. Stellaris stood up out of a shrub she had definitely been crouching in for some time. Haha, Azure Sky noticed. No ceremony necessary, just return the money. 150 million, instantly, no haggling, which told me a great deal about who I was dealing with and made me like her slightly. Then she leaned in. Yin Yuan's put a bounty out on you, by the way. I know, here's one back. I opened a contract window. Godslayer is offering 10 million for every kill on Guo'an. Guo'an is Yin Yuan's assassin, the project kid, the one they grew in the back room to hand my talent to. Stellaris' eyes went bright. 10 million? That's 20 million per kill, said Lin Shuying. That's expensive. You said it yourself, I said. Whatever Yin Yuan offers, Stargate doubles. I have their contact information. She laughed for a long time. Fine, deal, but it has to be at least once every 2 hours or it doesn't count as a service. Then I turned to Lin Shuying and said, this contract was taken by Godslayer, so don't dream about a cut, Lin Shuying. There was a pause. I have never seen a person's face stay so completely still while something detonated behind it. Just, she said, invite me, normally, once, with words. So are you joining or not? That time I didn't smile when I said it. I'm joining. She looked genuinely startled at herself. She'd built an entire professional identity on not doing this, and it had taken 6 hours and one appalling dagger price. Ha, she said. Turns out I'm mercenary after all. Godslayer, level 1, 11,000 points. Members, 4/10,000. 3 S-rank talents and 1 hidden talent belonging to the man who wrote the roster. Her talent, for the record, because it becomes the spine of everything later, Shadow Assassin, movement speed plus 100%. Every successful attack spawns a phantom with her health, her equipment, and her abilities. Up to 5 phantoms. Each phantom grants another 100% speed, and she can swap places with any phantom instantly at any range within the field. Fighting Lin Shuying is fighting 6 of her, and only 1 of them can be hurt, and you do not get to know which. Here's your 10 million, I said. Her eyebrow twitched. She did not refuse it. Then I spent 1,000 points and 500 gold and pushed the guild to level 2, which requires an average member level of 15, which we had cleared some time during the bear phase. World announcement. Godslayer is the first guild in Phantom World to reach level 2. The level 2 blessing rolled, and it gave every member of the guild 1 permanent point of luck. I need you to understand what that is worth because on paper it looks like nothing. When Brilliance Guild hit level 2 first in Zone 1, they got 30% bonus light damage. That's the normal shape of that reward, a number on 1 damage type for 1 build. Luck is not a number. Luck decides which item comes out of a chest. Luck decides whether a hidden objective fires. At 4, which is where I now was, and which is the ceiling for an ordinary human being, the box gives you what you need and the secret quest triggers every time. At 5 and above, it starts affecting combat directly. I fought a man with 11 once, a human emperor, 3rd life, and I want to be clear that he was not stronger than me. Every critical skill I used simply failed. My weapons broke in my hands. A wall fell on me. Twice. In a word, disgusting. The community counted incidentally and pointed out that we had appeared in the world announcement channel 8 separate times in 2 hours. Then the next guild challenge posted and I read it, and then I read the line underneath it that nobody else in the world could see. Kill a world boss. Bonus objective. Kill 4 world bosses within 1 hour. Reward, 1,000 enhancement stones, 15,000 contribution, 1 4-star skill book. Bonus reward, 1 unique specialization scroll. And then, in the corner, in the small text that belongs to the talent and not to the guild, upon completion, Eternal Ruler will advance to rank S. We have a terrible roster, I announced. 3 heads turned. No tank, no healer, 3 damage dealers, and a man with no class. I pulled up the recruitment notice I'd posted 6 hours earlier. I put out an ad, S rank only. Members of Yin Yuan and Stargate get a refund. Why has not one S-rank replied? Lin Xuying read the ad. Because it says S-rank only, she said, and it's posted by a guild with 4 people and a criminal reputation. That's the appeal. That is not the appeal. 2 men in a van pulled up outside my villa at 5 in the morning wearing electrician's coveralls. If anyone catches us, we're fixing the wiring. The lights were on inside. I'd left them on deliberately before we moved, along with the television, on a timer, playing a cooking show. I want to be clear that I was not surprised by this. In my second life, they did exactly this to me, on approximately this date, and I lost 11 hours of the launch window and never caught up. Yin Yuan has a bottom. It's just not very far down. They cut the cable. They cut it very professionally. Then they sat in the van for 20 minutes waiting for a light to go out that was on a timer in a house that had been empty since 4. Blackwater Cave is a level 18 to 25 dungeon, and it is the reason I came to Maple City in this life at all. The intended route through it is miserable. The whole cavern is black swamp under a poison fog that does a few hundred damage a second, and the correct answer is to go do 3 fetch quests for a village apothecary until he gives you a poison amulet. I told Manhwa to store a wind spell instead. She released it at 30 times value from the entrance, and the fog went out of that cave like someone had opened an airlock. And because wind at that magnitude does not politely stop at gas, it also lifted every black liquid slime that had been lying flat under the swamp surface waiting for ankles, and hung about 40 of them in the air where we could see them. Boss, said Valiant Striker, watching them spin gently. Are those supposed to do that? No. We could not use a meteor in there, incidentally. I want to be clear that this was a rule and not a preference. The ceiling of Blackwater Cave is load-bearing. Manhwa's meteor at full charge would have punched through it and put 400 meters of mountain on top of us, and there is no achievement for that. Then the swamp opened behind my sister. A mouth came up out of the water directly under her feet, wide enough to take her without folding. Black Swamp Crocodile, level 20, 1,135,000 health, and it has a first contact mechanic that is genuinely nasty. On its opening move, it ignores threat entirely and goes for whoever in the party is squishiest. I put the spear through the roof of its mouth to hold the jaw, and then a second me, standing on the crocodile's snout, cast a fireball down its throat. 121,481. Lin Xuying had gone completely still. That was a phantom. That was my phantom. You just used my talent. Yes. Understood, she said, in the voice of a woman putting something in a box and closing the box for later. She worked it out on her own, and she decided it was a fair trade, which it was. Exclusive weapon, guild benefits, and the price is that her signature ability is also mine. She's a professional. She priced it. 5 phantoms, all of them using Valiant Striker's template, killed the crocodile in 3 seconds. I did say I'd protect the mage, I told her. The second boss was Black King Twin Snakes, level 25, 1.5 million health, 1 head magma, and 1 head frost. Its gimmick is elemental layering. Hit a target with one element, hit the same target with the other, and the 2 argue and the target explodes. I put Lin Xuying in command of that fight and walked away. Wait, when did I become the commander? I specifically said I don't want guild duties. You said you don't want guild structures. This is a verbal instruction from a colleague. That's the same thing with extra steps. I was already at the back wall. There's a stone door in the deepest part of Blackwater Cave. In Zone 1, the community studied that door for 2 years. They tried keys, they tried blood, they tried standing in front of it in specific outfits. Somebody wrote a 200-page document. It never opened. It opens if you say a sentence out loud in a language nobody on this planet will hear for another 50 years. I heard it in the celestial realm in my 3rd life, from something that did not expect me to be listening. Then I spent a genuinely embarrassing amount of that life memorizing the phonetics. I already knew I was going to die. I already knew I was going to come back. And I wanted to be able to open this specific door on this specific morning. I said it. World announcement. Azure Sky has activated the hidden boss of Blackwater Cave. The door came apart and something 3 meters tall and made of gold stepped through it. Celestial Judge. Level 30. 5 million health. Race. Celestial Being. Faith. Juya. Remember that last one. It's going to come back at the end of this story wearing a much bigger hat. It looked at us with a face like a cathedral and spread its arms. Travelers from another world, I thank you for breaking the black seal. I shall slay this wicked serpent for you. I walked up and cut the back of its calf with a dagger and summoned a phantom with a great sword. Don't trouble yourself, I said. I want you dead too. To be fair to it, it took the news well. It went from benevolence to homicide in under a second, which is honestly the most human thing I've ever seen a Celestial do. Valiant Striker brought the snake down to 10%, which locks its health and starts phase 2. It shed its black skin, one head turned to magma and the other to hoarfrost, and the entire cavern filled up with alternating columns of fire and ice. My 5 phantoms drew at the same time, 5 fierce dragon sword draws, each with the second draw chained on, and 10 columns of damage went up the judge's back at 240 to 250,000 a hit. 2 of its 4 health bars went away. Humans, you brought this on yourselves. Then it turned on celestial protection, which means it cannot be harmed by deliberate malice, and started rotating. I want to describe this properly. It put out 4 arms of golden light and spun on the spot, and the light swept the entire chamber at about hip height, and then the second set came through at ankle height, and then both. Can you skip rope? I asked Lin Shuying. What? Jump. Now crouch. Now jump. We did that about 70 times. One of the passes came close enough to her that I saw hair come off, and she made a sound she will deny making. The second layer of that shield is the interesting one. Impurity shield, 90% damage reduction, and any hit from a creature that has already hit it is nullified completely. Same attacker, no damage, forever. But 2 consecutive hits from 2 different creatures strip 5% of the reduction. That mechanic is why I needed Lin Shuying specifically, not an assassin. Her. So we danced. My spear, -12. Switch. Her arc flash, -129. A phantom with a greatsword, -27,292. Her swift light slash, -141. The second draw, -32,911. 90%, 85, 80, 75. Alternating perfectly, never twice from the same hand, while jumping rope over a spinning god. By the time we hit 0, Valiant Striker had stopped fighting and was just watching us with his mouth open, and the judge had started screaming at the snake for help. Stupid serpent, what are you staring at? If I die, you don't survive either. The snake, to its credit, tried. It filled the cave with fire and ice at the same time, and we went through it by swapping phantoms, and then 5 celestial phantoms came in from 5 angles with 10 consecutive draws, and the judge cracked along every seam at once like a pressure cooker and went out in a burst of light. Lin Shuying finished the snake with a combo for 150,000. Blackwater Cave, 4 minutes 23 seconds. First kill, plus first guild on the server to slay a hidden boss. Manhwa sat down on a rock and put her staff across her knees. I didn't do anything. The meteor was useless. I couldn't even use it. I just stood there. Without your wind, we'd have died of poison in the first corridor. That took 2 seconds. It took 2 seconds because you're good at it. She thought about that for a while and then said, in a tone that meant she was going to accept it later, in private, and not admit it. 2 chests, 2 gold items, 12 silver, and 1 thing that came out in a single beam of white light. Radiant Resurrection Banner. Unique. There is exactly 1 of these in Phantom World. Plant it, and for 2 hours that spot becomes the respawn point for anyone who dies within 5,555 meters. 12-hour cooldown. I acted surprised. I did a whole thing about my luck stat. Manhwa bought it completely. I had known that banner was in that chest since before this server existed. The first kill was a side effect. I came into that cave for the flag. Manhwa took a Battle Mage Ring, 620 Spirit with Mana Shield, which routes half of all damage into her mana pool. I took Light Feather Boots, 620 Agility, 4 extra meters a second, and a triple jump. Both of those are going to matter within the hour. Yinyuan's outside, said Lin Shuying, checking something. There's going to be an ambush. Simple. You 3 stay in the dungeon. I'll message you when to come out. You're going out there alone. Yes. Do you need help? No. You'd get in the way. She looked at me for a long moment. Can you not die without posing first? The teleport dropped me at the mouth of the cave and the world went black. Shadow Cloak, A rank. 15 meters of absolute darkness. Senses dulled. Vision gone entirely. Not dimmed. Gone. Simultaneously, several dozen fireballs, a wall of earth fire, and gunfire. They had 100 people out there, 90% A-rank talents. Their guild's analysts had run the model and come back with a 90% win probability, which Jia Wei had repeated to his people as a comfort, and which Dark Unshining had responded to by saying, out loud, ha. According to the calculations, Guoan, don't believe those idiots. Dark Unshining was Yinyuan's vice president. He smoked on his chocobo. Guoan kept telling him it lowered his maximum health. He was the only one in that operation who was correct about anything. Before it started, he'd given Guoan a very fair assessment of me. Li Quan is serious. He never smiles. He's a heavy person to be around. The chairman set him up badly, and I don't think the chairman won anything by it either. Then, on the way in, his shine is too blinding. I don't think you can outplay him. And Guoan, who had spent 2 years being grown in a back room as my replacement, said the quiet part. He's a mountain to me. He's the reason I had to stay hidden at all. I've lived as his shadow. As his substitute, I want to be clear that I have nothing against Guoan personally. I switched the 1000 machine box to spear form and started moving in total darkness. Combo thrust, sweep, sky strike. I knocked fireballs out of the air by their pressure wave. I batted rounds aside by the sound they made leaving the barrel. I did not take a single point of damage. In about 50 years, the very first thing a Phantom World combat instructor teaches a child is how to fight with all 5 senses removed, and I am extremely old. Then Guoan opened up, Void Annihilation, S rank. He appears behind the target, outside their field of vision, invisible to perception, 10 times damage, and it executes anything under 20% health. I crouched. The blade went over my head close enough to move my hair. He froze. I could hear him freeze. His talent blocks perception at the system level. It is not possible to sense him. That is the entire talent. I didn't sense him. I had simply been standing on the exact spot where a level 19 assassin with that skill would have to appear, given the terrain and the light source, and I had crouched at the moment the animation locks. After that, it was housework. Sky Strike launched him into the air, which is the specific hell of being an assassin, because Arc Flash needs a surface to push from, and there is no surface in the sky. Dagger and Arc Flash took 2 of the mages. Sweep drew a circle. The double thrust went through 3 bodies in a line because they had helpfully queued up. 6 down. I switched to the flintlock and used Floating Bomb to keep Guoan up there like a balloon at a birthday party. And while he was hanging there, unable to reach the ground, I walked over and planted the Radiant Resurrection banner. Respawn point bound to target Yin Kong. Their gun line was having a crisis. He's cutting bullets he's not looking at. From behind his back. Does he have eyes in the back of his head? Even with eyes in the back of your head, you can't do that. Guoan died. He respawned 5 seconds later, 4 meters away in the dark, and I shot him in the head before he finished orienting. He respawned again. Why is he respawning here? Dark Unshining shouted, and I shot him in the forehead, because to catch a thief, you first catch the king, then their raid vice commander, then the raid commander. 100 and something people, and my health bar never moved. I took some weak poison at one point and drank an antidote for it while walking. Fall back. Everyone fall back. Huh, I said. Where are you going? And that's when I messaged the dungeon. Manhwa walked out of the entrance, opened her book of law, and released a pre-stored flame pillar at 30 times radius. The fleeing edge of that formation was already 40 meters out. It didn't matter. The pillar came down as a cylinder wide enough to cover the whole clearing and the road behind it. How can a skill have that radius? Afterward, Lin Shuying asked the 2 smart questions. Why didn't you send Manhwa out at the start? In 15 meters of blackout, a mage dies first, every time. An assassin cuts her throat and she can't chant. Then why not use your own talent? No need, and it's our trump card. I picked up the banner. You keep trump cards in your sleeve. Dark Unshining reported to his chairman afterward, and I would have paid money to be in that room. How could you lose? Because we can't beat them. Then Zhao Wei watched the footage. 30 seconds of it spliced from 6 different angles by people who were dying in most of the shots. The ambush itself, the real part, was over in about 10 seconds. He couldn't look away from it, and then he said the sentence that finished him. He destroyed my 100-man elite squad without even using his talent, and then, because someone had to, by the way, Guoan is level 11 right now. They all looked at the roster. It said 10, then it said 9, because I wasn't done. Here's the mechanic. In Phantom World, when a respawn point is bound to you, you respawn every 5 to 6 seconds, you cannot decline the respawn, and you cannot log out while in combat. And Guoan, being S-class staff, was logging in from home, which meant no one could physically reach him and pull the plug. Stargate was paying 20 million per kill. Lin Shuying kept the count. 37, 50, 51, 53. And after every single one, I said the same thing in the same flat voice, because it was funny the first time, and it became funnier the more it was not. 20 million, 20 million, 20 million. How many hundreds of millions is that now? Said Valiant Striker, who had given up on the concept. Manhwa held up 8 fingers, then 2. 820 million. What if Stargate doesn't pay? She said 5 minutes later, with her fingers still up. They wouldn't dare. Today we do this to Guoan. Tomorrow we do exactly this to Stellaris. Not paying? Ha! Were you planning to keep playing? Brother, this is villainy. Don't be ridiculous. I am the most law-abiding citizen in this game. I have never once been rude to a guard. My morality assessment last year rated my kindness at 90. And your villainy at 95. Valiant Striker, meanwhile, was clenching his fists in a way I found concerning. Boss. If somebody gave me a monster like that, I'd poke it all day and all night. Resting would be disrespectful to the money. Upstairs at Yinyuan, they were in freefall. Can we save him? How? Send the entire guild against 4 people? which is when they came up with their masterstroke, which was to send two men in electricians' coveralls to cut an internet cable, Guo An's cable, at Guo An's house, to disconnect their own player as an act of mercy. The two men who had already cut mine at my empty villa were sitting in the van being confused. The world boss hasn't even spawned yet. Why did they want it cut now? By the time the order reached them and they drove across the city, Guo An had died 152 times. Level 13 down to level 1, experience bar empty, and with luck at 4 the drop rate is generous, so every single piece of equipment he owned was lying in the grass. 3 billion yuan out of one human being, and when they finally pulled his cable, the game did what it does with a forced disconnect, which is lock the account for 1 hour to protect the player's brain. Guo An was out of the world boss race before the world boss existed. Stargate held an emergency meeting 60 seconds after the video reached them. Starlight, their chairman, made the call. No, we give him 4 billion. With the heavens, you can only be friends. We took Icy Swamp in 36 seconds, which made 9 of Maple City's 11 dungeons ours, and at the exit there was an NPC on the ground with a health bar hanging on by 1 pixel, a dying soldier. He was dying because in every other timeline, the party takes 11 minutes to clear that dungeon and he bleeds out at minute 6. We had cleared it in 36 seconds, so he was still talking. Deliver a message. Time limit, 57 minutes. Don't worry, said Valiant Striker, crouching down and taking his hand with genuine emotion. I will deliver your letter. Rest in peace. I'm not dead yet. Oh, I'm right here. Sorry. Lin Shuying had been building up to something for about 2 hours and she finally asked it on that road. How did you know Valiant Striker had an S-rank talent before he did? How did you know Zone 3 changed the wave count? How did you know the words for that door? I had a lie ready because I'd needed one for 3 lives, and this was the best version I'd ever built. My talent includes a foresight component. Don't make it mystical. Think of it as receiving information sometimes. Dungeon layouts, hidden quests, which players are S-rank. She accepted it. Not fully. Enough. And I want to be honest about why I lied, because it isn't nice. I can't tell anyone I've done this before. But I need a reason for them to obey me when the instruction makes no sense, because the instructions get much worse from here. Before this is over, I am going to ask these people to destroy a priceless artifact, throw money into a river, and kill themselves in a very specific spot at a very specific minute. Foresight buys me all of that without a single argument. Then I sold Stargate 33 silver items at 100,000 gold each. A silver item of that level is worth about 10 gold in Zone 1. 10. I charged them 10,000 times that in a bundle for 3 million gold total. And then I said, if you're late, next time it's 200,000 each. They paid inside 4 minutes. Star Absence, one of their officers, said it best, and he said it while transferring the money. I thought he was just good at the game. He's a shark. The logic is simple, and there's no way out of it. Every guild on the server needs silver gear right now, this hour, for the world boss and the arena and the guild wars. Nobody else on the server has any, because nobody else has cleared a dungeon on Nightmare. Stargate wasn't a customer. Stargate was an ATM, and it was self-service. The letter took us to the palace where King Nige Rongzi was draped sideways across his throne like something poured there. Manhwa, in guild chat, in every game ever made, kings love sitting in chairs. Boss, Valiant Striker sidled up. Boss, be careful, I've seen movies. Scenes like this are usually a trap. My intuition's pretty accurate, he added. I did not put the letter on the tray. False king, I said. Your disguise is finished. Show your true face. And I shot him in the forehead. The bullet bounced off. Assassins! Seize them! Guards came in from 4 doors. I gave one order before anything else. Valiant Striker, Manhwa, do not kill the guards. Then I jumped, tripled it, hit the ceiling, copied Valiant Striker, and brought a fierce dragon sword draw straight down. That produces a cylinder of force 70 meters across and about 3 meters tall. Everything standing in that room was under 3 meters tall except the throne and the thing on it. Minus 402,911. Second draw, minus 402,959. 4 health bars off a king in 1 pass, and not 1 guard scratched. The corpse changed shape on the floor. Red eyes, white wrinkled skin, far too many joints. Odishorn, the shapeshifter. Every guard's name went from red to yellow. I read the letter out loud because they deserved it. It was from Hans Qisheng, captain of the investigative guard, warning the king that a shapeshifter had entered the palace. We found the real Nige Rongzi in the dungeons below, with a sack over his head and magic suppression cuffs on, and he had been down there long enough that when we took the sack off, he needed a minute before he could look at a torch. If not for you, he said, I don't know how long I would have sat in that dark. I don't like to think about whether I would still have been sane. Valiant Striker was, at this point, unbearable. I said it was a trap. I said, boss, I said, Blind cat found a dead mouse, said Lin Shuying. The king gave us the shapeshifter's hide to be worked into charms by the city artificer, a transformation mask that copies not just appearance but aura, and a 4-star skill book for a unique spell called Glorious Flash, with a skill crystal to raise it a level immediately. All of it went to Manhwa. I can't learn it. That's the price of my road. A person with no class can only learn 1-star skills, and every 4-star book that falls into my hands is a gift to somebody else. I've handed away more power than most players will ever hold, and I will keep doing it, because in 2 minutes, I get to be them. Then he gave us the next quest, and a key with a ruby in it. Black Crystal Mine. Insane difficulty. Deepest chamber. There's a necromancer down there raising an army out of the dead, and if we fail, the notification that fires is Legend of the Dead descends, and it is not a metaphor. Rewards. Chaotic Shadow Meteorite Iron, which is the material for an assassin's exclusive weapon, a 4-star skill book called Death Dance, the title Hero of Maple City, and a castle, an actual castle, as a guild base. I should mention one more thing about the assassin weapon, and then I'll drop it for a while. I know how to push Lin Shuying's talent from S to SS. I know because in my second life, she was the one who told me about the SS activation code, which I then used in my third life. Talents transfer after the owner dies through activation codes. She gave me that code by dying. She's not going to have to do that this time. On the way to the mine, I picked up 4 hidden quests the way other people pick up litter. There was a note tied to the leg of a chicken outside the north gate. The chicken was a disguised person. That person turns out to be the hidden boss of Black Crystal Mine, which is a sentence I'm aware sounds insane. There was an NPC on a rooftop you can only reach with a triple jump, which is why I took the boots. Valiant Striker watched me do all of this and delivered his verdict. Boss's scouting is like a prophet's. He knows where a needle's going to fall anywhere in Phantom World. Insane difficulty opens with a kill on the entry. The trash mobs are bird-headed things with throwing knives and 50,000 health each, which is mini-boss numbers for any other party on this server. Valiant Striker deleted the entire entry room from 70 meters with one draw. They never got their arms back to throw. This dungeon's not that hard, he said. No, not hard at all. The elevator down was a metal cage on a chain, and there were 40 of them riding up in it. Valiant. Draw. The draw went through the cage lengthwise. Boss. He watched the bodies fall past. Boss, there's an ambush down there, isn't there? Yes, a big one. In the dark of the shaft, Manhwa used Glorious Flash for the first time, and I want to describe what that skill actually is, because the tooltip undersells it criminally. It is an instant beam, 50 meters, 15 times spirit, no charge time at all. She fired it into a corridor and it melted the knives out of the air on the way. The kill log scrolled for 11 seconds. Manhwa has slain Ritualist. Manhwa has slain Ritualist. Manhwa has slain Ritualist. All 4 of us hit 20, which is the level cap until you change class. Excess experience past the cap doesn't vanish, incidentally. It converts to luck. Almost nobody knows that. I've never told anyone who didn't need to know it. There was a hidden quest in the mine from an apothecary named Wright, which triggers if you knock a potion off his shelf, which is why I knocked a potion off his shelf. Reward. A permanent plus 100 to all 4 primary attributes. Permanent, and only available before the undead breakthrough. After that, it's a temporary buff for an hour. Manhwa got quiet on the way down to the boss room. Brother, if we fail this, does the undead army really invade Maple City? Yes. There's no second chance? No. She absorbed that. Are we on a world-line quest? Are we saving Maple City? That's exactly what we're doing. After this battle, we'll be heroes of Maple City. I checked my cooldowns. And after that, I think I'll go back to the village and marry my childhood friend. Brother. What? Do not say that kind of sentence in this kind of place. The boss room had 2 bosses in it because insane difficulty doesn't do introductions. Brutal Slave Owner, level 30, 5 million health, and a trait that dumps half of all damage he takes onto his slave. The Suffering Miner, level 30, 5 million health. Berserk, faster and harder the lower he drops. His description reads, a slave who has lost his will, entirely without reason, and perhaps this is his weakness. The miner roared. Everyone in the room was stunned for 1 second. Everyone, including me, and in that second, the slave owner's whip came down on my head. I want to explain the numbers here because this is the only time in the entire day that I was actually in trouble. I have about 4,000 base health. I'm a man with no class who gave up attribute points at every level for the privilege of being flexible. That whip hits for over 8,000. The stun on me lasted half a second instead of a full one because I'd switched the 1000 machine box to shield form on the way in, and shield form halves crowd control duration and gives up to 90% block. So I got my arm up in the last half second and parried a whip that was already touching me. Manhwa saw my health bar go below half for the first time in her life, and afterward she told me she'd stopped breathing, and I believe her because I heard it. Then the slave owner hit 50% and did the thing I'd built the entire fight around. At 50%, he selects the player who has done the least damage to him, and from that moment forward, only that player can hurt him at all. Lin Shuying had not thrown a single attack the whole fight. She'd been furious about it for 4 minutes. She thought I was benching her. Go, I said. Manhwa blinded the miner first with a flash straight into the eyes, and here's the part that isn't in any tooltip. A creature that has lived its entire life underground in total darkness stays blind for up to 8 seconds instead of 1. Lin Shuying stacked bleeding thrust 20 times, 60,000 a tick, and while she was still stacking, I finished the miner. She looked over at the corpse, then at her 20 stacks, then at me. Comparing yourself to other people, she said, is simply madness. Boss, said Valiant Striker later, on the walk out. How many years would it take me to train up to your level? 100 should do it. What about Sister Lin's level? I looked her up and down, professionally. 2 days probably. She demanded a duel. I set the terms myself because I wanted to make a point that would save time later. Me alone, against all 3 of them. No talent at all, not even once. And she picks the map. This won't count as bullying? I asked. President. Her jaw was set. Last time in Zone 1, you barely beat me. I was going easy. She chose Ice and Mirror, her best map, 95% win rate. The match took 15 seconds. I shot Manhwa in the head before the countdown finished, because with a 30 times radius there is nowhere on that map to wait one out, and killing her first is not an insult, it's arithmetic. Then I took Valiant Striker and then Lin Shuying with ricochets off the ice walls without either of them entering my line of sight. He's hitting me on a bounce with no line of sight, she said, out loud, to the sky. Professionals can't do that. He's an assassin. Where did the marksmanship come from? 9 matches, 9 losses. In the 9th, I stopped taking headshots and made it slow, so that she could see for herself the difference between losing to me and being humored by me. Manhwa died first, in all 9. Afterward, she asked me to teach her the aerial arc flash. Yin Yuan had offered 50 million for lessons on that once. It's very simple, I said. Throw any item out of your bag and push off it. She stared at me. That's it? That's it. If the item's expensive, catch it on the way down. Is that a person? She said. Is that a person's answer? Then I taught all 3 of them the basic combat forms. I want to be clear about what those are, because they sound humble. About 100 years after this game launches, the basic combat forms are what you teach a 3-year-old. Every child does them. They're the alphabet. How to swing a greatsword in the shortest possible arc. How to weave an auto attack into a skill animation. How to locate a person by their breathing. How to compute a bullet's path from the movement of air. How to fight with all 5 senses gone. Valiant Striker copied my greatsword form and immediately produced 5 swings in 2 seconds. The average player manages 1 swing in 1.5. He didn't understand what had happened to him. He just kept doing it and laughing, and I told him the thing I actually believe, which is funny coming from the best mechanical player who has ever lived. Mechanics are secondary. Numbers decide. If the number is big enough, 1 swing cuts the arena in half. If you lost, your numbers were small. The last chamber of Black Crystal Mine opened onto Black Wasteland, and there was a man in a black robe standing in the middle of it singing to the ground. He turned his head to look at us without turning his body, all the way around, 180 degrees, calmly, mid-verse. Valiant Striker's hand went to his sword. Don't move, said the necromancer. Somebody will die. You think I'm scared of you? Go on, say who's going to die. Who else? He said. Me, obviously. The Death Ritualist, Oni, level 30, 2,500 health. 2,500, in a room where the last 2 things I killed had 5 million each. Nijirongzi hired me to kill you, I said. Do you have anything to say in your defense? So this is how it ends. He didn't move. What are you waiting for? You don't look like a man who listens to his enemy's explanations before killing him. I'm not. I just thought listening wouldn't hurt. You're a strange person. If I let you go, would you keep raising the army? If I said no, would you believe me? No. I moved the spear to my other hand. Did you hear the song, by the way? There's a line in it. When grievances and kindnesses are divided evenly. Forgive me. I understand very little about the things of your world. The spear went into his chest, and he sat down in his robes and stopped being a problem. Manhwa was standing a few steps behind me. She told me, much later, what that looked like from where she was. She said there were maybe 4 meters between us and that I seemed unreachably far away, and that in that distance there was a loneliness nobody's presence was going to fix. I'd like to tell you she was wrong. 10 more minutes and that man would not have been a 2,500 health NPC. He'd have been an army large enough to eat a kingdom, and several billion players would have spent the next 4 days fighting it, and about a third of them would have quit the game. Lin Shuying said the thing she'd been chewing on. You drew your blade on a celestial who wanted to help us, and then you stood here and behaved as if you might forgive a man who was going to destroy a kingdom. She shook her head. I don't understand you, President. There's a lot you don't understand. The drop was a Necronomicon. Unique. It lets me perform a ritual on something I've killed and keep its soul as a servant. 2 at a time. I get 2 slots for the rest of my life, and they do not come back, which is why I did not spend either of them that night. That was the second thing I came to that mine for. The castle was third. 3 world announcements went off back to back. Black Crystal Mine cleared. Insane difficulty. Time, 5:13. Hidden boss Oni has been slain. The undead crisis has been resolved. Godslayer Guild named Heroes of Maple City. The forums, which had by then developed a specific tone about us. Are we playing the same game? We haven't even seen this undead plague and they've already solved it. Lin Xuying's exclusive weapon came out of the meteorite iron as a pair of daggers, and the affix on them is the reason I'd walked her through a mine. Commonplace. The target takes bonus damage equal to your agility multiplied by the number of identical copies of this weapon that have struck it within 10 seconds. For anybody else in Phantom World, that affix is garbage, and I knew it was garbage when I picked it. It needs a matching name, a matching level, a matching enhancement, a matching durability. I know of exactly one situation in the world where 2 of those can exist at once. A Phantom copies equipment perfectly, down to the durability. 2 hands, 5 Phantoms, 12 identical daggers inside 10 seconds, 12 times bonus damage on every hit she lands, forever, as a passive. She read the affix 4 times, then she said, "This is for me?" in a voice I hadn't heard her use. Meanwhile, the guild base finished upgrading from a shed to a castle, and I got the transformation mask, and Manhwa got a 4-star skill, and Valiant Striker got a 4-star skill. Everyone has 4-star skills except me, I said wistfully. It must be nice to have a class. Lin Xuying looked at the man saying this. The man with a unique weapon, a unique class scroll incoming, a unique banner, a unique grimoire, and a castle. You, she said, are a person admiring someone's 300,000 car from inside a 3 million Lamborghini. The first world boss spawned at 5:30 in the morning, and it was now past 4, and I told them how it was going to work. Each of you goes alone. Valiant Striker went the color of paper. Alone? Boss, I'm a beginner. Isn't it a bit late to be learning? An hour is enough. Because there are 4 world bosses, and they spawn in 4 different starting cities, tens of millions of kilometers apart, and my skills are good, but they are not that good. Starlight asked to meet me in a coffee shop first. In-game coffee, which does nothing, which people order anyway. What are your thoughts on this world boss? We're taking it. I see. He set down his cup. Then Stargate withdraws from the contest. One of the 8 great guilds is surrendering without a fight. Aren't you embarrassed? Honestly, if things were going normally, we'd try to take it from you. He smiled with the bottom half of his face, like Hebo, but with a different animal behind it. The situation is exceptional, so we made a deal. Silver at 10,000 gold apiece instead of 100,000 because his starting roster was already dressed and the premium was gone. Bronze free, gold at 5 million apiece, gold coins only, no real currency. I hope Stargate and Godslayer will be friends for a long time, he said. Naturally. We're stepping out of the fight. Yin Yuan probably won't. It doesn't matter, I said. That part is already priced into the gear. I sent Valiant Striker to Desolate Mountain City, and I want to be clear that I knew what was in it. 2 guilds. Thick Earth Mountain Wasteland with an S-rank defensive talent, and Golden Balance with an S-rank healer whose family owns things. 20,000 people between them, and the 2 guilds were friendly with each other, which is worse than hostile. He went in wearing a red demon mask and sat in a tavern listening to strangers tell legends about him. The white-haired witch of destruction, the phantom assassin, and the crimson demon of wrath. What crimson demon? That's the disgrace warrior, king of running away. He'd logged out an hour earlier to check his bank account because he still didn't believe it. 500 million, and the 10 million on top of it, both real, both there. He came back in and thought a sentence that I only found out about later, which is, I can't keep hanging off the president. I have to pay him back. I picked that city for him on purpose. The mountain raging bull is 50 meters tall, and at low health, it enters an unstoppable charge across the whole map, which is exactly why 20,000 allied players could not finish it, and exactly why one man who cannot be knocked off his feet could. He teleported in on a beacon to coordinates I'd picked for him. Then he immediately said out loud on comms, "Damn, teleported too early. I'm about to get flattened." And then he hit it anyway. 660,249, 662,952, then a collapse slash and a 5-stage might slash straight into the face of a charging mountain. Somebody in the crowd described it as a bull fighting a grain of millet. The bull went down, last hit and loot priority to a man who, 16 hours earlier, had been running from a boar. He'd been repeating something to himself the whole way in. I know this because he told me, later, in the tone of a man confessing, "Valiant striker, you didn't take that name to run, did you? Don't think about failing, just do it. Better to try and fail than to fail by dodging the attempt. Don't run, walk." I sent Lin Shuying to Xiaoyu City, where I knew 2 guilds would be tearing each other apart over the boss instead of killing it. She walked into the middle of that and removed the primary damage squads of both guilds. And somewhere in the middle of it, she noticed something, and it bothered her all the way home. Everyone was so slow. Even the bullets were slow. Nobody here bounced around off a wall into the back of her skull from an angle she couldn't see. Nobody's spear tore through a phantom in a fraction of a second. After 1 hour of sparring with me, 20,000 players felt like children playing in a sandbox. "Li Quan," she said to nobody, cutting a man in half. "You absolute freak." 6 phantoms, death dance, and every hit carrying the commonplace multiplier. 412,000 a strike, times 12. 4% of a world boss evaporated while the guilds were still arguing about whose fault it was. And I gave my sister Holy Water City and the Ice and Snow Giant. 150 million health, slowing aura, weak to fire, and roughly 20,000 players hitting it for 42, 11, 25, double digits. All of them together were producing maybe 400,000 damage a second. She posted on the guild account first because I'd told her to. Godslayer is participating in all 4 world boss fights. I make her announce it every time, and here is why. If another guild fails to take a boss I have publicly claimed, that is not bad luck. That is them being too weak in front of everyone on the record. Then she cast 1 fireball, minus 99,219. Threat transferred to her instantly, because of course it did. Their entire raid had produced 200,000 in the last 10 seconds, and a girl in a mask had just done half of that with a level 1 spell. I couldn't imagine, she said in guild chat, sounding genuinely upset about it, that the famous Brilliance Guild would have damage this bad. Her spirit stat was 5,000. Their best damage dealer was at 530. Their vice commander, a man called Lin Tao, found her the only way I would have found her, which is to stop looking at faces and look for the single 5-digit number in a field of 2-digit ones. He put out a bounty, 10,000 coins to anyone who removes their own mask. So I got involved from the other side of the world. I posted 2 things in the community forum from an anonymous account in the space of 4 minutes. The first, Brilliance is throwing money around to make everyone remove their masks. 10,000 per mask. The second, a bull warrior who refused to remove his mask had it taken by force, and Brilliance paid him 100,000 in compensation. So refusing pays more? Masks cost 10 copper at any general store. I have never spent 10 copper better. Within 6 minutes, there were several thousand masked players on that field, and I would estimate most of them had arrived barefaced, gone shopping, and come back. I put a mask on. Oh no, I took it off already. Idiot. Keep it on until they come for you. Lin Tao's actual words, which somebody recorded. Grass. We've been played. This Azure Sky does propaganda too? And then I got something I had not paid for. Brilliance and Rumiao, an all-female guild who had been perfectly civil up to that point, went to war with each other over threat priority, and an assassin called Shu Rujie put a knife into her own alliance's S rank purely to zero his aggro, and a world boss fight became a guild war with a giant standing in the middle of it wondering what it had done. By my count, fewer than 1 in 10 of them ever got back to the boss. At 3.3%, 5 million health left, Manhwa dropped 3 meteors in a row and finished it with glorious flash. The plan I'd given her was 1 sentence. Manhwa, the simplest way to take a world boss is to bring it to a health level nobody but you can remove in 1 hit. At full charge, you have the highest execution threshold in Phantom World, which left me with Maple City and Yinyuan, who were alone there because Stargate had honored our deal, which I admit I had not been completely certain they would. They had parked Cerberus at 20% and stopped, holding it there while they waited on intelligence about me so that Guoan could take the last hit because his talent executes anything under 14%. Guoan was, at that moment, 1 hour into a mandatory disconnect. Azure Sky's a mechanics master, but he has no damage, somebody in their command channel said. He's 1 man. We have 20,000. The sky went dark over Maple City. 15 meteors. I didn't flag red, incidentally. I flagged yellow, which sets hostility against one specific guild so that the 20,000 unaffiliated players standing in that field would take 0 damage from me. The first meteor did 1,121,985 to the boss, and the shockwave went out 6 kilometers doing 430,000 to every Yin Yuan member it touched. The only survivors were shield users, because a shield eats nearly all of a shockwave. They survived into a sea of fire 3 kilometers across. Guoan died in the first wave without ever logging in. He passed away peacefully. 15 meteors took 15% of the boss and made the field impassable, and I want to be precise about the joke here because I did say it out loud. Guoan's going to execute it? You can only execute what you can walk up to. 5 phantoms released 5 pre-stored glorious flashes at once, and Cerberus fell over. All 4 world bosses on the first day, taken by one guild with 4 people in it. Nobody else got anything. At 6 in the morning, I got out of the capsule and found the delivery food from 2 a.m. congealed on the counter, and while a chicken leg went around in the microwave, I called a staffing agency and asked for one specific person by number. Private Butler 0592. I have hired this woman twice, 2 lives running. She is completely reliable, she does not gossip, and she plays Phantom World with an A-rank talent, which is going to be relevant in about 4 hours. Oh, sir, you didn't even listen to my full profile. She sounded like she'd been asleep. Then her voice hardened. And sir, I do not provide those services, not for any amount of money. What are you even thinking about? I read the resume, 1-year contract. 500,000 a month. I went back in and my sister launched herself at me from across the guild hall. Brother, QAQ. I thought you weren't going to play today. I thought you were going to sleep. I thought something had happened. Something did happen. You were gone for 40 minutes. That's not an event. That's an addiction. Then the guild challenge paid out. 1,000 enhancement stones. 15,000 contribution. A 4-star book. 1 unique class change scroll. And, in the small text, Eternal Ruler has advanced to rank S. I opened the class scroll and the list came up, and it did not have 20 entries on it the way a normal class change does. It had thousands. We scrolled it for a while, and it was educational. Bloodburner. Converts health into attributes. Trash, C tier. Not a tank, not a damage dealer, it's a suggestion. Armed class. Can equip any equipment regardless of trash. Without gear, you're nothing. With gear, you're also nothing. B. Brother. Manhwa had found something. Brother, there's a class called Possession. You can possess an ally. Don't play that. If the ally dies, you die. But it would be so cool to possess you. I did think about that for 2 full seconds, which I regret. Actually, I'm fine as I am. I took All-Rounder, which is unique. Manhwa took Calamity Destroyer, in which almost every skill requires a long cast and, in exchange, the power and the radius exceed every other magic class in the game. For a woman whose talent multiplies by cast time, that is not a class, that is a wedding. Valiant Striker took Heavy Blade, all skills charged, super armor, damage reduction. He was going to charge everything anyway. Lin Shuying took Dusk Shadow. The class change quests came with them, and they are worth listing because they tell you exactly what the game thinks of each of us. Manhwa, deal 1 million damage with a single spell. She did it before I finished reading it out. Lin Shuying, kill 100 different players consecutively without the victim ever noticing you, plus a 200-hit combo on a juggled target. Valiant Striker, 10,000 fully charged attacks, and any uncharged swing resets the counter to 0, which is nothing for him because he cannot physically make himself release early. Mine. Enter the top 10 of 10 separate rankings. I had 6 already. I want to say one more thing about that scroll, and then we move on. If Valiant Striker or my sister had been stupid enough to spend a unique class change scroll on a normal class, I would have restarted the game on the spot. Not the session, the life. Then I went to the Church of Fortune and gave a goddess 10 million gold. Manhwa, remember this, I said on the way. In Phantom World there is no such thing as completely useless backstory. The Church of Fortune belongs to Rona, and it is the only church in the game where the priest approaches the player and asks whether you need any help, which should tell you what kind of goddess she is. 10 million gold coins, 1 transaction, relationship status, close friend, the compass of wealth. It marks every hidden treasure on the map, and it functions as a universal key to any lock and any vault door in the world. I want you to hold on to that item because in about 4 hours of story time, it opens something that changes everything. The moment I walked out of the church, the sky posted a maintenance notice. Phantom World will undergo maintenance from 800 to 2000, 12 hours. In 3 years, the servers had never once gone down. They went down because of me. The patch cycle in this game is gated on player progress, not on a calendar. World boss killed, unique class obtained, undead catastrophe prevented, 10 million gold handed to an NPC. That's the gate, and I'd pushed the whole thing forward by several days without anybody noticing. Manhwa and I sat on the castle wall waiting for the shutdown. Manhwa, do you know about the 3 emperors of humanity? The what? The Supreme Emperor of Fate, Yakatikto, the Night Emperor, Mukyu, the Day Emperor. Brother, that lore isn't in the game. Not yet. She turned around. Is it connected to what we're going to do? Very connected. I looked at the sky, which was still blue for about another minute. But I can't talk about it. The Emperor has very sharp hearing. If I say it, a guard's blade takes my head off within the second. Manhwa, even if you work it out, don't say it and don't ask. She worked it out in about 4 seconds. You can, in Phantom World, overthrow rulers, receive titles, hold fiefs, become a king. She clapped both hands over her own mouth. I smiled at her, which apparently made it worse. And then the donation news went around the world, and the trap I'd set opened. Starlight called me in a fury. He gave the church the exact 10 million we scraped together, and then, because he's smarter than his temper, he asked me directly, "Is it true? Does donating give a reward?" I told him the truth, all of it, the compass, the relationship tier, the amount, and then I added one sentence. For the sake of our friendship, I'd advise you not to donate to any other church, believe me or don't. He sent scouts to verify me, which I had counted on. The priest confirmed every word, because a priest will not lie about his own goddess. The exchange rate spiked to 1 gold to 180 inside the hour, and Zhao Wei, who had lost a 100-man squad, a project assassin, 3 billion, and a vice president in one night, decided to bet everything on catching up. We donate 10 million to the cult of assassination. He stared at the ledger. No, 15 million, to be safe. Brilliance gave 10 million to the Church of Light. Yin Yuan gave 15 million to the cult of assassination. I watched 5 more guilds follow within the hour, and I did not lift a finger for any of it. No god responded to any of them. They got a commemorative medal each. Some of them got a small statue. And here is the part that made it beautiful, and I want to be clear that I did not plan this part, because I'm not that good. The guilds that got scammed did not warn anybody. They published fakes. Brilliance obtains artifact of Zhuya, the source of pure destruction. Yin Yuan obtains the eye that slays all things. They lied in public with screenshots to drag everyone else into the hole with them. All 7 remaining major guilds donated inside 10 minutes. Every economic advantage on the server went to 0 at the same moment. 8 guilds forcibly returned to my starting line by their own hands on the strength of 1 true sentence and 1 piece of advice they did not take. Living standards across every guild collapsed to Stargate levels, which by then meant an activity budget of 1 silver coin per member in a game where repairing your gear after a single dungeon costs 13. The forums, Guild Bankrupt, traded 10 million gold for a certificate of appreciation. Is it too late to run? Who said donating gives you a miracle? Come out here, come out. Starlight went very quiet for a while and then said to his officers, "If I hadn't listened to Azure Sky, we'd have been robbed twice in one day." The doorbell rang at 9 in the morning. Manhwa went white. Brother, is it them? It's my butler. The woman in the black suit on the landing was about my sister's age, blonde, holding a folder, radiating the specific competence of a person who has done a background check on you. She explained her service tiers in the doorway. Strict secretary, gentle older sister, haughty and sarcastic. A top-tier butler, she said, adapts to the style the employer prefers. Family, I said. Just be family. I gave her a name because she'd need one for the contract and because I'd known it for 80 years. Yun Qing. Her in-game handle is Yun Xiao. She picked that herself in another life because she wanted to be the sort of person who helps everyone, and I have never told her that I knew it before she typed it. Then I gave her a bank card. 3 billion. 500 million clears the Yin Yuan penalty. 2.4 billion goes into game gold through the coin traders, spread across at least 40 accounts. The remaining 100 million is for household expenses. Her hand shook. 100 million. She looked at the card, then at me. Sir, that is household expenses? The gap between people is wider than the gap between a person and a dog. Manhwa, watching this, worked out the thing I'd been hoping she wouldn't. That card was prepared before Server 3 opened, which meant that I had known, before the first minute of the first day, exactly how much money I was going to have. I woke up at 7 that evening and reached over to switch on the desk lamp, and the base of the lamp cracked under my fingers. I looked at it for a second. Same as last time. At dinner, Manhwa put her chopsticks down. Brother, have you noticed anything about your body? I woke up and my head was completely clear. My thoughts are fast. I can look at any item and read its stats without opening anything. Then she held up one finger and a flame the size of a grape sat on the end of it. I think I can control the elements of the world. Yunqing, on her first day of employment, standing beside the table with a serving dish, made a small noise. Is physics optional now? Then faster. Is this information I am allowed to hear? Sir, I have known you for 1 day. I feel that I am going to be silenced as a witness. You trust me far too much. The official explanation was in the patch notes, in a line nobody took seriously. Real-world rewards for top 100 ranked players. My sister was first on the level rankings, so she got the most of it. The rest of the top 100 reported feeling a bit more energetic and went about their day. Patch 2.05 2.02. Expansion. The Expedition of the Races. The login screen had dragons on it and falling stars and a sword raised over a continent. When we logged back in, the first thing I saw was a new ranking, Strongest Warrior of Humanity, Azure Sky, 10 rankings, top 10 in all of them, class change complete. All-Rounder does what the name says with no sense of humor about it. It can learn skills from every class in the game, which is tens of thousands instead of a couple of dozen. It has no penalty for using another class's weapon, and it grants 5 skill points per level instead of 1, which meant, at level 20, I was handed 100 skill points. A normal player has that many at level 100. The world map had been redrawn entirely, and I recognized none of it. And on the ranking board, under the tab that used to say only humans, I now had 4 tabs. Humans, statues, dragons, tree spirits with names on them, and levels, and classes. Brother, my sister's voice had gone flat. What are those races? What else could it mean? I scrolled. Their top 200 were past level 20 with their classes already changed, while the strongest human alive had finished his class change 11 minutes ago. It means our species isn't the only one playing this game. The forums did not take it well. Scientists spent 4 centuries looking for aliens, and we found them in a video game? Lin Suying came to me privately. President. Explain. Have you ever read one of those novels about online games, where the game invades reality and people start drawing power out of it? President. Seriously. The facts are in front of you. I shrugged. One piece of advice, since you'll take it and the others won't. Convert your real currency into gold as fast as you can. Money is about to be worth very much less. We met our first orc about 40 minutes later. He was a tiger, roughly 3 meters of him, gnawing on a bone while scrolling the rankings, and by the time I noticed him, he had worked himself into a state. Humans? Our food is being listed as our competition now? We are born at level 15. These insects are at level 15 and already in the top 100. Shameful. Then he charged us. I want to describe our formation because it was perfect and none of it was planned. Valiant Striker panicked. Lin Suying pretended she couldn't see him, on the grounds that acknowledging things creates obligations. I kept reading the Compass of Wealth, and my sister sighed, the way you sigh at a doorbell, and said, if it were dangerous, brother would have done something by now, and raised one hand without looking up. Guya, 10th in the orc rankings, woke up at the respawn point in his home city missing 4 items and a level in front of his entire clan, and I never learned his face. Guya, did our food kill you? I had read the cross-race death rules that morning in a player manual whose table of contents alone is over 1 million words long. When you die to another race, every item you carry has a 40% chance to drop, and you lose 1/3 of the gold in your bag. And if you die to other races 5 times in 24 hours, your account is deleted, permanently. Anyone who manages to die 5 times in 1 day, said Lin Suying, has earned it. Then the Compass of Wealth pulled a stone gate up out of a hillside. Blood Beast remains. Monsters level 30 to 40. Difficulty for orcs. Insane. 10 entrance maximum. Racial relic. Creatures not of this race may not receive the final reward. The final reward is a thing called Blood of the Arrogant Beast, and it is the key to the 7 sins stance, Pride. There are 2 categories of ability in Phantom World that stand above everything else, and they are the 3 illusions and the 7 sins. Pride is the strongest warrior form that has ever existed. In my last life, Valiant Striker did not have it, and there was a place called the Imperial Pass, and he was holding it. I've thought about that a lot. Normally, only a pure-blooded orc can open that vault. The Compass of Wealth opens every vault. I put it on the lock, and the door came apart, and about 4 seconds later, every orc in the world got a notification. Humans have entered your racial shrine. Defend the relic. They were furious for about 11 seconds. Then they started laughing. The food found the entrance to our shrine for us. This is like sending a laying hen to a world war. Stargate mobilized 20,000 players inside 2 minutes to come and stand outside that dungeon and die for us. Everyone in Maple City assumed I'd ordered it. The running theory on the forums was that Starlight was a mannequin in a window, and I was the arm inside. It was actually their prophet's call, and Starlight's own summary of the operation, given to his officers with a completely straight face, was, "We're going to wipe up after Godslayer." What a crude way to put it, said one of his officers. It's called strategic cooperation, said another. Meanwhile, the orcs laid several thousand traps around the exit I would have to use, keyed to fire only on non-orcs, and surrounded the entrance with a few 100,000 bodies. Inside was a blood-red world where orc corpses stood back up as crimson blood beasts, level 35, 100,000 health each. Manhwa raised her hand. I pushed it back down. Valiant has a quest. If you mow the field, how does he finish it? 10,000 fully charged attacks. Any uncharged swing resets the count, so we stood back and let him do it, and about 800 swings in, something happened to him that I had been waiting 3 lifetimes to watch. He'd asked me, on the road, what his weakness was. You're a coward, I'd told him. That's all. As long as you're not being a coward, you're the strongest warrior of this era. How do I stop? There's a simple method. Shout. Shout what? Anything. It only has to boil your blood. So in the middle of a red canyon full of standing corpses, a man in a red coat with a black greatsword took a breath and screamed, "Fight! This is awesome!" and then took out an entire wave. Lin Shuying pressed 2 fingers to her forehead. Is this growth? Everyone goes through this stage when they're young, I said, including certain people who play at being a cold older sister. By swing 8,000 I could see his greatsword handling past the best swordsmen of this era. Not the best players, the best swordsmen. One correct decision saves you a decade of detours. I held the entrance. The flintlock had picked up a second affix by then, multi-shot, which makes rounds ricochet at least 3 times without losing damage, and the entrance to that shrine was a stone corridor, which is a very generous shape. Guye, second in the orc rankings, came in first with 5 of his people behind him. Strength is the highest law of our clan, he announced. The strong are gods. 5 seconds later, all 6 of them were standing at their respawn point trying to work out what had happened to their equipment, which I was at that moment picking up off the floor. Tsk, tsk. Gold, delivered from far away. How generous. One orc had a death resistance passive and lasted long enough to actually see me, which meant he could report, which was unacceptable. So I hit him with Sky Rising Dragon, which has the highest launch height of any skill in the game, and he went up and kept going up, and his 5 seconds of survival ran out somewhere near the ceiling of the world. Valiant Striker finished his 10,000th charged swing on an orc's face and got his class. Heavy Blade. It's a boring name, he complained. Your second awakening is called Sword Emperor of the End. He stopped complaining immediately. For reference, my sister's second awakening is Calamity Witch, Lin Shuying's is Twilight Terminator, and mine is Boundless. Then Manhwa cast a 1-star spell called Heavenly Fire Descent and turned a canyon into a highway, 500-meter radius, 5 times spirit at the center, 1 star. Why not Destructive Earthquake? Because the ravine would have come down on us. At the bottom of the shrine, past all of that, was a lion. Arrogant primal beast, Luga, level 40, 480 million health, 4 arms, 2 meters tall, which is small because bosses are usually 4 or 5, and somehow that made it worse, and 2 traits, one of which broke my entire team. Arrogance and ignorance, ignores all direct control effects. Mythical avatar, mythic tier bonuses to strength, agility, and constitution. The pressure coming off it made Lin Shuying take a step backward. She put the foot back immediately, and she'll deny it happened, but I was watching. Challengers, it said. Not of our blood, and yet you came all the way down here. How greedy. It shifted, and the shift alone moved air. Never mind, I have been alone too long. Humans, I'll give you a chance to leave. You aren't grown yet. Come back when you've awakened. Which was very generous, and I could not accept it, so I insulted it instead. Luga, you're afraid. The forearm stopped moving. You're afraid of losing. You're afraid of dying. That's why you're chasing us off. Enough. And I think if we fought, I said, you'd get scared and go for the weak ones first. I don't think you'd dare touch me at all. There was a pause. Reverse psychology, said Luga. Before a fight, you want me to attack only you. Do I? Decided. I'll start with you. The 4 arms straightened, and every one of them extended a middle finger, which I had not expected from a mythic beast and which I respect enormously. As you wished. I won't lay a finger on those tadpoles until you're dead. 4 seconds should be enough. It moved faster than my eye tracks. I parried 3 times. I can do that because of 2 skills nobody else on this server has bothered to learn. Perfect parry gives full immunity to a physical attack at the instant of contact and instantly refreshes the cooldown of the next parry. Magic turn means that at any moment you are considered to be facing whatever direction you need to be facing. Put them together and you can stand in front of something 4 times faster than you. Forever, as long as your hands never stop. Then it went to phase 2 and grew 4 swords out of nothing. Projections of 4 true divine blades, 1 in each hand. Genue, which sends an earth wave across the ground after every strike. 10 directions. Blazing fire, whose single swing covers half the valley. Phantom, which attacks with 7 afterimages from 8 directions at once and which you do not dodge. And 8 extremes weaving, which is the strongest thing I have ever personally stood in front of. It creates 999,999,999 invisible sword threads across a radius of 1,000 kilometers. Touch one, and you're gone. That's not fair, said Valiant Striker. It's phase 2, and he hasn't lost any health. You're cheating, said Luga, warmly. Manhwa put a destructive earthquake into it for 6,692,211 and a glorious flash for 7,793,821. Luga laughed at her, but I'd been watching the arms and I had it. Every use of a divine sword breaks the arm holding it and takes health out of the wielder. Each blade has a countable number of uses. Of course it does. Otherwise the mechanic is insane. One swing covers half a valley and one touch kills, so I made him spend them. He'd sworn he'd only hit me. I put 5 phantoms with shields in front of my team anyway, because a shield eats nearly all of a shockwave and I have a policy about relying on the word of a lion. And then I kept talking. That's a very wide swing. Are you trying to accidentally clip my teammates? Ha ha ha. In a battle between the strong, you're still thinking about the weak? Should I tie my own arms and legs too? Wouldn't you dare? Whether or not I take your bait, said Luga with enormous dignity, is my decision. He took the bait. Manhwa, meanwhile, had found the loophole in arrogance and ignorance. He is immune to control effects. He is not immune to terrain. She dropped 8 Gathering Thunder, shaped as a cage, and it did not control him at all. It just physically boxed him in. You're not being controlled, she told him. You've just been put in a room. Outside, Stargate was throwing 20,000 people into a wall. Starlight explained it to them first, which I respect, because he didn't have to. By the player manual, when the holder of a relic dies, the relic drops. If Godslayer takes it out of that dungeon and then dies to the traps at the exit, the shrine goes back to the orcs. That's the worst outcome available to humanity. And if they never get the relic and we die for nothing, they'll get it. Then, quieter. Consider this operation my personal arrogance. Any losses are mine. His people answered him, and I have thought about those answers more than once since, usually at night. I already took your money. What losses? It's 1 death in a game, 2 hours of dungeons and it's back. 20,000 chocobos went straight into a few 100,000 orcs with one order. Do not fight. Ride. The outer ring was slaughtered on contact. Their president died. But they got the distance, and Stellaris, from the middle of a collapsing charge, used multicast 10 times over and released chaotic stars. The stars merged as they fell, growing into each other and covered the dungeon mouth, and every one of those thousands of traps detonated in a chain. The best way to disarm a trap, she said afterward, spitting out a tooth she didn't have, is to destroy it. There's no such thing as an indestructible trap. If it can't be destroyed, they'd have made it a shield. And at the same moment, inside, I stole Luga's sword. There's a class in this game called Void Master, the greatest thief in the world, and it has a skill called Void Swap. On contact, you forcibly exchange your weapon for the target's weapon for 3 seconds. Luga looked down at the rusty black dagger that was now in his hand. I copied his own tone exactly. Hello. Now it's over. I couldn't use the divine sword. Level 24 holding a requirement I won't meet for a year. That was never the point. The point was 3 seconds without it. 5 heavenly fire descents. 3 phantoms with closed forbidden circle slash. 2 phantoms with Lin Shuying's daggers. 30%, 25, 16, 11, 5, 2%. The sword came back to his hand, and he threw his head back and laughed with total, genuine happiness, and a white beam went through him from the side. Did you think, said my sister, that I wasn't here? He went down slowly, the way big things do. You really are strong, he said. You're not weak either. Ha, not weak. Without 4 borrowed swords, I wouldn't have had the right to fight you. His breathing had gone strange. You were holding back the whole time. Even if you'd lost the whole team, you alone. No, without them, killing you would have been genuinely difficult. Difficult. He seemed to enjoy the word. Ha, difficult. Difficult is not the same as impossible, and we both knew which one I'd said. Human strongman azure sky. I acknowledge you. That was all of me. I'm sorry the fight didn't give you enough pleasure. No, I said. It was good. I'm satisfied. Valiant Striker took it badly. Boss, so we only won because he was careless? And I gave him the lesson I have been trying to give people for 80 years. Combat is not only a collision of strength, attributes, skills, personality, habits, behavior, terrain, weather, allies, and luck. All of it decides the outcome. You're asking why he didn't go all out. Ask a better question. Ask why he was so arrogant. He thought about it. Every creature has properties. Every boss. Even the different rocks on the ground have properties. A victory won by using them is a victory. A victory is a victory, however it was obtained. He'd asked me once what my greatest advantage was. Not attributes. There is always someone stronger. Not wisdom. The world is full of clever people. And not technique. My greatest advantage is that I never put myself at a disadvantage. One more thing about that fight, and then we go outside. I held my damage on purpose at the end. I could have finished Luga at 11%. I stopped at 2 so that my sister would take the killing shot herself, with me standing close enough to cover a miss. She thinks she stole that kill. 2 chests, because the Dungeon Raider title doubles it. Pride of Blood, unique, the key to 7 Sins Pride. 20 large expansion crystals at 1,000 slots each. Building seeds for the guild. A 5-star assassin skillbook. And a pile of level 60 gold equipment that none of us could wear at 24, and all of us could sell. Then we walked out of the shrine onto burnt ground where several thousand traps used to be, and Manhwa said 2 words, devastating, earthquake. There was an orc with a spear about 4 centimeters from Stellaris' back at that moment. He did not become a corpse, he became weather. Several 100,000 orcs came apart like soap bubbles. The plain became an actual wasteland in the sense that afterward there was nothing on it. A handful of Stargate survived and the 5 of us, and nothing else. Stellaris swallowed. The white-haired witch of destruction. The title is fully earned. Then, thoughtfully, destruction. That's kind of beautiful, actually. We hit level 39 and stopped, because orcs cap at 35, and you get nothing from things 5 levels below you. President. Lin Shuying was looking at the crater. If we ever meet an attack on Manhwa's level, what do? Die. We have plenty of damage. We don't have a single person who can take a hit. Write that down. It gets solved by a rock, in about 6 hours. The payout to Stargate should have been simple, and it wasn't. I offered them every piece of silver stripped off the dead orcs, plus a multiple Arcanist class scroll for Stellaris, free. They refused it. Stargate doesn't want to damage the friendship, said Starlight. Reimburse the equipment of our dead. We'll buy the rest. I looked at Lin Shuying. See? I told Valiant. Predicting your opponent's move is the key to victory. That old fox, she said, already calculated what you'd think and how you'd answer. Human power rankings. That evening, Azure Sky, Manhwa, Lin Shuying, Valiant Striker. 5th place was Stellaris, at level 19, against our 39. The forums spent a while arguing about why I was ranked above my sister when her damage is objectively higher, and never found the rule, which is this. No matter how strong a guild member becomes, the leader always ranks above them, because the strength of the guild is the leader's strength. If the single strongest player in the world joined Godslayer tomorrow, they would rank 2nd. 8 of the 10 trending community articles that night were about Manhwa. One of them was titled, Guessing the Criteria for Buy Lu's Ideal Partner, a first look from the Gossip Decoders. She read it out loud at dinner in a monotone, and then went and stood in the corner of the guild hall for a while. The guild hit level 3, which gave us a daily activity fund of 500,000 gold per member per day. Stargate's core roster, at that moment, had 1 gold coin. We hired 11 guild NPCs. A blacksmith, a chef, a master tailor, 11 salaries at 110,000 gold a day, which is 11 million real yuan a day, to have someone cook lunch. And the guild level 3 ability came in from the talent. Life Collection. When any member of the guild reduces a creature below 1% health, it is instantly executed, ignoring death immunity, and the loot goes to whoever triggered it. With the 10 times amplification, it scales to 3%. The value is not the execute. The value is the words ignoring death immunity, and the words the loot goes to whoever triggered it. In my last life, I watched a boss get fought for 3 years. 3 years. 0.1% a day, by rotating armies. Around then, Valiant Striker started reading about himself in the community again, which he does at night, which is a habit I let him keep because taking it away would have been cruel, and because it was going to be useful. Coward, never once shown himself. Nobody has actually seen him do anything. He stopped queuing 3 versus 3 with my sister, because there is no third person in a fight where Manhwa is present. His description of it was accurate. Heavenly fire descent, heavenly fire descent, heavenly fire descent. I'm like an idiot with a great sword. In, out, in, out. So he went solo queue. By the way, the top arena players had started conceding the instant they saw a white-haired girl with a book in the matchup screen, not fighting and losing, conceding at the loading screen. There's a monument outside our castle now to a necromancer named Oni. I built it and I didn't explain it, and I'm going to explain it exactly once. In my first life, Oni helped me, by accident and while drunk, and without ever knowing what he'd done. He told me about the land of endless rebirth. Without that conversation, there is no second life. There is no third. There is no fourth. There is no me sitting here telling you this. In my second life, our goals crossed. He grew into something enormous, and he hunted me nearly to death across half a continent. And once, I had him. And I hesitated, because I remembered a bar and a story about a place where the dead go around again. I have never made that mistake since. That's what the song was about, the one I asked him whether he'd heard. When grievances and kindnesses are divided evenly. It's the same with Xylos, the goddess of assassins. She killed me in my second life. She saved me in my third. She's also the one who taught me everything I know about knives. The Necronomicon holds 2 souls and the slots do not come back. I did not raise Luga. I don't want Luga's strength. I want 4 projections of divine swords, and that transaction is going to be worth more later than it is now. The other thing I did that night was tell Yun Qing to convert every remaining yuan I owned into gold at 1 to 170 immediately, all of it, and then to quietly buy up as many jade fruits as she could without being noticed. She asked why once. I told her the truth, which was easier than a lie. Cash is going to become paper, the streets will empty, everyone will live in capsules, then the capsules will stop being necessary. Then electricity and the internet will stop being necessary, and eventually, food will come out of the game. She wrote it down, she didn't argue, that is why I hire her. We left for the human imperial capital that night, in new clothes, on new mounts. Valiant striker in a red trench coat with a great sword named Black Sun, which he had renamed for the 4th time at 1 gold a rename, because everyone has a phase where they change their handle 6 times a day. Lin Shuying in a black bodysuit. It's practical for combat, she said before anyone said anything. I didn't say anything. I know what you were going to say. I was going to say it looks good. She turned around and did not speak for 11 minutes. And then Manhwa arrived in a snowman costume. An actual snowman. 10,000 gold, limited edition, and costumes in this game have physical volume, which means they interfere with combat. Fine, she said tragically when I pointed at her. I'll just wear it in the cities. She had spent 500,000 gold at the clothing store. In one visit. Teleportation doesn't reach the capital, which meant walking, which meant time. Is it worth it? Said Lin Shuying. We'll fall behind on progression. Who said we'd just be walking? On the way, we'll explore ancient forest communities, subjugate orcs, tame dragons, challenge divine miracles, and possibly meet the most beautiful woman in the world. Brother, my sister slid into my field of view. You're not going all that way for the most beautiful woman in the world, are you? And anyway, isn't your sister the most beautiful woman in the world? You? Absolutely not. I found out later why Stargate folded so fast, and it's worth knowing because it explains everything they do from here. 10 years ago, somebody pulled a stone tablet off the sea floor. It had predictions carved into it. Over 10 years, every single one came true, and every single one meant an unavoidable disaster. The last prophecy on that tablet is the arrival of Phantom World and the invasion of all worlds. Stargate also has a second hidden S-rank talent that nobody outside their leadership knows about, belonging to a quiet player named Chiming, and it is called Foreseeing the Future, Short Horizon, Simple Events, Blurry Results, Long Cooldown. Every prediction it has ever made was correct. And Starlight's summary of his own situation, which he said to his officers with his head in his hands, is the best compliment I have ever received. The frightening part isn't that we can see the future. The frightening part is that it doesn't help. A guild that can see the future is being walked on a leash by Godslayer. Stellaris asked him at the end of that meeting, President, is our real brain trust actually Azure Sky? He didn't answer. The orc think tank, meanwhile, was doing math. Their strategists are foxes and wolves, and they are genuinely good. They reasoned that an area attack of that magnitude cannot be repeatable. It has to be either a 7-star skill, which does not exist in this era, or a low-star skill with an enormous cost. Either way, the cooldown must be longer than a day. So there's nothing to fear, they concluded, and sent another army. Heavenly Fire Descent is a 1-star skill, 15-kilometer radius with her talent, 1-minute cooldown. And her specialization, Destructive Frenzy, removes 1 second from that cooldown for every kill. The march north turned into a carpet bombing. Hey, she said, dropping them. Then, a few hours in, hey, everybody die. Boss, said Valiant Striker, edging his horse away from her. Is your sister always like this? No, that's her destructive personality waking up. Don't be fooled by the face, she's fairly merciless. Brother, I can hear you. Forget what I said. At 50,000 spirit, she has 1,000,000 mana, and with potions and guild-buffed food, she can chain 50 or 60 of those in a row before she has to stop and eat something. The orcs stopped being able to explain us. Is that an upper race attack? Are we in the lower realm or the battle of the gods? Shilong is an orc city of 3 million. There are thousands of orc tribes, some as small as 1 million and some as large as 100 million, and one orc is worth 10 humans of the same level, and they are born at 15. Their scout got to the chieftain's hall stammering. Shilong is under attack by 400 million? 4 billion? 4 people. At the gate, I laid out the plan. Option 1, we blow the gates open. Option 2, we get inside and open them from within. Option 1, said Valiant Striker. No, I was joking. Option 1 doesn't exist. I turned to my sister. Manhwa, in this siege you do not fire without my permission. This is a city we are taking. Buildings we break, I pay to repair. Lin Shuying went over the wall. She'd picked up a 5-star skill by then called Assassin's Intuition, which players call 0 sense, and which slows the external world by a factor of 100. Instant on, instant off, no cooldown, arrows crawl. She ran through a barrage of tens of thousands of arrows and bullets, cutting the ones that mattered out of the air on the way, and every few seconds she'd throw a dagger ahead of her and teleport to where it landed. Ooh, I said in guild chat. Flying Thunder God, second stage, not bad Namikaze, underrated champion. She missed a landing and nearly fell off a roof. My name is not Namikaze. Whatever you say, Plum Blossom 13. I don't know who you're talking to. Manhwa put a heavenly fire descent on the barracks without the talent multiplier, 500 meters instead of 15 kilometers, aimed carefully so as not to touch the wall. Brother, she said, mid-cast. Now I understand why you made me practice precision. Sometimes you have to pick the apples without hurting the tree. Lin Shuying cleared the wall from the inside, 204,981 a strike, 50,000 agility against their 5,000, and then she pulled the lever. Tens of thousands of orcs failed to hold a city against 4 people. Boss, said Valiant Striker, watching the gates come open. Do I have a job? No. Why not? You want to run in first and take 2,000 hits in 2 seconds? Sounds about right. There were journalists following us by then. Actual journalists. This world has players who make their living writing about other players, and there were also spies from all 8 major guilds and a large number of people who had simply decided this was better than leveling. They filmed the pillars of fire coming down on the horizon. That's beautiful, one of them said, like fireworks. Maybe negotiation just isn't necessary anymore, said another. It's cheaper to destroy than to negotiate. The headline was, Godslayer assaults Orc City. First interracial siege initiated by humanity. Humanity's reaction was less unified than you'd hope. Hold on. Doesn't Godslayer have 4 people? Everyone expected the orcs to attack us first, and these lunatics robbed a foreign shrine and then walked to their hometown. Are we the bandits? For context, starting levels by race, orcs 15, stone statues 11, tree spirits 9, goblins 3, humans start at 1. We are the weakest species in the world, by the numbers, by a lot. Beatrice, who runs Golden Balance and sits on a golden throne and is the only guild leader in the game with absolute unilateral power, said the sensible thing. The rational strategy is diplomacy first. No hostility. Observe and gather intelligence. She put her chin on her hand. How is a situation where 4 humans go and besiege a foreign city even possible? This is simply absurd. Valiant Striker's greatsword had gone gold by then. Black Sun +4, 65,000 strength, doubled by his talent to 130,000, with an auto attack that throws a blade of wind 100 meters. He erased everything standing in the gateway with one swing, and the orcs spent a while arguing about which skill it had been, and refused to accept that it was a basic attack. The siege had 4 assignments. Valiant Striker walked a route I drew and planted flags, because you don't capture a city unless every point is held. Manhwa took the Resurrection Square. Lin Shuying removed the dangerous NPCs and the top of the local rankings. I went to the governor's residence. Valiant Striker tanked the entire east wall incidentally, and he could do it because he'd rebuilt his gear entirely around Constitution. 12,000, doubled to 24,000, at 15 health per point. Over 300,000 health standing in a rain of arrows that did 23, 11, and 45. Manhwa's job was worse, and I gave it to her on purpose. Annihilation, Fire C. 1,000 meter radius, 12 hours, up to 3 Cs at once, and it does not go out when the caster dies. She put it on the respawn square. Orcs revived into it and burned, and revived and burned, and the rule is 5 deaths to other races in 24 hours, and the account is deleted forever, and you cannot log out inside a besieged city. I watched that square without any feeling about it at all. In my previous lives, I saw orcs take Maple City. I know exactly what they do with the people in it, and I am not going to describe it, and that is a mercy I am extending to you and not to them. A race that calls us food should be prepared for the same table. The orcs figured out the asymmetry about 11 minutes in, and it broke them faster than the fire did. If I die, my account is deleted. If you die, you come back whole. Who would fight you? There was a wolf captain in the North District, steam coming off him, twin crimson pupils, who stood in front of Valiant Striker and rallied his people. Hold, hold. Hold my. He looked at the man walking toward him. Run if you want to live. The tribe is finished. And then outran all of them. Valiant Striker stood there with his sword out, genuinely moved. Did I scare them? Have I awakened kingly aura? Lin Shuying killed the city's guardian beast, Taishan, level 60, 45 million health, alone, in 1 minute 14 seconds without being hit once, so that the orcs couldn't evacuate the treasury. 600,000 a strike, 6 phantoms, 6 times speed. She thought about it afterward, and told me the thing she'd been sitting on. The techniques you taught me are genuinely terrifying. I didn't get stronger in numbers, I got stronger in technique. She looked at her hands. I would completely destroy the version of me from yesterday. I walked into the governor's throne room invisible and put a greatsword through the back of the throne. The thing in it stood up and kept standing up. Snow Furious Tiger Beast King, If the Long, level 65, 95 million health, 5 meters tall, with a personal guard of level 65 soldiers at 80 million each. Human, you dared to come to my residence alone? Correct. You outnumber us. We're at a disadvantage. 5 phantoms stepped out of the air beside me. Now the numbers are even. By the way, are you aware that besides a numerical advantage, there's also an absolute advantage? A numeric one? 6 of me swung at once, 5 blades a second each, and I want to note the gap here, because it's the whole reason I train them. Valiant Striker does 5 swings in 2 seconds with better strength than mine. I do 5 in 1. Same attributes, different hands. 1,950,000 per blade, 60 million damage a second. 95 million health is not a number when the denominator is 60 million a second. The governor lasted 2 seconds. His guards had time to turn around, and that was all. I stood in the wreckage, drumming my fingers on nothing, waiting for the flags to finish planting. Somewhere in there I said something to my sister in guild chat that I want to put down honestly, because it isn't nice either. By the way, if you see orcs running on your way out, kill them too. Tsk, cold-blooded president, you've collected every sin available. Don't say it like that. Misplaced kindness will kill you one day. And then, because half a lesson is worse than none, even if you see an orc mother trip and fall with an infant in her arms, don't hold back. There was a silence in the channel. In this world there are races that farm compassion. They exploit it deliberately, and the pity they can perform is far more convincing than a mother with a baby. The thing that eventually kills you will probably not be a strong man with 4 swords. It will be a weakling on his deathbed, waiting for you to lower your weapon. Brother, you have to become ruthless enough. I can't protect you forever. She said yes, and then she deliberately took a longer route out of the city so that she wouldn't meet anyone fleeing, and when she did have to kill a few who ran across her path, she prayed at them while she did it. Run. Run faster. Get outside the walls, and you're safe. She thought I didn't know. World announcement. The orc city of Iyals long has been occupied by humanity. Captured by Godslayer Guild. Every race in the world saw it. A race climbing up from the bottom. Excellent. Very interesting. I like it. Yawn. No matter how hard they try, a small race stays small. Humanity celebrated for about 6 minutes and then turned on Yin Yuan, which is the part nobody expected. Stay away from Yin Yuan. My brother's a scout for them. I have to buy him out, even with the penalty. The coin traders stopped selling them gold because all the coin traders were now working with Yunqing and Stargate. New players stopped applying. Their recruitment bar dropped from A rank to B rank in one evening, and Zhao Wei ended up sitting on the steps of a cat cafe in Maple City, smoking, when Starlight came and sat next to him. Should we talk somewhere private? No need. Discussing the acquisition of Yin Yuan Guild in the middle of the street is a little awkward. I can already feel the hostile looks. The hostility isn't aimed at you. 3 drags. He put the cigarette out under his heel. I've read the terms. You called the meeting. You decide. I agree to everything. I have nothing to add. We won't be able to offer you a position that suits your standing. I've earned that. I failed as a leader and I made the wrong call. Starlight looked at the sky for a while. I didn't think our 2-year war would end like this. Yin Yuan Guild was absorbed into Stargate along with its debts. That's the chairman who told me a penalty clause was 500 million. I want to be clear that I didn't do anything to him after the ambush. I didn't need to. He set a trap for 1 employee and the trap held his own foot. At the victory banquet, I asked Lin Shuying the question. You took the long way around on purpose. Yes. You think that was kindness. I turned my glass. Killing them now is the best deliverance available to them. The weak do not survive in this world. If you don't kill them, another race will, and that race will not be in a hurry. I pulled the table. Valiant striker with a chicken leg. Why would I spare them? They'd have done the same to me. They would have. Then I won't hold back either. Manhwa in a snowman costume with her mouth full. I wouldn't spare them. If you'd let me leave the square, I'd have flooded every gate with fire so nobody got out. Heh heh. Valiant striker looked at her with open horror. Forgiveness is a privilege of the absolutely strong, I said. You earn the right to forgive when you're strong enough that it doesn't matter. Until then, an enemy you release is an enemy you meet again, and hatred is the best fuel there is. Then, because the table had gotten comfortable, and if I became your enemy, would you consider sparing me? The temperature in that room went to 0. Manhwa and Valiant Striker both physically stepped back. Lin Shuying didn't blink. No, I'd do everything I could. Good. The food for the record was outstanding. Crystal dumplings that dissolved into liquid on the tongue, something golden that Valiant Striker attacked with both hands. Manhwa ate for 10 straight minutes because she diets in the real world and then lay down on a bench with a round stomach and refused to move. I was standing at the window with a glass when the arrow came in, from the forest, over 100 kilometers north. I raised my hand and cut it in half in front of my face. Out in the trees, a cat-eared archer who had just walked out of the trial of the bow god said out loud to nobody. He noticed meow. He can see at this distance? I read her lips through 100 kilometers of air, raised the glass, and mouthed, care for a drink? And he's talking to me? Her name is Mika. Remember her. She's about to be very important, and right then she was the #1 ranked player among the orcs. She left, and her conclusion as she went was, this human has probably also received the favor of a true god. Meow. Then, more quietly, the weak can go back to the wild tribes and live out their lives. That's not so bad either. This is a world where the strong eat the weak. Haven't you understood that yet? I ordered every window in the residence boarded up and put the entire guild in masks outdoors. Taking Shillong gave us tens of billions in gold value in equipment and materials and immediately created the only real problem I had that week. There was nobody who could buy it. The real problem isn't having no goods, I told Yunqing. The problem is whether the market has enough money to buy them. So I gave the market money. Step 1, which happened days earlier, Yunqing had been quietly buying bursting fruit. It's a junk consumable, 10 for 1 silver. She spent 20 million gold on it across dozens of anonymous accounts. Step 2, I published a recipe, for free. Jade burst soup, plus 10% critical rate and plus 10% critical damage for 30 minutes. Requires 50 bursting fruit per serving. For comparison, a similar recipe giving 9% critical damage was worth 5 million gold, and the guild that owned it kept it in a vault. At the same time, I published free complete guides to every dungeon around Maple City. Not strategy, instructions, which mud pit to crouch in so the boss's cone misses you, which mob pack to walk around, which skill at which second. Player efficiency in those dungeons went up by a factor of 10 and more. I sat back and watched the forums lose their minds. He's giving away a 10 out of 10 recipe for free? What a great and generous man. Other guilds hoard recipes and guides. They're not fit to stand in Godslayer's shadow. I hereby declare that today, the sky belongs to me. The price of bursting fruit went up 10 times in the first minute after I posted. Yunqing sold slowly, mixed in with other goods. Because you can buy anonymously in this game, but you cannot sell anonymously, and I did not want a name on the transaction. My 20 million became 200 million in half a day, and all 7 remaining major guilds had to buy my fruit in bulk to keep up. Boss, said Yunqing, staring at the ledger. You really are a prophet. The players in other cities took it hard. I regret being born outside Maple City. Now I understand the saying, one man attains enlightenment and even his chickens and dogs ascend with him. Maple City's chickens and dogs have ascended, and Valiant Striker kept reading about himself at night. Godslayer power rankings. Deserter warrior confirmed last. Dead weight in the guild. You're dead weight, he told his screen. Your whole family is dead weight. Then he closed it and went and swung his sword at a wall for 2 hours. We left Shillong that night on Netherflame steeds, black horses with gold markings and green fire under the hooves, 200 kilometers an hour, with the city handed over to Yunqing to administer. She'd also sent up every material we'd stripped out of the treasury, including a set of components whose only purpose is to be fused into the 7 sin stance, pride. The compass of wealth kept pinging on the road, so we kept stopping. A dungeon here, a dungeon there. First kill, first kill, first kill. Some of them took 5 minutes. 2 of them took under 10 seconds. 500 kilometers in 3 hours. Past level 39, experience gain falls off a cliff. In the late game, a single level takes 4 or 5 months, sometimes a year, and knowing that is the reason I do everything in the first week that other people do in the first year. Somewhere on a cliff south of the road, a rock was checking a map. I mean that literally. A boulder, black as coal, roughly 2.5 meters of it, sitting on a broken cliff edge comparing a map to the horizon, while about 40 goblins hit it with knives and crossbows. It ignored them completely. Then it hopped off the cliff. We found it again the next morning on the North Road, crawling along on 4 limbs with a coat of rampaging monkeys clinging to it and biting. Manhwa removed the monkeys. The boulder turned out to have a nameplate, Zuya, race, stone statue, unique stone. Thank you, it said. Then nothing. Hold on, I said. Are you going to the adamantine forge? Half a minute of silence. Complete silence. The kind where you check whether the connection dropped. Yes. We're going the same way. Ride with us? Another half minute. Okay. I immediately sent a guild invitation. I watched him read it. I could see the exact moment it arrived because his head tilted about 4 degrees. A guild invitation. Does going the same way mean joining a stranger's guild in human culture? Is this a cultural difference? 0.0, 0.0. I watched all of that go across his face at the speed of geology. He thought about it for 5 minutes. Long enough that a forest my sister had burned down on the way had visibly started growing back. Then he joined. His talent is called sluggishness, and it is the single best defensive talent I have ever seen, and it is on a creature who takes half a minute to say yes. Any damage he takes is converted into a state called collapse for 50 seconds, which then drains 1/50th of that damage per second. Damage from different attacks is tracked separately and never stacks, and he has flat damage reduction equal to 10% of his constitution. At 20,000 constitution, he ignores any hit under 100,000 entirely. He is also, incidentally, the natural predator of Lin Shuying, whose whole style is a very large number of very small hits. Lin Shuying, I said. Meet your natural enemy. I hate this. Stone, I said. Why did you agree to join anyway? He punched his fist toward me. Pull. Then he punched his own fist. Me. Ah, you were pulled, so you agreed. He nodded. Which means he'd have agreed to literally anything, and I have been trying not to think about that too hard ever since. He can't ride a horse, so I took a wheeled board out of my inventory and harnessed 3 crimson warhorses to it, and a creature who has moved at walking pace for his entire existence went across an open plain at 200 kilometers an hour with his arms out. 0.0. He likes it. 20,000 goblins were finishing off a world boss in the forest 2 days later. Forest giant turtle, 976 million health, 5% left. Brother, said Manhwa instantly, are we taking it? Valiant Striker made a strangled noise. He told me afterward he'd thought exactly the same thing, and she just got there first. Lin Shuying already had a hand on the dagger at her thigh. I pushed her hand down. We're taking it, but legally. 20,000 goblins turned around. Humans! They're here to steal our boss. Kill them! I raised both hands, palms out, in front of an entire tribe. We're just passing through and have no intention of interfering with anything. And then, in guild chat, there. Now it's completely legal. Heavenly Fire Descent, Glorious Flash, Life Collection, Boss Hours. In future, I told my sister on the way out, try to make everything you do legal and justified. Sometimes you have to negotiate with people, and our side should be both strong and correct. What if they hadn't attacked us? Then regrettably, we'd have had to proceed while in the wrong. Oh, I get it, brother, I've learned. Who, said Lin Shuying to the sky, teaches their sister like this? And then Kalen from the back of the wagon said with enormous weight, I understand. You do not understand. Do not learn bad things from them. At the goblin respawn point, I am told, there was an argument. There were 4 of them. 5, 8, 7. The rock doesn't count. We count by enemy heads. The horses are enemies too, so 8. Clearly 11. Clearly 3. 2 women and 2 men. 2 plus 2 is 3. Their chieftain, a goblin called Griznok, banged his scepter on the floor until they stopped, and I would have paid to be in that room. The rumor grew on its own after that, which saved me an enormous amount of work and cost me nothing at all. Several hundred humans, then 400 or 500. Then, by that evening, 3,000 elite humans, each as strong as a world boss, and the goblins are doomed. I did not start any of that, and I did not stop it either. By the time it reached their council, somebody had seriously proposed simply giving me a city. Manhwa found me in a turnip field with a confused expression, because from 20 meters away, what I was actually doing was standing among scarecrows with Lin Shuying, throwing out phantoms while everyone burned junk summoning scrolls. 20, maybe 30 figures total. The goblin scouts on the ridge were counting. 1, 2, 3, 10, 100, 2,000. Manhwa put one heavenly fire descent into an empty stretch of grass on purpose, hitting nothing. And now what? She asked. Who knows? Let's go. The phantoms dispersed and we rode on. About Kalen, since he'd stopped being scenery, the stone statue race has enormous variants. Some of them are rocks, some of them are flawless divine stones whose nature was decided by true gods before they existed. Kalen is 100 times refined primordial embryo, which is why he needs tempering, and why I found him walking to the adamantine forge with a paper map and 40 monkeys on his back. I was going there for two things. Enhancing our weapons to +5 was the second one. The first was him. I knew he'd come, I didn't know when. Meeting him on the road saved me a week. Mocha Volcano has an entrance guarded by adamant guardians, level 70, 1.5 million health, and complete immunity to fire, which I had deliberately not mentioned to anyone. That was the first time in the entire game that one of Manhwa's spells did nothing. Eh? She said it very quietly and stared at her own hand, and I would pay money to have a recording. Valiant Striker solved it with wind blades for 1,475,610. Because adamant resists heat and has very little to say about being hit. Don't stop. Get inside. They respawn. They respawn? Then I'll just smash them again. They respawn in phase 2. He remembered a lion with 4 swords and started running. There was a goblin ahead of us in that volcano, and I'd like to introduce him properly because he is about to have the worst day anybody has in this story. Emberclaw, #1 in the goblin rankings, self-declared future king. At the moment I am describing, he was touring his own tribe explaining that the fall of Shilong was a hoax. How could 4 people take an orc city? The orcs conspired with the humans. They did it because they're afraid of me. His entourage agreed enthusiastically. At the volcano entrance, the guardians respawned in phase 2, and he threw 3 of his own subordinates at them. You, and you, hold them. Then he ran inside and watched over his shoulder while they were cut apart. Inside, I walked the group through the trap corridors by dropping markers in the air. Jump here, slow here, sprint from this line to this line. Kalen just walked through several of them and let them happen to him. Then I stopped. Someone's behind us. Monster? Said Valiant Striker. One of ours? A player? An enemy, and that's good. Lin Shuying tilted her head. Her hearing had gotten sharp enough after the training to pick up the footsteps and the breathing, and she was visibly annoyed that this was all she got. Footsteps are light, I said. Decent speed, pulse around 120, breathing short and quick, weight around 35 kilos, height around 132 centimeters. The gate can only be goblin. Class is a berserker-type assassin. Weapon is a short dagger. Agility around 12,000, which at this stage is enormous. They were all looking at me. Only one goblin fits every criterion. It's Emberclaw. Then our challenge is done, said Valiant Striker, who had understood the important part immediately. We needed to kill the strongest members of 2 different races, and we already had a city. What if he dies to a trap on the way in? Are you serious? He's first among several 100 billion goblins. I started walking. Do you think a trap would kill me on the way in? No. Well then. What happened next was not a boss fight. It was a training session, and Emberclaw was the equipment. Lin Shuying went first, and she swapped to silver daggers so she wouldn't kill him by accident. Dodge. Pass. I didn't ask to be graded. Should I stop? Continue. The Sundari version is out of date. Say please. Please, dear guild leader, instruct me, would you? The notes were real though. Timing's good, not fast enough. There's a wasted movement there. The rest of your body isn't agreeing with the strike. If you'd been faster, he couldn't have blocked. You had an opening to break his guard with a charged hit. Why didn't you charge? She killed him with a kick. Good, I said. Remember that. Methods of attack are not limited to your weapon. Use every part of your body that can hit something. And then the honest grade, because she'd asked for it. If that had been me instead of him, you wouldn't have lasted 3 seconds at your absolute best. She took that without flinching. But there's progress. This is far better than the mess you used to call fighting. Then I added, also, you were right about the black tights. In this light, they're better than white. In white, he'd have reacted to the kick. President. Without those last 2 sentences, you would have seemed far more authoritative. I put Valiant Striker in second, so he could practice blocking against a genuine master for the first time in his life, which is a thing you cannot buy and cannot simulate. Every victory you've had so far was a victory of numbers, I told him, while he ate a dagger to the shoulder. One day, you'll have to meet a strong enemy alone. You can't hide behind our backs forever. One day you're going to be this guild's actual vanguard. He got up. President, I'll get stronger. Then I took my turn. I stripped my gear down to 500 agility, which is 1/10 of my opponent's, and I fought him with a toothpick. Toothpick. No bonuses. Very fragile. Durability 2. Sorry, I told him. I couldn't find anything shorter. Try not to break it. 523 to the temple, then 2 jabs into the eyes, which blinds, then 7 or 8 to the back of the skull. He swung both daggers in a berserk fury for about 90 seconds and never touched me once, and he told me afterward, with what dignity he had left, that it felt like there was an impassable border between him and the sky. I finished by stepping around behind him and tapping him lightly on the back of the head. Then I ground the toothpick into powder under my boot. Predict the distance and the reach, I said to all of them. Predict the landing point of a dash. From the gesture of a raised arm, you get the skill. From the direction of a glance, you get where he intends to appear. Every movement, every muscle, every expression, every look leaks information. I looked at the pile of dust that used to be a toothpick. If you can read it, you can kill a strong enemy with anything. Manhwa just incinerated him because nobody makes a mage learn to block. Her time is better spent elsewhere. I gave Kaylin the 5th one. My sister locked the goblin in a lightning cage and took off some of her own gear so she would not overkill it, and the rock punched him patiently until life collection fired. That was 5 deaths inside 24 hours. Emberclaw's account was deleted permanently. Lin Shuying watched the name go gray and offered a small eulogy. Bad luck, he ran into this devil of a president. His people saw the fully grayed name before they saw anything else. They had followed him for 10 years. He sent them to die regularly, and he also shared loot with them and taught them things, and I want to be fair and say that both of those were true at the same time. His last message to them was 6 words. Do not provoke Azure Sky, extremely dangerous. Notify, Pigsty. Pigsty. I think he meant the entire race. In the real world, his neighbors came to his door, and they did not come for information. If heaven had not birthed Emberclaw, goblins would live in eternal darkness? Ha ha. Weakling. Hey, want to play a few rounds? I'll go one-handed. Oh, sorry, you got thrown out. He shut the door on them. When the elders came later, there was already something wrong with his eyes. Funny? Everyone came to laugh at me? He was smiling. You'll meet the sky soon enough yourselves. I'd like to see whether you're laughing then. Get ready for your own destruction. There is a town inside Mocha Volcano, lit up like a lantern, and I walked into it for the 3rd time in my life. It is populated by a race that looks like charcoal briquettes. Their facial features can appear anywhere on their bodies. They move by rolling. The guard at the gate greeted us with the obvious question. Have you come for the legend of the divine artifact that turns back time? It's a lie, I said. He deflated a bit. If it were true, this town wouldn't exist. True gods would have come for an artifact like that and taken the volcano off the map, along with everything around it. I've looked for that artifact for 3 lives. The compass of wealth says nothing about it. It does not exist, and I stopped being sad about that around the 2nd time. Manhwa walked through the market in her snowman costume. Mama, that person is so strange. That's an adventurer from outside. Don't point. The mayor was a briquette with a white beard and a stammer so severe that I cut him off in the middle and accepted the quest before he reached the verb. Retake the adamantine forge from the Black Dragon. And on the way out of his office, my sister stopped dead in the street and grabbed my sleeve with both hands. Brother. What? I remembered that novel, the online game one. Her eyes were enormous. Are you a reincarnator? No, I said it perfectly evenly because I've had 80 years to practice. Really? Truly? Truly. Why would I lie to you? But you knew so many things in advance. Natural talent. Then brother, your skills are amazing. I'm a professional player. I trained for 2 years. She let go of my sleeve, visibly disappointed, and went to look at a fruit stall. I want to explain why I lied to my sister's face because it's complicated is a coward's answer. If she knows, she becomes dependent. She stops feeling danger because her brother has read the ending. She starts asking me what's coming instead of learning to read what's in front of her. And she stops growing at the exact moment when the only thing that matters is how fast she grows. She has to be strong enough that nobody ever spends 9 seconds on me again, and a person who knows the answers does not get strong. The Forge is a dungeon with a recommended level of 60, a recommended party size of 20, and a difficulty setting of insane, and I read all 3 lines out loud before we went in. There were 5 of us at level 44, the Black Dragon of Flames, Hogardro, level 80, 3,560,000,000 health. It ignores all non-divine fire and converts 10% of that damage into its own health, which means that standing in a lava lake it heals itself at 2,000 a second, and it knows every piece of inherited fire and black dragon magic below level 80, which is all of it. This was our first real fight with a tank. Kalen walked out in front of me, into lava that came up over his knees, and took nothing from it at all, because his flat reduction was 2,000 and lava does less than that. He put up Guardian Barrier and ate a dragon's breath. Hundreds of separate collapsed states hung on him at once, and from where I was standing, the damage coming off him was a column of gray zeros. His taunt is one word. Dog. Then we hit a problem that has ended better parties than ours, which is that our damage dealers pull threat off the tank. Valiant Striker was doing 15,926,837 with closed Forbidden Circle / then 24,285,859, then 24,965,148 with Shattering Sky Strike. Lin Shuying was landing 12 identical daggers at 700,000 each. The dragon kept turning around, so I learned a skill from a class nobody plays called Hate Transfer, which builds a chain between me and a chosen ally and dumps my threat onto them. My threat is the highest in the party. Kalen's is the lowest because he can't hurt anything. That is what All-Rounder is for, and I want to say it plainly because people keep assuming my class is about power. All-Rounder is a brick you use to plug a hole. Sometimes what a party is missing is not damage and not durability. It's one small mechanic that exists in exactly one class that nobody in the party plays. At 20% I heard the intake before I saw it. Hogardra was gathering a ball of light in its mouth, pulling heat out of the lava, out of the walls, out of the air, and its health bar locked, which is the game's way of telling me I have failed to prevent something. Manhwa cast Ice Tornado, 900-meter radius, which covered the entire chamber, and the lava lake went from orange to black to stone. The ball had nothing left to eat. It guttered and went out, and the health bar unlocked, and I watched a dragon look around at a floor that had been a lava lake 9 seconds earlier. Elemental reactions. Nobody uses them because nobody carries the wrong element on purpose. Valiant Striker, meanwhile, was having a religious experience next to me because for the first time in his short career, he was hitting something that was standing still. Boss, 9 seconds out of 10, I'm usually in standby. This is completely different. Loot. 7,500 gold enhancement stones, 20 large expansion crystals, and one thing I had walked into a level 80 dungeon at level 44 to get. Equipment condensation. Essence. On a failed enhancement, equipment does not lose levels and does not break. By the numbers, the dragon was stronger than Luga. By mechanics, I would take the dragon every time, and it is not close. 4 Divine Swords is the most broken weapon set in the early game, and my tank would have died to one touch of any of them. Then the ground opened and the adamantine forge came up out of it. Kalen walked in without a word and said one thing before the doors closed and filled the chamber with magma. Fire. Manhwa pressed her lips together, throwing a sentient rock into a furnace. That plot sounds familiar. A stone monkey that became a spirit, said Lin Shuying. Are we allowed to say that out loud? Said Valiant Striker. Why not? I said. The author isn't going to sue us for plagiarism. The mayor came out to hand out hero tokens for slaying the black dragon and got as far as 4 before I pointed at the furnace. There's another one. We need 5. Ah, yes, of course. There were 5 of you. Valiant Striker mouthed at me. We can do that? Rights to the adamantine forge mean enhancement costs 30% fewer stones, and you can reforge equipment into adamant, which is absolute fire immunity. The Mocha Volcano teleport went live, which put us inside 10,000 kilometers of everywhere. Outside, briquettes were talking on the street. 5 adventurers killed the legendary Black Dragon. It seems the human race is rising. I think these humans have the potential to become gods. Valiant Striker walked down that street with his hands behind his head, glowing. Boss. This is exactly like the passers-by in a fantasy novel who get shocked. Kalen came out of the furnace white and gold with the surface of worked metal. Refined primal embryo. Fine gold, complete fire immunity, 50% resistance to piercing and slashing, 30 to impact, 25 to crushing, shape memory, 2% of maximum health regenerated per second, and a flat 20,000 constitution. Beautiful, he said. Manhwa dropped her milk tea. Valiant Striker threw himself at my feet. Boss, look at me. Maybe I have a hidden holy body too? Maybe there's a supreme bone inside me and it just needs the right thing to activate. Get off. You're an ordinary mortal. Then we spent 30,000 gold enhancement stones in one sitting. My 1,000 machine box went to +5, which gave me 50,000 to each of the 4 attributes, 200,000 in total. Valiant Striker's greatsword, which he had renamed again to Dragonslayer in honor of an animal he had personally been afraid of, failed 13 times in a row and landed on the 14th. 120,000 strength and an auto attack that throws a blade 187 meters. My sister's holy tome failed 10 times before it landed on +5, and I watched every one of them. 100,000 spirit, 5 stored spells instead of 3, and a 30% chance for any destruction spell to release 1 level higher than she cast it. Lin Shuying's Mortal World daggers went to +5 in one attempt, which annoyed everyone, with the commonplace multiplier scaling to 1.5 times her agility, Without the essence, 13 consecutive failures would have destroyed a unique growth weapon that cannot be replaced. That's what I went into the dragon's mouth for. On the way out, we walked past the arena entrance just as Lin Shuying came out of it wearing a nun's habit, full habit, wimple. She had, presumably, bought it for the stat line. There were 2 seconds of total silence in that corridor. Then she turned around, hit the Q button, and discovered that there is nobody else in her rank bracket to queue against. It looks good, actually, I said. She turned a color I had not previously seen on her. Zimu City is a goblin city, and we did not fight for it. I had let them brace for 6 hours, which is long enough that they had fallen asleep on their own walls. Then a pillar of fire came down outside the gate and a small white figure walked out of the flames, and I did not have to say a word. And my sister used forced telepathy for the first time. I taught her that same sentence into the head of every goblin on that wall simultaneously. This time, it is a warning. Next time, it is death. And with the words, she pushed images, orcs burning, screaming in a sea of fire. 10 seconds of the inside of her own memory of Shilong. They went down on their knees in a wave, which is exactly why I chose goblins first. They have the strongest herd instinct in the game, and 1 kneeling goblin produces 4 more. That's real kingly aura, said Valiant Striker from the tree line. Are mages actually that cool? Is it too late to re-roll? The garrison commander tried to hold his line, and Manhwa raised one hand, and fire began to gather in the sky again. Submission or death? Submission. She flashed a V at the forest. Inside, I did not ask for passage. I came for an explanation, I told their governor. A few hours ago, in a forest several hundred kilometers from here, your people attacked us without asking what was happening. That matter is not closed. But you killed tens of thousands of our warriors. We already settled that in lives. It isn't enough. That was lawful self-defense. Self-defense is not compensation. He swallowed. Would 1,000,000 gold be sufficient? No. Then name your price. I need very little. I looked around the room. Give me this city in full, and we'll call it an apology. In exchange, I'll guarantee humanity won't attack goblins for a while, assuming you don't ask for it again. Give me time to… No. 5 minutes. 5 seconds. I put the flintlock against his forehead. 5, 4, 3, agreed. The city is yours. He went down on the floor and stayed there, soaked through. And then I gave him the warmest smile I have produced in 4 lifetimes, and offered him a hand up. There. Now we've come to an agreement and everyone is satisfied. We humans are not a reckless or unreasonable race. We work on principles. Let's live peacefully. He took the hand. He told somebody afterward that it was the coldest moment of his life. Oh, and by the way, as of this second, everything in this city belongs to me. The goblins may leave. The possessions stay. There was a guard outside the door stammering something to another guard about an ambush. A penetrating burst shot went through the wall and took his head off without my hand leaving my knee. The governor slapped the second guard across the face. Silence. Winning every battle isn't much of an achievement, I told my sister on the way out. What's genuinely impressive is winning without fighting. No, you just threatened him. There's a difference. What matters is that they understand 2 things at once, that we follow rules and are not bandits, and that it is expensive to be involved with us. I got on my horse. It also matters that goblins specifically value their lives and fear death. Build the tactic around that. This move would not work on a race with strong pride. Kalen nodded slowly with enormous gravity. I understand. What do you understand? Said Lin Shuying. You are also a different race. World announcement. The goblin Simtru has transferred authority over the city of Zimu to the human azure sky. Starlight's reaction from a forest 3,000 kilometers south where humanity's second strongest guild was killing wolves. Sky, you are moving too fast. I got a copy of what Mika sent to the entire orc race that day. Do not provoke humans. Anyone who does has severed themselves from the race will not protect them, and if the humans catch them, it is their own fault. She personally disassembled the ones who disagreed. Meanwhile, the story about my sister was growing legs. The goblins told the orcs that my sister had eaten goblins alive. The orcs added that she had taken their kin apart. By the next morning, I was reading a version in which she drank wine out of skulls, and I did not correct a single line of it. The universal conclusion among the other races was that the humans had clearly received the favor of a god. The real-world feedback was accelerating too, and I was watching it more closely than any of them. Valiant Striker could put his hand through a 5-centimeter steel plate by then. Worst case, his hand went red, and that is a small fraction of the eventual feedback. And when the full return arrives, I promise you that every modern weapon on this planet becomes a joke. Hydrogen bombs might hold on for a while, not for long. I had Yunqing take a class called Scholar and start leveling with my sister, specifically to get her into the rankings so she would receive the feedback too. Capitalist villain, said my sister. Normal people work 9 to 9 6 days a week. Yunqing now works midnight to midnight. She's going to work during the hours she was supposed to be asleep. Yunqing was genuinely thrilled about it, and she told me why. The world was changing, and she had a very strong back standing in front of her. What's my grade? Valiant Striker asked me around then. He'd been building up to it. A minus, if you don't run. If you run, C. And Sister Lin? A plus. And she's still climbing. And you? Me? I thought about it honestly. Quasi-divine, probably. I had a hard conversation with my sister that night, and I'm putting it in because leaving it out would make me look better than I am. I sat her down and started teaching her actual magic theory, field interactions, casting sequences, environmental multipliers. She whined. This is too complicated. Why do I need theory? My casting is already accurate. A mage's strength is not determined by the power of her skills, I said. It's determined by technique, experience, choosing the right spell for the situation, control, and by effort, courage, and resolve. Different environments, different combinations, different sequences give you the decisive effect at the decisive moment. That is what magic is. But without it, your ceiling is being a mediocre monster. And then I said the thing. Everyone is growing. If you fall behind, I'll find a more convenient mage. Her pupils contracted. She looked at the table for about 4 seconds. Then she said, I understand, brother. I was wrong. Don't be angry. I'll learn it. And I handed her a backpack of textbooks that Yunqing had spent the afternoon collecting. She read them with tears running down her face, out of pure indignation, and she finished them. She is, for the record, the smartest person in this story, and I include myself in the comparison. Her head is worth more than her spells. For a mage, comprehension and calculation beat reaction time, and she has both. That's why she plays a mage. That's the only reason I ever wanted her to. We took a second Goblin World boss the next morning. Ancient Monitor Lizard, level 40, 2 billion health, and a trait where the body is divided into segments with separate health pools and the severed parts grow back. I counted around 40,000 goblins working it in 7 or 8 rotating shifts, and in half a day they had taken 1.5 billion off it. Their commander recognized us from the descriptions circulating. That's her, the Witch of Destruction who flayed goblins and drank wine from their skulls. And beside her, the human demon Azure Sky, and the one in red picking his nose, is her subordinate. Valiant Striker did not hear the words, and I did not repeat them to him. He simply felt, intuitively, that he was being underestimated, and got angry about it. The goblins pretended not to see us. Hit the boss a couple of times, suggested Lin Shuying. If we happen to clip them, they'll get angry. He hit the boss once. Minus 45,817,732. 2% of a world boss in one swing from a man they had just described as a nose-picking subordinate in front of 40,000 goblins who had spent half a day getting 1.5 billion. There were 2 full seconds of silence. Retreat. Boss, do we chase? We don't chase, we kill the boss. I looked at my sister. Manhwa, go yellow. Lin Shuying went pale. President, that is ruthless. Going yellow means hostility to specific players. It means that if a stray area attack of mine, aimed at a world boss, happens to catch fleeing goblins, then that is what happened. Manhwa released 4 destruction spells simultaneously. Destructive Earthquake in her head, Heavenly Fire, Descent Out Loud, Annihilation Fire C from the book, and an instant ice tornado on top. The mountain came down. The fleeing goblins burned across a front several hundred kilometers wide. That was excessive, I said. Especially the terrain. You shook the mountain. It would be embarrassing to die to geography raised by your own ally. I was worried someone might slip away. Slip away to where? 1 spell would have been enough. Then I gave the whole guild the reasoning, because they deserved it and because Lin Shuying's face was doing something. Our behavior is the face of humanity. If we look weak on a field with every race on it, they will test us. Fear is what makes them understand who is in charge. Every creature that shows its claws and teeth does it so nobody dares attack. Don't show the claws and you get attacked. And then I clapped Kalen on the shoulder. Obviously all of that applies to enemies. It's different with brother races. Since stone is in our guild, humanity and the stone statues are bound by life and death. I've got your back, brother. Kalen put a hand on my shoulder. Got your back. When, said Lin Shuying, did you start speaking on behalf of the entire human race? There are 5 people in this guild and one of them isn't human. I turned around and smiled at her. Who would dare disobey? Something fell out of the lizard's stomach when it died. Snow monster QK, level 10, 1200 health, extremely rare species, Yeti. Valiant striker went for his sword. Rare, probably good loot. No, leave it. The Yeti waved its arms and said, Wabi Babu, BY Booba. Boss, what's it saying? How would I know? So there are things you don't know. If I were omniscient, I said, I'd change my name to God of Knowledge. Then I looked at my sister. Manhwa, put on the snowman costume. She did, and she started understanding it. The costume doesn't translate. It teaches you the language, which is a distinction that has bothered me for 3 lifetimes. He says thank you for pulling him out of the lizard's stomach and he can't find his way home and he's scared and if we take him back, he'll definitely repay us. Valiant striker counted on his fingers. He said 4 words. Are you sure there was that much in there? Yetis, incidentally, are a delicacy at state banquets in several countries, and they passively attract monsters just by existing. Manhwa heard the first half of that sentence and started salivating. You can't eat him. Shh. Now I don't want to anyway. You clearly do. I do not. There was another gag on that road that I only include because it's the last time anyone in that group was relaxed for a while. Since equipment has special effects, said Valiant Striker, does your nun outfit have an effect, Sister Lin? Attack speed? Crit? Lin Shuying smiled at him. Gently. I'm going to kill you. While we were walking a Yeti home, goblins were kneeling in front of a dead tree, black soil, black fruit, and a trunk that had been dead a very long time. Are you the one who said you would help us deal with the sky? Correct. What proof do you have? The tree put vines through most of the delegation, and they screamed while their lives were pulled out through the punctures. No proof is required. You have no option other than relying on me. Why are you helping us? What do you want in exchange? What I want is not your business. You need to know one thing. I will deal with the witch, and I will deal with the sky. Afterward, the survivors compared notes and worked out what they had summoned. The withered ancestor tree, an ancient evil around which everything wilts and dies, and every living thing becomes food. It had already reincarnated once through a seed. This was its second life. Then, in a smaller voice, one of them said the thing all of them were thinking. Hold on. If we drag something like that here, doesn't that make it worse for us? The road went up into the desolate snow-capped mountains, which is the worst terrain in the early game. Movement speed drops, frostbite ticks, visibility is bad, and wide area skills become a liability. I'd never gone that way in any previous life. A random Yeti quest put me there. Fine, we'll improvise. There's enough intensity already. I glanced back. Manhwa, hold your skills. You'll start an avalanche. At the cliff edge there was nothing below but white. Are we really going down from here? Just go down. Eh? I stepped off with a Yeti on my back. Lin Shuying followed immediately, which was less loyalty than competitiveness. Sister Lang, why you too? Don't leave me. Manhwa pressed a feather drop potion into his hand while pinching the bridge of her nose. Stop embarrassing yourself. It's been in the standard potion kit brother gave you since day 1. You just never looked. Kalen drank nothing. Kalen fell like a gold meteor, punched a crater into the ice sheet, and stood up without a scratch, having enjoyed the acceleration enormously. At the bottom was a dungeon called Fine Snow Cave, and for the first time in the entire game, the difficulty tag said, Easy. All 5 of us stood there and looked at it. We're used to nightmare and insane, said Lin Shuying. Easy is unsettling. Then the compass of wealth started moving. There was something down there. The easy dungeon had mobs with 40 to 60,000 health, which Valiant Striker went through like melons, because he is brave against anything weaker than him and extremely humble in front of dragons. Snow gnomes, he said. Are there going to be 7 little princesses? I'd like to meet them. Lolicon, said Lin Shuying. Pervert. He is a pervert, I agreed. Boss, you too? At a fork, the compass pointed left, at a mirror-smooth wall of ice with nothing behind it. Behind it was gray snow hollow. The Goblin Racial Inheritance Dungeon. Difficulty for goblins, despair, which is 1 full step above insane, with a permanent extreme cold curse layered on top. Nobody in any previous life had ever heard of it, because nobody ever found the door. The inheritance of goblins, said Lin Shuying, a race that doesn't even have intelligence. I want to say something here that I've been dancing around, and I'd rather say it plainly. After 4 lives in Phantom World, there is still a great deal I don't know. That's the polite version. The accurate version is that I know almost nothing. I know what happened in this lower realm, in the places I personally went, in the things I personally saw or was told. Against the actual size of this world, that is a teaspoon. Calling me omniscient is genuinely funny. I took the Yeti home first, because you do not carry a 1200 health passenger into a despair dungeon. There was an old Yeti in that village who put both arms around Fizzit and did not let go for a while. The reward was 5 0-degree protection amulets. Immunity to all non-divine cold effects, which cancels the Nolan Snow Hollow curse outright, and one more line underneath. On receiving lethal damage, the target is completely frozen for 30 seconds and is invulnerable for the duration. Once every 6 hours, 5 spare lives for a party in which 4 out of 5 people are made of paper. I also bought 200 bottles of their cold resistance dew and a material called Eternal Frozen Crystal Ore, which is rarer than adamant. Kalen saw the ore and said one word. Mine. I put the snowman costume on myself incidentally and talked to the old Yeti directly for a few minutes. I speak a lot of racial languages, not all of them. I don't spend time on things that are genuinely useless, and I have been wrong about which ones those are more than once. The curse in Nolan Snow Hollow works like this, and I want you to see why I spent an afternoon carrying a Yeti. Every second, you gain a slow stack and a freeze stack. At 10 stacks, you are fully frozen and losing 20% of your maximum health every second. There is no mechanical answer to that. No amount of technique matters. You either bring the item or you die on a floor. Which is why I spent an afternoon carrying a Yeti. The first thing I saw inside were snow demons, level 60, 5.5 million health each, hanging from the ceiling in the dark in the dozens. Manhwa said Ice Tornado out loud, made the gestures for Ice Tornado, and released Annihilation Fire C, 3.6 million damage a second against ice-suspected creatures. That's another thing I taught her. Say one spell, cast another, and make false hand signs before the real one. It works on players, on NPCs, and on monsters, and it has to become a habit because the day you need it, you will not have time to remember it. The world announcement about humans entering the Goblin Shrine went out with my name on it, and the goblins, who by then had a plan, decided to bring the withered ancestor tree to the entrance and wait for me outside. They did not consider that even if they won, the relics still would not be theirs. The first platinum item this guild ever saw dropped in there. Snow White Bracers, 15,000 strength, ice damage. They went to Valiant Striker, who was not high enough level to wear them. Sister dear, let's go kill things. Why? Said Manhwa to the ceiling. Did he get the first platinum in the guild? Further down I found tens of thousands of ice trolls at 20 million health each, standing in tidy rows, waiting for somebody. My sister raised her hand with an expression of pure joy. I beat her to it by about a quarter of a second and put down an earthquake, a fire sea, and a heavenly fire at the same time. Bro there! I'm conserving your skills. That was a lie. I just felt like it. Here's the thing I'd been sitting on, and this is the moment it stops being theoretical. When I copy a guild member's abilities, I do not put their skills on cooldown, and the copies arrive fresh in my hands. Manhwa's Holy Tome holds 5 pre-stored spells. I copy her, release all 5, drop the copy, and in 2 minutes, I copy her again and have 5 more. If she ever learns a spell with a cooldown measured in days and I release it every 2 minutes, I don't know what happens. I have thought about it a great deal and I have decided to find out later. Compared to that, the SS rank assassin talent I spent my 3rd life on is a limitation with a nice name. The dungeon's resurrection monument kept bringing trolls back until Valiant Striker broke it, which summoned the boss. Pretzel, the sage with the crown. Level 60, 15,760,000,000 health. A goblin in a star-patterned robe with stars where his eyes should be, the legendary archmage of his era. Star Arranger. He rearranges the constellations in the sky and changes the nature of his attacks accordingly. I've met his real form before, in a previous life, which is the only reason what happened next was possible. He opened on me with thousands of purple bolts covering the entire field with no blind spots. Kalen put up Guardian Barrier and Valiant Striker and Manhwa both grabbed onto his legs. I'm not afraid of thunder, said Manhwa from behind a rock. Don't misunderstand. I'm afraid of something else. Stone statues also drain 50% of lightning damage into the ground while standing on it, which is a racial trait I only know because I asked, and nobody asks, because nobody has ever asked a rock about anything. Then everyone hit it at once. Lin Shuying got altitude by throwing daggers and teleporting to them, wrapped herself in dark shadows, and came out of a shadow she had made herself. Valiant Striker put a closed forbidden circle slash into it for 44 million and change, the gravity hammering the boss into the ground, then a shattering sky strike for 34. Manhwa dropped 10 heavenly fire descents and 5 glorious flashes back to back, and a witness described it as a city-killing spell being fired like a machine gun, and 5 phantoms behind me, every one of them holding Manhwa's abilities, released 5 more earthquakes to keep the boss in the crack, because that was the actual tactic, not damage. Do not let him change the constellations. Hard control on a boss gets cut to 1/10 of a second and doesn't interrupt anything, but launches and knockdowns still work. Shattering Sky Strike slammed him out of the air every time he tried to rise, and the fissure from the earthquake meant he had nowhere to rise from. You want to fly? Fly and get hit with a sword. Valiant Striker was appalled. Is this how you fight bosses? That's not fair. No wonder he's the boss. He's wise and brave. At 30%, he got into the sky anyway and started praying to the stars, so I read the sky out loud. Illusory stars in the north, true fire at the center. Fire stars rule the 4 directions. Extreme cold disperses. Ice and flame merge. I grabbed my sister and Valiant Striker by their collars. Fire. Explosion. Up. And I jumped, and the ground detonated from the rim to the center about a second later. Kalen stayed down there because Kalen does not care. I walked up on air, 5 steps per jump, which is what platinum boots do. Water palace in the west, ice at the center, the heavenly waterfall reverses, cold light in a bundle of stars, back. Everyone got behind Kalen and an ice waterfall came down where they had been. Light circles, dark stars vanish, splendor scatters to 4 directions, fire and light in flight, divine punishment. Boundless scorching flame, everyone into the fissure, hanging off the rock face by their hands, while a white beam went over our heads and turned the ground into lava out to the edge of the map. That's the one that hurt Kalen. 35,000 a second against 1.2 million health and 8,000 flat reduction. First time all week. 12 constellations, back to back, and I had 1 to 2 seconds to identify each of them out of tens of thousands of moving stars. Lin Xiuying was the only person there who understood what she was watching, and she said so afterward in a flat voice while sitting on a rock. If Azure Sky hadn't been calling those, any other party of our strength would already be dead. Fire Dragon, answer with Ice Tornado. Star Rain, answer with me and 5 phantoms holding whips and building a wall of wind. Mass Troll Resurrection, answer with a phantom wearing my sister's abilities and 1 more earthquake. Outside, the goblins had sealed the dungeon mouth with a branch trap and settled in to wait. At the 30-minute mark, what's going on? A dungeon takes half an hour from arrival to clear. They've been in there an hour. At the 1 hour mark, are you barbecuing? Are you using the toilet? You are level 55 players before class awakening. Do you also need to sleep? At the 2 hour mark, the withered ancestor tree said something that I want carved somewhere. In these 2 hours, I could have cleared 4 or 5 dungeons or brought down a couple of world bosses. It seems one should not discard one's pieces before they have finished working. I was hasty. What was taking us so long was that I had Kalen on a permanently frozen plating table, undergoing his second tempering, with ore I had bought off a Yeti the day before. Pretzel, meanwhile, did not die of damage. I killed him with a schedule. Phase 2, for him, was 11 minutes of trying to get off the ground and being put back on it, and I have never seen a legendary archmage look so tired. Astrology and magic reduced to a joke. 2 chests because of the title. Sage's Orb. Unique. I had come into that dungeon for it. It grants the title Sage, and with the title, when you cast, the mana of hostile creatures in radius is consumed first, before your own, and every animation, channel, and cooldown drops by 30%, and that reduction is not subject to the usual cap. It also changes how a great many NPCs treat the person carrying it, and that is the part I actually wanted, and it pays off in about 6 hours. Brother, look. I'm a sage. Well done, Witch of Destruction. The second chest gave me a rotating hourglass, which halves the cooldown on every item in my bag. My Radiant Resurrection banner went from 12 hours to 6 while I was holding it. 4 4-star books came out of that dungeon, and I told them to bank 3 of them. Save them. The later you spend a book, the more it's worth, because you'll learn the thing that solves the problem you're actually facing instead of the thing that sounded good in advance. 2 exceptions. Lin Xiuying, who is the most fragile person in this guild, learned Shadow Substitution Technique. Damage is applied half a second late, and inside that half second, you can swap places with a phantom or an ally and transfer the damage entirely. With 0 cents running, half a second is 50 subjective seconds. That's a survival skill, I told her. You can't predict a mistake. Learning it after the fact is too late. She understood exactly what I was saying, because assassins are not stupid, and she said nothing. Remember it. It saves this guild twice before the week is out, and I am one of the 2. And Valiant Striker learned Overlord's Might, which his talent immediately evolved into a 5-star skill called Hegemony. 24 skill points, almost half of everything he had. I read it 4 times to be sure I had it right. Absolute immunity to control and displacement, 70% damage reduction, 30% less charge time and cooldown, double the radius on everything. Every charge skill able to critically strike at a 50% chance, and every charge skill up to 5 stars can be released twice. At level 5 of the skill, you can also move while it's up. That single book took him from the 4th most useful person in my guild to the 1st. Before it, his single target damage lost to Lin Shuying, his area damage lost to my sister, and his durability lost to Kaylin. He knew all 3. I knew he knew, and neither of us said it out loud, and I am not proud of how long I let that go on. Then I handed out the platinum, a resurrection amulet to Kaylin, which took his regeneration to 3.2% a second. Hunter of the Living to Lin Shuying, 30% more damage against flesh, a Stardust ring to my sister. And weakness marking gloves to me, which mark a point on a target so that any ally hitting that point does 50% more damage. Then we walked out, and the tree was waiting. I'd known for an hour. Yunqing had put it together from the number of dead goblins, because you cannot kill that many of a race and keep a secret. All right, that's everything. Pack up. There's a tree outside. A tree? What tree? The tree race has come to deliver us their heads. The trap fired on the first person out of the door, which was Kaylin. Branches wrapped him from 4 directions. 0.0, -0, -0, -0. And then the withered ancestor tree froze solid inside its own restraint because the permafrost crystal that Kaylin had come out of the second tempering wearing puts a freeze stack on anything that touches him, and at 5 stacks it locks up for 2 seconds. Lin Shuying appeared behind it. Human sister, it said, and I will give it credit. It was calm about it. Are you sure you haven't made a mistake? A tree has no back. 1,000 branches went out in every direction at once, and she was already gone. Manhwa put 2 heavenly fire descents into it and took off 20 million and all of its mana because Sage consumes enemy mana first, which is an unpleasant thing to discover in the middle of a fight. I cut the branches reaching for her with a one-handed sword, casually, because they were slow. Don't drag it out, settle it now. And then Valiant Striker got the moment he'd been reading about himself for 3 days. He jumped off a 100-meter cliff. The 4th strongest of humanity, fearless warrior. Hegemony came up around him, and in the tree's perception, his skinny frame became the size of a mountain. Anyone who insults my race dies. Closed forbidden circle, / at double radius, 500 meters across. The sword that kills you is called Starslayer, -125,248,529. Critical. I watched the withered ancestor tree evaporate in 1 hit without ever understanding what had happened to it. Then it came back, because I had chosen a reincarnating tree as our punching bag, and every time it dies, it gives back the maximum health it stole, 130 million. Then 52 million, then 10 million, then 5, then 1. Smaller every time. We took turns. Manhwa killed it, Lin Shuying killed it, Kaylin killed it, and I killed it, and I want to flag one detail, because it is the only genuinely arrogant thing I did all week. I took it down to exactly 1,200 health in 2 hits so that Kaylin could finish it with a bare fist for 1,300. Damage in this game varies by impact location. Lin Shuying told me afterward that she would not have accepted that contract. Manhwa got the 5th and last one. She said, looking at the small gray thing at her feet. It really is weak. It isn't even fighting back. It wanted to fight back. It kept getting killed before it finished respawning. It didn't die of weakness, I told them. It died of ignorance. The more ignorant a creature is, the more inexplicable its confidence. It had never laid eyes on us, and it decided we were weaker. Then I looked at Valiant Striker. For the record, I've never considered your cowardice a flaw. When you meet an unknown enemy, the important thing is to understand it before you fight it. I pointed at the gray splinter on the snow. Otherwise, you get this. In my first life, the withered ancestor tree was the final boss of the lower races. Humans, goblins, and stone statues formed a temporary alliance to barely hold back the tree race's advance, and the war took months. 4 of us and a rock erased it in about 90 seconds while arguing about whose turn it was. The overlap of several lifetimes gives me the feeling of a dream more often than I'd like. It dropped 90 fruits of abundant life at my feet, which is the accumulated life force of everything it ever ate. 1 fruit is 1 million maximum health, 1 per creature, ever. I fed 1 to each of my 4 fragile members and tripled their health pools on the spot. The other 85 went into my vault and became one of the most valuable commodities in the world, and I never sold a single one. The tree race convened and reported that Grovecard's avatar had gone permanently gray. Without Chieftain Grovecard, said the oldest of them, we have probably lost the ability to fight and survive in Phantom World. The weak are taken. And then, from the door, Elder, there is a human outside calling himself an envoy of the sky. He requests an audience. I put 3,000 kilometers of road behind us after that. 6 hours, 10 dungeons in the 55 to 65 range, and everybody to level 60. Manhwa slept on horseback. I did not sleep the whole way. I did all the damage in every dungeon we passed. Yes, they wake you at the entrance, you walk in without wiping your mouth, you throw one spell, and you go back to sleep. Then there was a wall. I had been told about that wall in 2 separate lifetimes, and I still stopped when I saw it. It is tall enough that the phrase they use locally is that a yellow crane could not fly over it, and at the gate there was a mixed guard drawn from all 5 lower races. Humans, orcs, goblins, tree spirits, and stone statues standing next to each other, working. The partition wall lies ahead. The unworthy may not pass. Define worthy. Proof of status as a strong one. And then the guard looked past me, saw my sister, and screamed, "Sage! It's a sage!" Every guard on that gate went to their knees. Forgive our blindness. Forgive our impudence. Manhwa turned scarlet, which was embarrassment and not vanity, and then did the only thing she could think of, which was to imitate me. Ahem, rise, I need to bring through my retinue. With a sage at the head, of course. The guild channel was immediate and merciless. Retinue. It is our honor to travel with the sage. To serve as her servant is the glory of a lifetime. We hope the sage will appreciate our talents. Reward, said Kalen. Stop it, walk. And on the far side, as the gate closed, we cleared that stage entirely thanks to the sage. Brother, you are horrible. For the record, I also had a black dragon token from Mocha Volcano, which opens that wall by itself. That's why I killed the dragon. She was very disappointed to learn that. Past that wall, my racial rankings expanded again, and this is the point where the world stops being a game about orcs. Fantasy species, which is anything born without prior instruction, including humans and dragons and elves. Machine kind, life assembled out of accumulated instructions and intelligence. And myriad spirit species, which is the strangest category in the game because each myriad spirits race has exactly one member, one, ever. It might be wind, it might be water, or lightning, or darkness, or pure light, or a star. It might be a coagulated concept, like life, or, and I want you to hold on to this one, death. The essence of a thing that already exists in the universe, walking around with a nameplate. Trial City is a multiracial city where fighting is not permitted. What if we hit someone, said Valiant Striker. The guards would come. It would be troublesome. If it got completely out of hand, we'd have to kill the whole city. Shouldn't your first thought be to run? Said Lin Shuying. Killing without a reason creates problems. With a reason, anyone. Manhwa stroked her chin. So killing is fine as long as there's grounds. Correct. We must be well-founded. The Minotaurs on the main street looked at my guild the way you look at a dog in a suit. Humans? Didn't expect to see one here. So the lower races have made it this far? This should be interesting. Moo. Brother, said Manhwa in a delighted whisper. They really do moo. We turned in the guild challenge and got 20 skill points, 5 skill cores, 2-star elevation scrolls, and a 100% enhancement rune. To put skill points in perspective, raising a 9-star skill to level 11 costs 99 skill points. That is the same amount you gain from level 1 to level 99. Kalen, joining a guild whose talent hands new members every reward the guild has already earned, received all of it at once. Gold equipment, an exclusive weapon, and a unique class. Resonance Guardian, a defensive class that divides damage taken by allies. His weapon was a set of hand platings with 2 affixes that cannot exist on the same item. Disassembly, which splits any blocked attack into 3 hits, each 10% weaker, and damage adaptation, which reduces repeated damage from the same technique by 5% per repetition, up to 40% for 24 hours. Lin Shuying got the right to a second exclusive weapon and had a small crisis about it. She told me later, and I'm repeating it because it's the closest thing to a confession she's ever produced. I joined for a weapon. I intended to work off the debt and leave. But we've been through so much together, and then I did the arithmetic, and it's been 2 days. 2.5. Shut up. She looked at the weapon list. I don't need to be stubbornly solo anymore. It's more interesting with this group. And knowing that Phantom World affects reality and that foreign races might invade, I can only follow the will of the sky, because if I had to decide for myself, I genuinely wouldn't know what to do. Then, irritably, for all my technique, I inexplicably feel that you have spoiled me. She took a short sword with darkness integration, which makes her undetectable by any sense while in darkness, and doubles the damage of an attack made from unawareness, and shadow creation, which makes darkness out of nothing. You want fewer weapons that fit the class, I told her. Not more weapons. Then I went to the slums and knocked on a boarded-up door with a blood pack in my hand. The thing that opened it was wrapped head to foot in white cloth. Ma-Ti, modification researcher. Do you know what research I conduct? I found records of you in ancient books. I've been looking for you for a long time. That is a complete lie, delivered with a face like a wall, and he believed it instantly, because that is what people do when you tell them they're in a book. The quest he gave me carries the following description, verbatim. A very mysterious experiment. Do you know what it involves? It is terrible, frightening, extremely frightening. Think carefully before accepting. You will regret choosing wrongly. Sure, I said. Biological modification enhances your capabilities and grants a special passive, and it also strips your current class and returns you to classless, which makes it a catastrophic waste for anyone holding a unique class and a second chance for anyone who hates what they picked. I was not there for either of those. By the way, said Silas looking past me, could your friend stay behind so I can examine his body? It's a necessary stage of the research. Of course, examine away. Kalen was led through a hidden door into the basement. 0.0? Don't worry, it'll be fine. Probably. 0.0. I'm going to go do other things. I'll collect you later. The awakening quests came through around then, and they tell you exactly what each of us is. Valiant Striker. 10 consecutive wins in the 10,000 races arena using only auto attacks, with no active skills at all. Plus floor 50 of the Tower of Bewilderment. Manhwa. Join a random raid, kill a level 60 world boss, and then kill every player outside your own party who dealt damage to it. I did not write these. I want that understood. Mine I kept to myself. Valiant Striker went out and immediately found the Trial City Tournament, which is a competition for the most damage dealt to a training dummy in 30 seconds, and which carries the title King of Violence, which the Minotaurs treat as roughly equivalent to a national religion. The Minotaur champion put up 10 million in 30 seconds and the square went up like a stadium. Valiant Striker picked his nose. 10 million? Is that supposed to be fair? And then, out loud, before he had thought about it, what garbage. He was surrounded inside 4 seconds. You, little human. I hate people with no strength who put on airs. A lower race comes to the land of a middle race and doesn't know its place? Step outside the walls and we'll beat you on sight. His internal reaction, which he described to me afterward with real wonder. Are you people villains out of a fantasy novel? And then, on the heels of that, oh, I'm the one who showed off and got surrounded. I'm the guy in the story now. So he committed. That's right. I said his damage is garbage. 10 million in 30 seconds is unwatchable. He raised his voice. If I put up a number like that in my guild, my leader would call me worse than a rat in a gutter and a disgrace to the entire guild. I'd drown myself head first in that gutter to save him the trouble. The square went silent. This man is dead. What about the non-aggression law? The law protects normal people. He asked for this. Then he got on the stage wearing a full set of crit gear he'd changed into, having drunk a bowl of Jadeburst soup and used hegemony, closed forbidden circle / released twice at 100% crit. 142,249,558. 103,486,392, 143,497,284, 102,442,353, $500 million in the time it takes to blink twice. Then 2 shattering sky strikes also doubled, 1 billion in 2 seconds. And then, because his awakening quest required auto attacks only, he stopped using skills entirely and just hit it. 13 million per swing, 6 swings a second, 70 million damage a second with basic attacks from a man who had been running from a boar 4 days earlier. At 28 seconds, the dummy, which has 5 billion health, exploded. The organizer stood there holding a scroll, and I would have liked to see his face. The event is concluded. We will not require further challengers. And then the square did something Valiant Striker was not prepared for, which is that it did not boo. The Minotaurs began beating their chests with both fists, and the whole plaza came apart chanting King of Violence, and the ones who had threatened to kill him on sight got down on their knees. Brother, I misjudged you. You are a true strong one. You are worthy of the respect of the Minotaur race. He had spent the whole climb up onto that stage rehearsing what he was going to say to them afterward. He told me he couldn't do it. He said their sincerity made him feel awkward. The Tower of Bewilderment has 60 floors, 60 seconds between them, no supplies, no restoration of any kind. Every second you lose and every point of health you lose lowers the odds of the floor after that. The city record on the board when we arrived was 34 floors, held by a machine-kind player from the Ryujin clan named Zhou Ming. It had taken him nearly 8 hours. My awakening condition was that I had to use a different weapon on every floor up to 60, with a repeat allowed only after 15 floors. I bought a ticket for 100 gold. They actually bought a ticket, somebody in the crowd said. Where does that confidence come from? The 1000 machine box holds 15 weapon forms. Add Lin Shuying's daggers and short sword and my sister's tome, and that is 18. And there is a hole in the rule, which is that they forbade repeating the weapon. They said nothing about the talent, so on every floor I also brought 5 phantoms, 6 bodies, 60 strikes a second, 3 to 15 seconds a floor, 34 floors in 4 minutes. The scoreboard outside is public, which I had known when I bought the ticket, and the crowd started arriving. First place is Azure Sky, where's Zhou Ming? 35, 40, 45. Where I stalled for 30 full seconds and the plaza actually cheered because finally, a real obstacle. Then 46, 50, 59. We forgot, somebody said, that a single floor of this tower normally takes tens of minutes or a couple of hours. Failing to clear one in 30 seconds is completely normal. Floor 59 was an ancient destruction device with 12 billion health. Before the last door, I sat down and closed my eyes for 59 seconds and ran the fight in my head. Second time. I'd modeled it once before I ever bought the ticket. Then floor 60 opened and the tower spoke. You have come this far and are still bewildered. Your bewilderment is reincarnation. Are you capable of defeating your past self? Fight, reincarnator. He walked out of the dark and he was me, Bewildered Sky, an assassin with an SS rank talent called Infinite Phantom, 6 permanent phantoms up to 14, plus an unlimited number of hollow duplicates with full health, each one adding another 100% movement speed. My third life, standing in a room, holding my knives the way I hold them. You came, he said. Which life are you living? The fourth. So I died again. Yes. The true God was too strong. We didn't beat him. Who did it? The destroyer of darkness. He nodded slowly, the way I nod. What road are you walking now? Eternal ruler. What rank is the talent? That's a secret. He laughed, and I have never heard my own laugh from outside before. And I do not recommend it. He was faster than me, meaningfully faster. He killed a goblin I summoned from a scroll before I could get a single phantom off it, because he knows exactly what I'm doing, because it is what he would do. So I stopped being an assassin. I took Kalen's form. Disassembly split every one of his strikes into 7. Damage adaptation ground down every repeated technique. An ice shield worth 20% of my health regenerated every 6 seconds, and I healed 120,000 a second on top of it. His damage went from 10,223 to smaller to 0. Kalen is the natural predator of Lin Shuying, and therefore he is the natural predator of my third life, which was built on exactly her chassis. The difference is that in that life, Kalen was a funny rock I walked past. In this life I raised him. He started charging Dark Annihilation, which detonates as true damage equal to 3 times agility plus 12% of the target's missing health, and there is no defense against true damage. So I scattered poison dust and thorn dust across the floor, summoned a squirrel from a scroll to give myself a phantom, and dropped Kalen's form. The detonation landed for 18,457,284. It killed me, and the 0-degree protection amulet fired and froze me solid inside a pillar of ice, invulnerable, for 30 seconds. My 5 phantoms put down 5 earthquakes, then a closed forbidden circle slash came down on top of my own frozen body so that nothing could stand next to it, then a sea of fire over the whole floor. He burned through 3 separate insurance policies in 11 seconds, a crown at 33%, clothing at 10% with a shield, a ring at 1%. Then he stopped trying to stand in the fire and looked at the ice. Definitely a good road, he said, and then, genuinely, very strong. Then he opened his awakening skill. Darkness. Critical point. All cooldowns cleared. Full speed for 2 seconds. Every immunity he owned stretched across those 2 seconds. He killed all 5 phantoms and broke the ice, exactly as the 2 seconds ended. I know you won't give up, I said from inside a wall of fire that was already closing. You're me. Unfortunately, I know myself too well. The sea of fire took 14 phantoms about a quarter second before the daggers reached me. I want to be honest about that fight because it looks better than it was. My fourth life ambushed my third life, having prepared for it specifically, with knowledge of every skill he owned and a hard counter in my pocket. Winning was still close. I made it close on purpose. It was the last respect I could pay him. If I had humiliated him, which of us would actually have been disgraced? Floor 60 gives the title Pinnacle, which is 30% more damage and 30% less damage taken in all trials. It also gives Bewildering Cycle, which grants any one skill belonging to the Floor 60 opponent. I took Darkness Critical Point, which means I now hold the awakening skills of 2 different unique classes at once. The chest also held a revival card, which restores a player who has been permanently deleted from Phantom World. I have not needed it. In my last life, I needed 111 separate times and did not have it, and I put this one in the bottom of my bag and did not look at it again. I did not leave immediately. I dug a hole in the floor of that room and set a small stone in it and poured the strongest alcohol I had been able to buy over the top of it. The inscription reads, "The Tomb of the Three Realms." It's over, I told it. I'll win back everything you lost. And then, because there was nobody to hear it, also, I hope there isn't a fifth. In my last life, I walked out of that room the second the fight ended and never looked back, and I regretted it for 11 years. That is why I am careless now, on purpose. I have reincarnated 4 times, and if you live every one of those lives under crushing pressure and permanent tension, even a god would come apart. Keeping everything under control for 4 consecutive lifetimes is exhausting in a way I do not have the vocabulary for, and I know I was talking to a projection. He only said what he would have said if he could have seen me now. It was a way for the real one to finish a conversation with himself, and I took it. The board outside read, "First place, Azure Sky, 21 minutes 34 seconds, 60 floors. Second place, Zhou Ming, 7 hours 55 minutes, 35 floors. Zhou Ming himself walked out about 10 minutes later at 80% structural damage, core overheating, unable to proceed, and found a plaza packed with several thousand creatures of every race. Excessive, he said. Exceeds expectations. Then he looked up at the board. My sister, meanwhile, was having a completely different kind of day. Her random raid consisted of an elf mage named Eldrin, a minotaur berserker, a dark elf assassin, and a magic crystal cube of the machine kind, who introduced itself as follows. Number 4-25276, codename, Liquidation. Programs, Light Scorch, Instant Detonation, Ray of Destruction, Aggregation Particle Cannon. When it was her turn, my sister said, Human, Mage. That was it. That was the whole introduction. She has social anxiety with strangers. It doesn't show when I'm standing next to her, which is why almost nobody knows. And then somebody recognized her rank, and the whole party turned around and started expecting miracles, and it got worse. Before, brother carried all the pressure and I could just let go, she told me afterward. Now people have hopes about me, and the pressure went up instantly. What she said out loud was, I'm not actually that strong, so please don't expect too much from me. I'm more of an area attack person. Haha. So, yes. Then the arachnid race cordoned off their world boss. Humanoid on top, spider underneath, 4 arms with 4 blades in them. Away, this boss is claimed by our race. We will kill anyone who approaches. Eldrin begged her not to engage, and his reasoning was correct. Arachnids are a branch of the upper race. This could be the spark of a war with the upper race. Is it for small fry like us to invite that? It's like asking an ordinary person to start a world war. She messaged me. She did not act on her own. I want that noted. Space Weavers. Not weak, but not the top of the upper race either. Middle. Then there's nothing to be afraid of, I told her. Go ahead. She smiled, and Eldrin, who had never seen her smile, described it afterward as the smile of the witch in the stories. It isn't that I particularly need this boss, she said. I just can't stand that kind of arrogance, so die. The earthquake removed everything around the boss. Absolute power is never benevolent, she said, into the silence afterward. Whether destruction happens or not depends entirely on one stranger's passing thought. That is what the human race is. She flattened an area a few kilometers across, and not one creature there knew that she had held back the radius on purpose because she could have done hundreds. Her new technique, which she invented herself and which I am proud of, incremental release. Her class specialization cuts cooldown per kill with low star spells, so she opens with a small radius, kills exactly enough to reset the cooldown, and widens the circle every cast. 7 or 8 heavenly fire descents, 5 or 6 ice tornadoes, and a set of lightning cages in the space of about 40 seconds. In the middle of the resulting apocalypse, she turned to her raid party and smiled sweetly. Oh, by the way, let me introduce myself again. My name is Manhwa, and I'm a sage of the human race. Another pillar of heavenly fire came down behind her. A sage, said the elf. Is that a human synonym for destruction? What, we'll remember. Yes, she said. When you report to your races, please remember what I said. The boss was Crypt Terrorworm, a burrowing type, and it could not reach her because she had broken the ground into fissures across the entire field. She summarized her own philosophy to me later, and I want to put it down without editing it. Don't get into other people's business. Do what brother says. Ignore everyone else. Who cares what happens to the other races? I'm just a mage who happened to get into a random party and happened to know destruction magic. I'm not a savior. The only thing I can do is cast destruction magic, and if a mage isn't casting, what exactly is she supposed to do? Her one act of kindness that day was leaving 4 gold items with her party. You're being fairly generous with gold equipment to foreign races, I said that evening. Are you planning to supply the enemy with rifles and ammunition so they can shoot at us with them? Brother, how did you know? I guessed. Here is my honest assessment of my sister from the person best placed to make it. She is kind, and she is merciless once she starts killing, and not only toward enemies, bystanders too, without a flicker of guilt. Even in lessons, when I gave her hypothetical problems, her first solution was usually kill everyone, and she also has a completely ordinary girl's compassion sitting right next to it. This is my first time raising a younger sister, and I am clearly short on experience. She awakened after that fight and became a calamity witch. Her hair went brighter, her pupils went pale violet. Small black cracks started hanging in the air around her when she concentrated, like the world was showing where she'd been leaning on it. Great destruction. Enemies lose 90% of their regeneration, and terrain takes more damage. Cataclysmic fission. Destruction magic splits after impact into a lower-tier spell. Magic detection. She sees magical residue and can estimate the strength of a foreign mage on sight. And her awakening skill, Calamity Descends, which converts any destruction spell she knows into its 6-star evolution. The real-world feedback after a first awakening is 25% of your skill power and nearly 50% of your physical capability. After the second, it's 50 and 100. If Valiant Striker stepped outside today, he could punch through a building. Manhwa got out of her capsule that evening and stood in the middle of her bedroom looking at the colors. Then she went out onto the balcony and jumped up onto the roof of our building, 3 floors, with one movement of her arm, and stood there for a moment before her brain caught up. This isn't the game. I could have died. The message she sent me read, Brother, I'm on the roof. If I fall from this height, will I die? Under 500 meters, you survive. Under 100, not a scratch. Were you planning to jump off a roof? Brother, what are you saying? Then she went down to the seafront, waited until there were no boats and no swimmers, and raised her hand. Heavenly fire descent. A column of fire went into the sea and raised a small tsunami. She sat down on the sand afterward and did the arithmetic that everyone eventually does. Destructive earthquake reaches 180 kilometers. If that works in reality, it is comparable to a nuclear weapon. And I have Calamity Descends, so I have access to a 6-star spell. And if I used 6-star destruction magic on Earth, she took several deep breaths and made herself stop. If the citizens of this country ever learn what my sister was thinking about on a beach that evening, they will be very glad she has a hobby. I spent that evening in a soundproofed room trading with an elf, Lyra, strongest of the elves, and I gave her 1 fruit of abundant life for a core of life, which removes 3 death penalties including the death counter and refreshes every 2 days, which means whoever holds it has to be killed 8 times in a day instead of 5. How can I trust you? Eat it first. And you aren't afraid I'll break my word after? Elves are the most reliable race, aren't they? She told me later that she'd agreed not because of the compliment, but because she'd realized, watching my face, that I said it that way because there was genuinely nothing for me to be afraid of. Halfway through that conversation, she got word that another human had cleared floor 50 of the tower, and she made a decision that must have cost her something. If you promise that your entire race obeys my orders when I need them, I said, I promise to protect the elves. Protecting doesn't mean interfering in your affairs. It means I come when you're in serious danger. We can follow orders, and we can accept losses, not heavy ones. At least 2/3 of the elves must survive. Agreed. She was honest with me about why, and it introduced a word that runs through everything that comes after. A prodigy, in this world, is a creature whose combat power has nothing to do with its race. My tank is one. The tree I killed was one. My archer is one. You look at one and you understand immediately that it is beyond comparison, that you cannot catch it and cannot beat it. This game belongs to them. She put her hands flat on the table. I am an ordinary elf who is slightly stronger than other elves, and not by much. I am infinitely far from that level. The elves will not survive this world alone. Meanwhile, the arachnids we'd wiped out respawned in their home cave and started swearing revenge, and a lazy voice came from outside. Who exactly are you planning to kill, meow? If we send you off to take revenge, doesn't that just help the humans again? Meow. Mika has 5 blessings from the bow god Lulu Wei. The third is Endless Arrows, which lets an arrow ricochet infinitely off surfaces within 1,000 kilometers with no damage loss. The fourth is Absolute Penetration, so the arrow does not stop and does not degrade after a hit. The fifth is the Unseen Hunter, which means the source of her damage is unknowable and nobody can trace where it came from. I have never been in a cave I hated more. A cave is perfect terrain for an archer like that. It became a tumbler. Arrows bounced hundreds of millions of times. Anything that respawned died again immediately. 5 minutes, and by my count, the nest was empty. Then she took the corpse of their strongest and arranged the other bodies on the cave floor to spell out a message. Shumi, strongest of the beastman race, was here. Her reasoning, which I find genuinely sympathetic. The humans are ascending, and I, the strongest of the beastmen, am being ignored. The humans stole all my glory, meow. I can't let all the light go to them. And then she added, out loud, to nobody. We removed a threat for you. Don't forget to thank us, meow. The arachnids came back, read the message, and did not believe a word of it. And I have never been given a better gift by anybody. I need to lay out their logic because it is beautiful. If the beastmen really did this, why leave a message? That's a direct invitation to retaliate. This is a devious human scheme. They slaughtered us and blamed the beastmen so we'd fight each other and they could take the profit. Also, we have never heard of any Mika. What could the strongest of a lower race possibly do, whereas Azure Sky in Trial City is already famous? We nearly fell for that cunning human's trick, the elder concluded. The headlines across the racial forums the next morning. Arachnids enraged. Humans destroy nest. Humans fabricate evidence to frame the beastman. Strong and devious. Mika, in a tree outside, listening. Hold on. What is happening, meow? I killed them. Why is it the humans again? They are stealing my glory. I got the report on that and considered it for about 4 seconds. It isn't even entirely slander, I told Lin Shuying. And it's useful. The other races become more cautious, and more of them come looking to join us. Reputation is a double-edged blade, and I want both edges. So somebody decided to show off, she said, and showed off on our behalf. Exactly. Why don't the arachnids come and take revenge? They're angry, not stupid. They know 4 of us are regional powers who cleared floor 60, their strongest is dead, and I am the one who took him apart. Then why are they shouting so loudly? A beaten dog doesn't dare bite, all it can do is bark. They'll call for the upper race, of course, but the upper race has its own front line, and just as the lower races are cut off from the middle by a partition wall, the middle is not connected to the upper. You can call, you cannot be heard. The wall will fall eventually, the restrictions will end eventually, and nobody wants to bet on the day it happens, so everyone hides. I collected Kalen from the basement. He was strapped to a stone slab above a magic circle surrounded by lenses and analyzers, and Silas was holding a magical circular saw. 0.0. Bear with it. It'll be over soon. It isn't bad. By the time I got there, the floor was covered in drills, long saws, files, barrels of acid, syringes, bullets, a book with a face on it, half a monkey's limb, a cursed knife, werewolf claws, and a hammer with a nail puller. No serious harm was done to Kalen's body. The effect on his mind was catastrophic. He came out of it with Matryoshka regeneration. When his health reaches 0, his size and constitution drop 15% and his health refills to full. 3 times. If he goes an hour without taking damage, the layers come back. That mechanic is the reason 5 people are alive at the end of this story. Silas threw up both arms with a perfect satisfied gesture and then stopped moving. The bandages loosened. Smoke came out of them. Ah, finished at last. His voice was already thinning. My treasures are all in the back room. Thank you for helping me fulfill my wish, stranger. I never did ask your name. Sky. Thank you, Azure Sky. And there was a handful of dust on the floor. He'd been a necromancer bound to a final wish. The wish was completed. He left. Earth, said Kalen. It fulfilled its wish and died. Died. Yes, for a necromancer like that, it's a good outcome. I understand. I read his class panel twice to be sure of it. Resonance protection. Voluntary sacrifice takes 90% of the damage dealt to any creature within 30 kilometers, including creatures that are not on our side. Resonance barrier duplicates shields and healing between him and anyone who receives them. His class change quest was to survive a single hit of over 1 million damage, and I closed it myself by hitting him with a sword for 14 million, of which 7 survived his resistances, which his own plating split into 7 pieces of under 1 million each. He took several zeros and looked at me. Congratulations, I said. The tower leaderboard, by the end of that day, read, Azure Sky at 21:34, Valiant Striker at 40 minutes 45, Lin Shuying at 43:36, Manhwa was climbing faster than any of them. 5th place in the world was floor 35. Lin Xuying was quietly furious that a beginner had beaten her, and objectively, she shouldn't have been. There is almost no dodging in that tower, which is where her entire advantage lives, and Valiant Striker erases whole groups with one skill where she has to cut them individually. An 8-armed behemoth sitting on a rock in another region read the board and laughed until it had to hold itself. 4 human prodigies in a row? Since when have so-called geniuses become as common as pigs and dogs? In the great world of Phantom World, everyone is called a prodigy and a hero. Ridiculous. How utterly ridiculous. And in the chaotic forest, a thing with the body of a black lizard and a stone tablet for a head with a dozen purple eyes on it, turned toward Trial City and spoke in bursts like damaged tape. Azure, Azure Sky, Bai, Manhwa, Valiant Striker, Cold Shadow, Strength, Threat Level, Medium, Program on Contact, Purge. I told Valiant Striker the truth about the 7 sins stance the next morning. A stance is a form. A form is a physique. You can only ever have one. Kalen's is his 100 times refined embryo, which is why he can never take one. There are 7: pride, envy, wrath, sloth, greed, gluttony, lust. And then I told him the thing I have been saying to him since the boar farm, in different words, every single day. What you know is the common sense of our world. It is not the common sense of Phantom World. Most of the time, a small error costs nothing. At the critical moment, that kind of misunderstanding kills. Then I showed him the bottle with the thick moving liquid in it, prideful blood. This is only a key. To open the stance, you have to pass the trial of pride yourself. There is almost nothing we can do to help you inside. I let him look at it. You get 1 attempt, fail, and there isn't a second. He threw himself at my legs. Boss, I knew it. You prepared a supreme bone for me. I'm yours forever. I stepped aside and he hit the wall. Get off. I'm not interested in men. Then, before he drank it, when you're wondering whether you'll succeed, you have already stopped giving everything. No what ifs. Just do it. For the record, there is a second attempt. I could walk him back in there 4 or 5 times. I did not tell him that, because when you press a person to the edge, they produce something they cannot produce anywhere else, and it was worth more to him than the truth was. The altar was a pool of blood with stone figures around the rim vomiting more of it in a circle, and a platform with a magic circle on it. The send-off went like this. Me. Hold on in there. Manhwa. Go, Sword Emperor of the End. Lin Xuying. Now prove you aren't a cowardly swordsman. Kalen. Fucking go. And Valiant Striker, visibly moved. I'll do my best, boss. Twilight Terminator. Calamity Witch. Brother Stone. Lin Xuying and my sister immediately regretted encouraging him. He drank it. Metallic aftertaste, he said. It really is blood. I thought it was going to be something like blood, and the portal took him without asking. Wait, this isn't the kind that asks for confirmation. Inside was an ancient hall with 7 statues in it, one for each of the 7 sins with the owner's name under each. Gluttony, Na, Lust, Fang Wenyan, Greed, Grindal, Sloth, Nehilkato, Wrath, Kai Nu, who is the god of war whose name is written over the warrior door at character creation. Pride, empty, envy, empty. He stood in front of the lust statue for slightly longer than the others and then made himself walk on, which he confessed to me later without being asked. Then he decided that since it was a trial of pride, he was going to commit to the bit. He stuck his chest out, put his chin up, and slapped a hand on the statue. Humph, start it, you broken rock. While he was in there, an arrow came through the window from 230 kilometers away. I found the shooter's position without looking at the shooter. Magic leaves a trace in the air. You can see it the way you can see water and air if you know what you're looking at and you have a telescope. Then, conversationally, mind your head. The arrow I had knocked into the floor came back down out of the sky at the back of my skull because Mika's arrows ricochet forever. Lin Xuying went out to kill her. I did not stop her. I took a ladder, some planks, a crate, and a support frame out of my inventory. Help me. There's still time to build a temporary grandstand. Brother, why do you carry that? It was the first genuinely even fight anyone in this guild had had. By then, I had watched Lin Xuying move through shadows at a kilometer per step. Her awakening gave her 2 things that make her nearly unkillable at range. Shadow error, which means an observer always sees her slightly where she is not. And shadow perception, which means she feels every dark region within a kilometer and can cast straight through them. Mika answered with Sky-Scattered Arrow, which bursts into thousands of tracking arrows, with Exploding Flame Arrow, which burned the forest down specifically to take away her shadows, with a multiplied speed shot at 10 times the speed of sound. With a Spiderweb Arrow. Manhwa watched through the telescope from the grandstand with her chin in her hands. And here I thought large-scale destruction was my privilege. You're well beyond her. Obviously. It ended when Calamity Descends turned a lightning cage into a 6-star heaven and earth thunder prison with a 100-kilometer radius, in which any dash beyond the boundary simply deposits you on the roof. Mika's mana hit 0 instantly because my sister's Sage title eats enemy mana before her own. That's excessive, meow. Surrender? I surrender. I surrender. Meow. I did the debrief on Lin Shuying, not on the prisoner. We didn't win. You underestimated the enemy. Yes. You made the same mistake the withered ancestor tree made. You decided the enemy was weaker and you chased the bait. Even the strongest can be overturned if they walk into a weaker creature's trap. I let that sit. This time we were lucky. What about next time? How will you be sure you aren't the next withered ancestor tree? Mika, tied up in a prisoner's sack, writhed like a paramecium. If you're going to lecture someone, at least untie me, meow. You stole our race's relic and we already forgave you, meow. Stole? We cleared the dungeon honestly. So if we clear your inheritance dungeon, your relic becomes ours, meow? Yes, and I'd publicly acknowledge it as yours. And forgave, said Manhwa sweetly, or didn't have the strength to take it back. We forgave, meow. She'd come, it turned out, to recruit us. There's a dungeon I can't clear alone. And frankly, I don't care whether we're the same clan, meow. If I only cooperate with my own kind, I'll never have partners because the strength gap inside my clan is too wide. What about public opinion? There'll be pressure, meow, but I don't care. Are we even the same tier? Said Manhwa, tilting her head. I think mine's higher. You are so annoying, meow. Inside the trial, soldiers were coming out of the fog, and every one of them had Luga's face. Valiant Striker's expression went dark. That is a genuine wound, and the trial had found it in about 4 seconds, which is what trials are for. Then he remembered that he was not that person anymore. He'd learned Final Sword Draw Slash by then, which scales from 3 to 160 times strength with a 160-meter reach, and he cut them down in bundles for 140 million a stroke while staying in character. Don't underestimate the Sword Emperor of the End, trash. By the end of that wave, he had stopped being afraid of Luga entirely, and the image cracked and went away, which was the point of the wave. The second trial was 4 statues of everyone who had ever reached the second stage of this trial. Pick one, or summon all 4. He tried to message me. This friend is outside the service area. No help outside the coverage zone, huh? He agonized over it alone, and the thing he said to himself afterward was, it matters so much to have someone who makes the decisions. Then he picked all 4 because he had decided to carry the arrogance to the end. He killed 3 of them easily. The 4th was completely invisible with no attack telegraph at all, and an invisibility detection potion did nothing. He dodged on pure instinct for a while, wondering what the feeling was and why he could predict blows so precisely, which is a question I could have answered for him because it's the perception drills I made him do for 3 days without telling him why. His only thought during that stretch, which he reported to me verbatim, was, "Sister dear, for the first time in my life, I miss you." He solved it himself. He noticed that the corpses of the 3 he'd killed were not being destroyed by stray attacks, which meant they were load-bearing. So he searched them and found a mass dust bomb, which grants materiality to any incorporeal life form. The purple cloud went up and there was a silhouette in it, and he closed the combo on it. His damage against it dropped from 100 million a hit to about 1 million. The thing was called Original Cleanliness, and it is upper race, a race without form or substance, the closest thing to non-being. Their existence is like nothing itself. Calling them air would be an insult. They're the ones who attack, he said when he told me, not the ones who get attacked. Even when they hit you, you don't understand where it came from. It feels like being hit by the air. He was quiet for a second. Now I understand what the elves and the minotaurs were afraid of. And then, on the heels of it, boss. If I'd chosen to fight them one at a time, we'd have had no counter for that one at all. The arrogant choice was the key to the trial. That was the trial. And then, immediately. But I was pretty cool, right? Dodging all those attacks with no telegraph? Maybe I'm already stronger than the boss. I wonder what they're all doing out there. Probably waiting for me. The key figure. Trial of Pride. Final stage. The dungeon Mika needed is called Night of Doom, and it sits on a cliff edge over an infinite sea, level 60 to 85. Difficulty, Despair, 1 to 8 players, multiple endings depending on which quests you complete. 5 of us went in at level 60 against a design intended for 8 players at 85. Mika gave us her intelligence honestly, which I appreciated. 2 bosses, an octopus below, and a hidden one. Not soloable, and somewhere in the town, there should be a storyline that weakens the boss. Then I gave my first order. Cold. Kill the target I mark so nobody notices. Body straight into your bag. And I pointed at a completely random NPC crossing the square. Why kill him, meow? He hasn't done anything. Don't ask why, because I'm the squad commander. The president deserves absolute trust on this, said Lin Shuying, already moving. Yeah, just listen to brother, said Manhwa. And then, because Mika was new and needed to hear it once. If you want to walk in my squad, don't question my orders. Over the next 2 hours, we killed more than 100 passers-by and put every single body in a bag. Lin Shuying did not object to the killings. She objected to the corpses being in her inventory, which is a distinction I found revealing. She also caught herself enjoying it in a way that clearly annoyed her. Like a real assassin, she muttered. Kill the target, return calmly to the boss, deliver the report. What actually broke Mika was the questing. In this dungeon, the NPCs have no exclamation marks. Nobody knows who has a quest and who doesn't. And I walked up to a stranger, said 2 sentences, started a chain, collected a spinning doll on the way, found half a photograph, located the old man with the other half, received a bottle of white liquid, dug a box with a key in it out of the ground behind a shed, and kept moving. He knows where every quest is, she said, to Manhwa, in something close to distress. And what the reward is, and who to talk to. I walked the entire road with you people, and it feels like I missed half the story. You all understand what's happening, and only I don't, meow. Said Manhwa. You get used to it. There's a class specialization on Boundless called Class Disguise, which makes me appear to every NPC in the world as a member of any class I choose at an awakened tier. You need that because certain quests are only given to exorcists. The cellar under the manor house had blood circles drawn on the floor, an altar with a basin on it, and 4 figures in masks with ram's horns praying to the mother of nothingness. Manhwa, standing at the bottom of the stairs, understood the circles. Brother, that's a summoning array. That's a real summoning array. She sounded slightly stunned at herself. Before those magic textbooks, I wouldn't have understood any of this. I poured the white liquid into the blood basin. Blasphemy. I took all 4 of them down with a scythe and then said, Delivery girl, dispose of the bodies. Lin Shuying emptied 100 and some corpses onto the floor of the cellar in a heap. I took the masks off the dead cultists, and then I recited the prayer of that cult from memory, fluently, without a single pause. All-encompassing mother of nothingness, return to annihilation, end of all things, final resting place of life and death, source of beginning and ending, I praise thee. Here I bring thee a blood offering of devout believers. Mika, from the stairs, in a very small voice. This human is more of a cultist than the cultists. He is reciting it far too fluently, meow. A violet-black eyeball opened in the air above the altar. State your prayer. The deep sea fury contends with thee for offerings. We are powerless, and beg thy great punishment from the void. It looked at me for a long time. I know, it said. Permission to descend is granted. Here is what I actually did, since Mika spent the next hour asking. I took the believers of one cult and sacrificed them in the ritual of a different cult. I verified in a previous life that the ritual does not care whose believers they are, which meant that when the Void Devourer came down, it arrived considering the Deep Sea Fury its enemy. Void Devourer, level 85, 106.8 billion health, incorporeal, vulnerable only at rare density points. Status, impurities, number and frequency of vulnerable points sharply increased. Deep Sea Fury, Enzo, level 85, 87.8 billion health, 3% regeneration a second, infinite tentacles that absorb damage in place of the body. Status, ritual incomplete, tentacle growth reduced by half. Regeneration capped at 1%, area water skills disabled. 2 bosses, both weakened, both convinced the other one started it. There are several endings available in that dungeon. Flee early and take a scroll. 2 false peaceful endings. And a worst case, where the players interfere with both cults and end up facing 2 bosses who are allied with each other. I was going for the true one. I handed out cult robes to everyone, from both cults, one of which I had stolen out of somebody's house 2 hours earlier while they were at dinner, and I painted a harpoon symbol on Kalen in blood so that Enzo wouldn't touch him. Kalen and Mika took the Devourer, the rest of us took Enzo, and I gave Kalen one more order that everybody thought was insane. Share your damage with every resident of the town. 30-kilometer radius, all of them. Which is why, later that night, when Enzo's sleeping strike went through the town and should have killed every civilian in it, they got scratches instead. I'd also taken a quest from the mayor to protect the border town and evacuated the entire population into that same cellar after clearing the ghosts out of it. My sister held onto my sleeve the whole time. Brother, I'm scared. Scared of what? The ghosts should be scared of you. If you panic and release a 6-star spell, this entire town disappears along with the ghosts. You cannot fight inside the town. If you fight inside the town, there is no perfect ending. Manhwa opened on Enzo with Annihilation Lightning punishment for 305,592,999. Then 5 of my phantoms, all wearing her abilities, released 5 6-star judgment descends at once. Pillars of lightning 2 kilometers across, doing 10 times spirit every 5th of a second. At 310,000 spirit, that is 90 million per tick, over 300 million a second per pillar, and every one of those splits on impact into 5-star lightning underneath it. Who is the mage here? Said Mika, flat on her back behind a rock. Is destruction magic the only legal magic in your world? Lin Shuying and I went in on the tentacles together with the Mortal World daggers, and our combined damage approached several billion a second, which means that in this guild, the highest damage dealer is not my sister and never was. Hundreds of tentacles at 10 million health each. She cut through them in a 1/10 of a second per rotation without visibly moving her feet. Kalen held perfect barrier, which blocks anything trying to pass through it by treating it as an attack on himself at the cost of half his movement speed and no cooldown and no cost at all. Mika shot from underneath him. I have to say, she reported, having a solid tank standing in front is incredibly relaxing. I would very much like to take Kalen home, meow. I slowed my own tempo during that fight on purpose. Lin Shuying had 0 sense running the whole time, which meant 1 or 2 minutes of combat became 3 or 4 subjective hours of watching a demonstration in slow motion. The price of that is real. She came out of it drenched in sweat from mental exhaustion, and then, for 1 second, she let her attention go. The second boss hit her for 6 million. How can you lose focus in the middle of a fight? I said. It isn't over. Yes. Her summary of her own day, later, in 3 words. Too many mistakes. Enzo went down to life collection, and in the middle of that fight I found something I'd suspected for 2 days and hadn't been able to test. Copying does not put the copy on cooldown. So I can hold any guild member's state indefinitely, and I can release Darkness Critical Point 3 times in a row, stretching invulnerability to 6 seconds. Write that down too. The Void Devourer could not be hurt by area magic because its vulnerable points are tiny and move, so we fused skills. Mika fired a magic arrow through one of Manhwa's deployed magic circles, and the arrow came out the other side as a destructive shot, Annihilation Lightning Arrow, which scattered and struck hundreds of vulnerable points simultaneously with absolute precision. 1 arrow did more than Mika had managed in the previous 30 seconds. What is this cat? Said Mika, who had fired it. Skill fusion, said Manhwa, and then quietly to herself in a tone I'd been waiting 3 days to hear. So that is what knowledge is worth. So a mage isn't only somebody who throws spells. Every vulnerable point on the Devourer absorbs 50 million damage and then detonates for 20% more. Mika's arrows do 1 million. She could never have broken a single one on her own. Fused with my sister's circle, each arrow lands exactly 50 million, and the impurities in the ritual had created hundreds of points instead of a handful. She got extremely enthusiastic about this. It feels so good, taking away billions with 1 arrow. What a paradise, meow. At 30%, the Devourer released a black sphere. It moved slowly. It took a full minute to cross the water. So slow, meow. Anybody could dodge that. I'm not going to dodge it, I said. Kalen, we're taking it whole. Listen, I know Kalen is tough. Isn't this a bit risky, meow? I'm in command, and everything is done my way. Then I took out a healing crystal and learned 4 healing skills on the spot because I had 300 unspent skill points and no reason to be careful with them. Kalen turned on everything. Reinforcement, unwavering position, which doubles shields and regeneration and forbids movement. Full absorption, which takes 100% of allied damage instead of 90 for 30 seconds. The wave arrived and the world went black and white. Hundreds of kilometers of ocean were unmade, not destroyed, removed. And behind Kalen there was a moon, and stars, and complete silence. He was taking 3,295,994 damage a second. I healed the group. Resonance Barrier duplicated each of those 5 heals back onto him, and Unwavering Position doubled them again, which is 10 times healing, which exactly covered the incoming damage. Without the healing, even Kalen would not have lasted 3 seconds. When it ended, where there had been ocean out to the horizon, there was a hole, and water was pouring over the edge of it into nothing. Mika looked at that for a while. What if we just dodged, she said. There was nowhere to hide. It was a full map attack. Then, hopefully, hold on. But you don't take something like that head on. There must be a clever way. There is. It's called Kalen. Inside the trial, a voice said, Valiant Striker's real name, not his handle. His name in the real world, which he has never said to anyone in this game. In this world there is nothing you cannot do, it said. You are the protagonist of this world, not in the sense that everyone is the hero of their own story. I mean you. Everyone else's existence revolves around you. And then it made its argument, and the argument was true, which is what made it dangerous. In the second trial, you dodged attacks with no telegraph at all. That is your talent. You are a combat genius, 1 in a billion. Your instincts are sharper than anyone's. He had gone from not knowing how to open his character panel to matching professionals in 3 days. Lin Shuying had confirmed it out loud more than once. A throne came up out of the floor with a red carpet running to it, and phantoms of everyone he knows lined the carpet. Teachers, classmates, his parents, me, Manhwa, Lin Shuying, all of them smiling, all of them approving. The one true king, you will lead us to victory. And a figure that looked like him knelt at the foot of the throne. Core of all existence, take your seat. Pride is captivated by your charm. You need only absorb it. And Valiant Striker laughed, coldly, which is a sound I have never heard him make before or since. Finished playing? He said. I might not be clever, but I'm not so stupid that I should be mistaken for an idiot, and I'm definitely not blind. He looked up at the throne. The trial is called the Trial of Pride. I remember that. If you want me to do it, then I refuse. A trial of the mind cannot run on your script, so I refuse. The figure came apart laughing. 7 sins, pride. And then, with the power pouring into him and his hands shaking with it, he looked back at the throne one more time. You were right about one thing at least. A pathetic trial of pride was never going to be an obstacle for me. Then dismissively at the throne itself. A throne? Boring set dressing. Outside on the cliff, the dungeon resolved. Perfect farewell. True, perfect ending. Adventurers from afar foiled the plot of an evil cult in a peaceful town and slew 2 monsters beyond reason, and under the protection of these heroes, not a single resident died. My sister sat down on the cliff edge at dawn with her legs hanging over an ocean that had a bite taken out of it. Brother, are the enemies going to keep getting stronger? Yes, far more monstrous. If the game keeps going like this, it becomes life and death, doesn't it? It does. Actually dying? If they kill me, they kill me, I said because she'd asked a direct question. Brother. Her voice went thin. Are we going to die when the enemies get that strong? I did not answer that one honestly, and here is the honest answer. They all died. Only a vanishingly small number of the strong survive. Playing solo, I never had the capacity to look after anyone else, because when you are dying yourself, who exactly are you protecting? Lin Shuying had her S-rank talent taken from her and stayed an ordinary player for the rest of that life. Manhwa had no talent and no one teaching her. Valiant Striker rose late, became the last line of humanity's defense in the final battles, and died at the Imperial Pass. Starlight died. Stellaris died. Guoan died. Saint Radiance died. Of every S-rank talent humanity ever had, not one survived. Details changed between cycles. Nobody has ever stood in front of a true god and remained standing. No, I said out loud, not while I'm here. And I put my hand on her head. She took a breath and firmed up her jaw. Brother, I won't let you die either. And if I die anyway, then I'll find a way to resurrect you. And if I can't be resurrected, then I'll blow up this entire world. Hey, said Mika. Innocent people would be caught in that meow. Manhwa tilted her head and thought about it. If that had happened, she said, I don't think there'd be anyone innocent left in this world. The pride stance, in full, since he'd earned it. Arrogant ignore, immunity to all hard control and to all environmental and terrain damage. 4-handed grip. 2 additional arms. 4 weapons at once with the sum of their base attributes. The weak's attack. After an enemy's first hit lands, total damage immunity for 3 to 10 seconds, and afterward the attacker is stunned for 2 to 5. A delightful challenger. Killing a player above your level permanently adds strength equal to your own level. Weak and pitiful defense. His attacks zero out resistances, cut damage reduction to 30%, and delete shields entirely. Original sin, pride, permanent 100% movement speed, 60% extra damage against anyone who has hit him, walking on air, equipment that does not lose durability, and fear in anything nearby. And the second stage, getting serious, at under 30% health, 10,000% movement speed, 600% damage, fear in everything that can see him, all 4 weapons active simultaneously for 10 seconds. No drawbacks? He said, reading it 4 times. It seems even the heavens make mistakes. He tested it on the road, on a White Wolf King. Pure-blooded werewolf king with an inheritance, a prodigy of his region, brought there by a few thousand arachnids who had finally worked out how to get someone else to do it. The wolf hit him for 7 seconds. Thousands of strikes, never got through. Then the immunity window ended and deterrence took him, and he stood there frozen while a greatsword came down for 20 million. A prodigy? Said Valiant Striker, looking at the body. If you deserve that title, then hanging it on me is an insult. Several thousand arachnids stood very still. He walked past them without turning his head. Plus 60 permanent strength incidentally. Kill 1,000 of those and it's 600,000, doubled by his talent to 1.2 million. The border town treated us like gods when we came back down. I am a stonemason. I will carve you statues so the legend lives in this town forever. The mayor told me to name anything I wanted, and I was not shy about it. Every bottle of pure heart they had, black meteorite, elastic alloy, light ice, and the key to the sealed room in the cellar, which contains an essence of nothingness, unique, which almost every party in history walks past because they never get the key. 2 chests because of the title. Over 20 platinum items at level 65. 2 5-star skill books, which a despair dungeon does not drop and which only a perfect ending produces, and 10 void pockets, 500,000 slots each, and they connect to each other, so you can take items directly out of somebody else's bag. I shelved that idea for a while. Even roommates of 3 years get annoyed when you take their things without asking. Lin Shuying learned Shadow Flash, which leaves complete duplicates behind a dash, and with 5 duplicates enables Chaotic Shadow Strike, 20 hits at 3 times agility from each duplicate. Kaylin learned Overload Guardian, which turns lost health into shield and lost shield back into 70% health in a loop forever, so 1 pool of blood does the work of 7 or 8. My sister got a 5-star Annihilation Black Hole with a base radius of 30 kilometers, which I want you to remember when we get to the Goblin Cities. Mika got a close-range fan volley of 20 arrows with guaranteed critical hits, and spent the next hour asking me whether that was normal. One more thing, and I'd rather say it here than have it come as a surprise later. Reincarnation is not as simple as it sounds. The butterfly effect is real. The longer you live as a reincarnator, the more everything changes, and the less your previous life is worth. And in this world, it is not an exaggeration to say that certain geniuses would beat a so-called reincarnator without difficulty because their physiques and inheritances are simply monstrous. I am not the strongest thing in this story. I have never once been the strongest thing in this story. Valiant Striker came back from the Trial of Pride lying flat on his mount, singing, "At the summit of Phantom World I rule. The human race cannot manage without me." And underneath the singing there was a compulsion he could not explain to himself, which was that he wanted to fight me. He described it later as an internal demon, which is close enough. Then he read the dungeon record from Night of Doom and found a name on it that he did not recognize. Who is Mika? How did she get into the party while I was gone? And nobody even told me? He came into my guild hall and did not call me boss. President Azure Sky. Not boss anymore? Who knows? Perhaps I've simply come to my senses. He looked around the room. I'm not weaker than anyone. Mika said something mild to him, and he swung at her without warning, and Kaylin got in front of her. Valiant, you've crossed a line. You taught me to kill outsiders and never spare enemies. On the condition that you can tell a friend from an enemy. Hitting an ally is wrong. Is she an ally? For now, yes. Then he made his offer. If I win, you hand me the leadership of Godslayer and first place in the rankings. I'll lead humanity to glory. All right. And your terms? I don't need any, because I'm not going to lose. Consider this a lesson. That was the only moment in the whole episode where the pride stance actually made him angry, and I want to record what it was that did it. It wasn't the refusal, it was this thought. This man is even more arrogant than I am. He still doesn't take me seriously. And then, before we started, I threw him a platinum greatsword. By the way, here's the equipment from the dungeon, including your sword. Some background on what was actually wrong with him, because it matters. I should have told him this on the day I handed him the bottle. Pride is the hardest of the 7 sins to survive. The other 6 can be recognized and suppressed. A greedy man who knows he is greedy can be generous. Pride simply does not care. It is entirely self-centered. It never once considers itself wrong, and from the inside, everything it does looks perfect. I know that because I have watched it eat better men than him. Setting aside its combat bonuses, pride is the most harmful of the 7 sins because it is fully capable of killing its owner 100 times over. I beat him 14 times. The first one I did with a Heaven and Earth Thunder Prison because his immunity to control does not save him from a cage. Control is control. A cage is a cage. Without anti-magic, you do not get out of a 6-star cage, and while he was inside it, I hit him with a glorious flash for 4,495,388 and then an earthquake. He broke the cage in half a second by hitting it 180 times in his second stage, which genuinely shocked Lin Shuying. It was already too late. If you want to surpass me, I said, train another 100 years. The second one I did wearing Lin Shuying's abilities. Dozens of shadow duplicates across the field, distributed on a rule. The closer to him, the higher the proportion of fakes, and the real one is never the nearest and never the farthest. He chased ghosts for a while, and then dark shadows finished him because you cannot outrun those at any speed. What can a turtle catch, I said, but nobody outruns their own shadow. The third was 12 consecutive lightning cages, which he described afterward as being locked up like a monkey. For the fourth, I removed my own stun with Kalen's ability and learned 5 points of Trapmaster skills out of my 300 spare points while he was still walking toward me and mined his approach. The fifth was Pride against Pride, where I touched him first and then simply withdrew. The sixth was 6 Prides against 1, which stopped being a defeat and became a procedure. Every race in Trial City was watching through an open room by that point. A Minotaur, up in the stands, said the sentence that has stayed with me. The human race of this world might be capable of contending for the title of King of Prodigies. Heroes kill heroes, geniuses kill geniuses. The winners walk on, the losers are forgotten in the dust. He watched another valiant striker hit the ground. And the upper race has its own prodigies, and above the upper race there is the supreme crown rank. Compared to them, what is in front of us is a very small sky. I had a bottle of Pure Heart in my bag the entire time. Pure Heart grants 7 days of resistance to mental influence. 1 mouthful, and the stance stops driving. Lin Xuying asked me afterward why I didn't give it to him immediately. No particular reason, I said. His condition amused me, and I felt like hitting him a few times. President, your arrogance far exceeds mere arrogance. He drank it after the 14th and came back to himself and went scarlet as his memory of the last 2 hours arrived and apologized to every person in the room individually. And then Lin Xuying, awkwardly, apologized to Kalen because at some point during all of that she had cut down one of his phantoms without asking. 0.0? What does this mean? Then I explained the thing I should have explained on the day I handed him the bottle. The 7 sins are a blessing and a curse. When you choose a stance, you also let the stance choose you. If you can't master it, it becomes you. I looked at the empty Pure Heart bottle. The trial only looks like a trial. What it actually wants is for you to pass, so that it can live on you and consume you slowly. And if I hadn't woken up, then you'd have stayed a slave of pride. He was quiet for a long time. My guild hit level 4 that evening, which raised the elite member cap to 6 and handed me 2 things. Temporary base passage, a portal to the guild base and back, from anywhere, including from inside a dungeon, opening instantly and visible only to us. I want you to understand that this is not a convenience. That is a pocket world with a door in it, and it is the reason 4 separate people in this story are still breathing. And masterful skills which turns every guild NPC into a master craftsman at 10 times efficiency and lets our blacksmith raise an exclusive weapon to platinum. The castle by then had an alchemy lab, a food workshop, a library, an enchanting hall, ore smelters, animal training grounds, stables, meadows, and a garden with umbrellas, deck chairs, little tables and desserts, and a chef permanently on standby. Territory built for 500,000 members, used by 5. A visiting guild leader described it as less a guild and more a tea party. Then I recruited Mika, because the 6th elite slot was the last one, and our roster was missing a long-range shooter and a healer, and I was only ever going to get one of those. Mika, my guild needs an archer. Join. What's so special about your guild, Meow? Hard to put briefly. But I guarantee you'll become very strong, and that I'll give you everything that suits you, including enhancements the bow god Luluwei will not give you. I let that land. Also, do you honestly think you can complete the bow god's inheritance alone? Without allies strong enough, will you really beat the other claimants? She has competitors. She knew I knew. The humans took our city. I'll look like a traitor, Meow. We'll give the city back, in exchange for a different one. How do you feel about goblin cities? And the relic you stole? If we take shrines from other races in the future and one of them suits you, you get first refusal. Mika stopped moving. What? That is your compensation? Your compensation plan always hits some third party. You take the cities from the goblins, you steal the relics from other races, and you personally lose nothing. I also gave her a fruit of abundant life, worth 1 million maximum health. Fine, Meow. She noticed something about that conversation and mentioned it afterward, and she was right. You closed to 10 meters before you started talking. That distance is effectively 0. You'd suppress me instantly. She flicked her tail. You must have anticipated that, which is why you didn't message me first. If you had, my first move would have been to run somewhere safe and negotiate from range. I bought us new mounts at 12 million gold each, gilded blazing horses, 4,000 kilometers an hour, which from the outside looks like a comet with a schedule and an appointment to keep. My treasury had 5 billion in it that morning. After the teleport network at 1 billion and 10 of those horses, I had 3.8. At the gates of Daiwan Castle, with the highest tier alarm bell going, I remembered to check something. Oh, I forgot to ask. Would a city with combat damage be acceptable? It's more efficient that way, and if it is acceptable, we'll compensate you with 2 additional cities. Mika flicked her tail again. I'm not the one rebuilding it. 3 cities is better than 1. That'll do. My sister chose, deliberately, not to use an instant cast from her tome. She read the incantation out loud instead. All of it. It's long and it's beautiful, and she enjoys it, and she looked like a saint at prayer, which is precisely the fantasy of being a mage that she has been carrying since she was small. Annihilation. Black hole. Level 5. Darkness came down over the city and the plain around it, collapsed inward, and was followed by 5 smaller black holes. In 1 second, the city stopped existing. The city, the ground, all of it, leaving a crater 50 meters deep with a single 100-square-meter platform of untouched earth in the middle, which was where we were standing. Maximum radius on that spell is 1,800 kilometers. She held it to 500. Manhwa, I said, looking over the edge. You removed the ground around us. How do we get down? We were standing on a pillar in the middle of a hole. Heh. I didn't think about that. I was only thinking about not hitting us. She peered over. It'll grow back. It does, in fact. The more thoroughly you destroy terrain, the faster it repairs. Taiyuan and Chiyuan went down to 1 destructive earthquake each, and I did not get off my horse for either of them. Both cities were gone before their garrisons finished reading the reinforcement request from the first one. From the start of the negotiation to the capture of 3 cities was 1 hour, of which the actual fighting was about a minute. So this, said Mika, watching a crater fill with dust. This is Godslayer. She joined my guild that afternoon. We published 2 statements. Godslayer is allied with the Beastman race, and anyone who attacks the Beastman is an enemy of Godslayer, and the Beastmen hand over any of their own who starts a war to us for judgment. If a stranger walks past you on the street, I asked my sister on the way out, do you know whether he's a friend or an enemy? How would I know? That's the whole truth. There are no born enemies and no born friends. Relationships in Phantom World are extremely simple. If the profit from friendship exceeds the profit from hostility, it's friendship, and then the part that matters more. Watch your allies as carefully as your enemies. An ally can become an enemy if they acquire a particular item, a particular ability, or join a particular power, but a friend does not become an enemy without warning. If you're watching for the signs, you can stop it before it happens. 10,000 kilometers in 4 hours after that, and more than 30 insane difficulty dungeons on the way, and all of it took us to level 69, because past 60, the curve turns into a wall. The method was, walk in, 6-star annihilation black hole, standard annihilation black hole, earthquake, walk out, under a minute, a dungeon. Before we reached the White Cities, I handed out Pure Heart to everybody, 1 bottle each, drink it now. Valiant Striker doesn't have to. Why does everyone else have to? Because afterward it will be too late. Lin Shuying licked her lips. Tastes like pomegranate. The White City is full of people who are all smiling, and the smiles are blissful and slightly unpleasant to look at for reasons you can't name at first. At the center there is a tower, and on the tower, under the moon, a woman was dancing in thin gauze. Manhwa forgot to breathe. I had to hit her on the back twice. Breathe. To deny that woman's beauty would be like denying that 2 + 2 is 4, or that a person dies without water. It is not an opinion. It sits in the same part of your head as arithmetic. And Valiant Striker stepped forward and said, my name is Liu Jianming, may I know yours? And then he lived an entire life. He told me all of it afterward, in order, with the dates, and I am going to give you the short version because the long version took him 40 minutes. Dinner first, then an aquarium where there were penguins, 10 or so dates over the following months. Cinemas, parks, museums, a kite, a sunrise from a mountain, shells on a beach, a snowball fight in the north. He confessed on the 28th of May. They moved in together. He met her parents. There was a wedding. There was a son, Liu Haoming, and then a daughter, Liu Mingyu. 15 years. The children left for university. He turned 35, and then he was old, and his grandson Liu Tianyu got married, and there was a great-grandson called Liu Heng, and 4 generations lived under one roof. And at 90 years old, in a wheelchair, holding her hand, watching the sun go down, Liu Jianming said, cough, 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 dear, I think I'm warrior. What are you mumbling about, meow? Mika poked him in the ribs. He jolted. The woman was still on the tower. Nothing had happened. No time had passed. And the thing he said, when he could speak, was the thing that made me glad I'd handed out the bottles. I drank Pure Heart. I have mental resistance running right now. Yes. What would have happened if she'd added mental abilities on top of the beauty? Said the woman on the tower. Then remember my name forever. I am Fang Wenyan, and I am the mistress of the White City. A dragon fell out of the sky next to us with a crash. Battle? Said Kalen. No. Fish sink and geese fall from the sky, said Manhwa, quoting the old line about beauty in a slightly stunned voice. What does the falling geese part mean here? Mika looked at the dragon, then at the tower. So that's a fallen goose, meow. Valiant Striker's assessment, delivered quietly and with real fear. Fang Wenyan is more dangerous than any boss. If a boss kills you, you respawn outside. What happens with her? Do you just never recover? Do you become her slave? Hold on. Slave? No. We are not thinking about that. Fang Wenyan holds the 7 sins stance of lust. Her statue is the one Valiant Striker spent too long looking at. Sensation. She sees the thoughts of everyone who feels anything toward her. Alluring and seductive, anything that perceives her cannot bring itself to harm her, not sees, perceives, through vibration, like a spider, through echoes, like a bat. It doesn't matter. And the mistake of gentleness, every action she takes is perceived as unintentional, and her enemies forget her offenses quickly. She invited everyone upstairs and then sent them away and kept me. As expected, my beauty doesn't work on you. She sat down across from me and put her chin on one hand. So then, Reincarnator Azure Sky, knowing that I read minds. What brings you to me? To her, affection looks like a lamp turning on. Valiant Striker, Manhwa and Lin Shuying were floodlights. Mika and Kaylin were dimmer. I was blinking. On when I wanted her to see something. Off, instantly, when I didn't. Whose goodwill switches like that? She said. Are you playing with a light switch? I need to kill an angel, I said. And I need your help. Then I showed her my last life. Her, seducing that same angel. That same angel lowering every defense he had, voluntarily, over the course of an hour. She watched it, and then she laughed, and there was something under the laugh. So in the end, you never loved me at all. You only wanted to use my beauty. She turned her cup on the table. Others have always coveted my beauty, and I have always used them for it. Who would have thought that one day I would be the one exploited for it? What can you offer me, she said. And what was my fate? I answered both directly. No riddles. She'd have seen through riddles anyway, and I don't do that to people. The offer. I help Fang Manyu take the envy rank of the 7 sins, and I help you when you want to ignite your divine flame. The fate. First life. Her twin sister Fang Manyu accepted the envy rank and was consumed by it. Fang Wenyan heard her sister calling for help and came, and her sister lured her somewhere isolated and killed her. Having a twin and sharing with her the title of most beautiful woman in the world turns out to be something worth envying. Fang Manyu, in the agony afterward, ignited her divine flame and used a Church of Life ritual to bring her sister back. The ritual distorted. Fang Wenyan came back as a second personality inside her sister's body. She appeared 3 times after that in the decisive battles of humanity. On the 3rd occasion, she took her sister's body completely, and in that battle, trillions of human soldiers turned around and marched to kill me, and enormous numbers of them killed themselves for her. I still remember the shock of watching that happen. I killed her in that battle, personally, permanently. She listened to all of it without her expression changing once. Well, she said at the end, at least you don't dither. I thought you'd be like a mystic prophet, holding on to the suspense and speaking in nonsense. She smiled. Then I have no reason to refuse. This concubine has no wish to be an enemy of a reincarnator. For the record, if I hadn't passed the mortal trials in the Sea of Souls in my last life, I don't think I would have held my heart in that room. I went to the 2nd city alone, and the entire guild concluded I was on a date. Valiant Striker poured the fuel. Sister dear, do you think the boss went to meet Fang Wenyan? It's the FIRST time he hasn't taken us with him. My sister turned to stone. You, said Lin Shuying, should be quiet. On the road, a 7-tailed phoenix crow dropped on me from a ridge. I'll kill you here and my 7-tailed phoenix blood will. I cut it in half mid-sentence, collected the loot, and kept riding. Even Ju City has hangers-on at this hour. No wonder the nectar had been drunk last time. Ju City is not a city. It's a sea of flowers and a forest with pale violet leaves, and it is cold and completely empty. I collected clear moon honey there, which permanently and substantially raises attractiveness. In my last life, I arrived too late, and every drop had been harvested, and after that, it was only obtainable in the very late endgame. Under a 40-story tree on a swing sat Fang Manyu, identical to her sister and somehow further away, more withdrawn from the world, lonelier, colder, something you look at and do not approach. I gave her a pure heart against the backlash of envy. Since you remained unmoved on seeing me, she said, then you didn't help Fang Wenyan because of her beauty. She tilted her head. If you're only drawn to Fang Wenyan and feel nothing at all for me, I'll be quite hurt. I told her plainly that I'm a reincarnator. She sighed. Before saying something like that, you might lay a little groundwork. Then, without any change of tone, you can rest easy, only she and I will know, and it will not reach a third. That's precisely why you told us. You knew we wouldn't speak. And then, because they are twins. By the way, I'm curious. Which of us did you choose? Me or Fang Wenyan? I didn't choose. What a slippery man. Fine. Man who finds me uninteresting. I'm off to my trial, and you go on your date with my sister. You two, I said to the flowers, love your speculation. Mika's target was the swift wind dragon, Eros, 10th holder of the bow god's inheritance. The inheritance is not about bows, incidentally. A bow is just this race's form of expression. In another race, it would be the god of their weapon, the god of shields. For Kalen, it would be the god of plating. We killed it with a rehearsed combination, thousands of tracking arrows from 3 kilometers out, then a heaven and earth thunder prison with a radius of only 2 kilometers, because my sister had already calculated which way it would run, and a smaller cage is a better cage. Then mana-boosted heavenly fire descends to 0 its mana, because without mana, its top speed collapses. Then dark shadows from behind. Mika's inheritance moved from 11th to 10th. Feline friend. Call me Mika, meow. Feline friend sounds like an old cat. We came back to the base and found Fang Wenyan and me drinking coffee under a garden umbrella, laughing. I say found, because they had been away. The guild channel filled with noises. Brother, wake up. President, snap out of it. She's a native of this world and cannot enter a dungeon by herself, which is why she was waiting at the base and why she would be entering through the temporary base passage. You should cover your face, I told her. I'm so beautiful. Isn't it a waste to hide it? She put the mask on. I also debriefed the dragon fight because they'd run it without me and it was the first time. Kalen should not have shielded Valiant Striker immediately because shielding him prevents his own damage immunity and the counter stun from triggering. The cage should have gone down during the stun, not before it. Closed Forbidden Circle Slash has a long windup, and the invisible Shattering Sky Strike is the better opener. Lin Shuying spent too long dodging arrows instead of dealing damage, which is correct in a solo fight and wrong in a team fight where a tank is standing right there. Mika didn't weave web arrows into her tracking volley. Manhwa could have added an ice tornado in the air and tightened the cage. But that was your first battle without me commanding. Not bad. The next guild challenge came in with 2 lines. Basic. Clear 1 Forbidden Zone dungeon. Bonus. Obtain a Divine Flame. A Divine Flame is the foundation of Ascension, and only after Ascension does this world actually begin. I read the rules to them out loud before anybody stepped over the line, because I wanted every one of them to hear it in my voice. Forbidden zones have no difficulty settings. You cannot leave, even by dying, because you respawn inside. A second death deletes your account. No message reaches the outside, and the zone can be cleared exactly once, after which it is destroyed forever. And nobody knows how hard any of them are, because almost nobody comes back out. By then, Valiant Striker had renamed his sword one final time to Humility, which I did not comment on, and it was Platinum +6 at 450,000 strength, and his total strength had passed 1 million, making him the strongest single hitter in this guild. Kalen was past 600,000 constitution and over 10 million health, and his damage splitting had gone from 7 pieces to 9, his adaptation to 60%, and his shield could no longer be broken by shield-breaking effects. At the entrance to the Forbidden Zone, there is a blade driven into the ground from the clouds, and there are words on it. Light Forbidden Area. Slay all gods. Boss, said Valiant Striker, reading it twice. It says it'll kill all gods. Are we gods? If it says it kills all gods, said Manhwa, are we supposed to just let it? Half the bosses on the road told us we were courting death. Moving forward in Phantom World is rowing against a current, I said. Stop moving and you fall behind. The people who reach the summit are not the ones who only dared to hit weaklings inside their comfort zone. I looked up at the blade. Talent matters, and so does work. The genuinely strong are the ones who survived a fight with death and barely got out. Even a mortal, climbing one step at a time, can beat countless geniuses with inborn physiques and become the strongest. There was already a team standing at the entrance, an all-star team, assembled from prodigies of 6 different races. The 7-tailed Phoenix Crow, who I had personally cut in half an hour earlier. A cloud spirit mage called Whisperwind, who alters the properties of earth magic and can raise an impenetrable black wall. A gold-scaled sacred dragon called Dracon with unmatched physical defense. A mobile fortress called Sentinel with unlimited firepower. A mushroom man of the Mushroom Clan with an invisible poison. And a myriad spirit species called Blaze Flame. Cooperation? One of them said. No. And they opened first. Everyone saw that, right? I said to my guild. They started, which makes us correct. Valiant Striker took the dragon's head off through every shield it had with one final sword draw slash for 132,429,945, and the gold scales came off it like breaking glass. Lin Xuying went through the black wall and killed Whisperwind behind it. Mika disassembled the fortress with one volley because her S-rank longshot has a 400-kilometer range with full vision inside it, arrows at 4 times speed, and up to 5 extra arrows per shot. And Blaze Flame absorbed my sister's Annihilation Fire C and grew, so I used it as a teaching aid. Kalen put up a spherical barrier, and I stood inside it and lectured while an elemental the size of a hill screamed at us and could not do anything about it. A myriad spirit species is simultaneously an individual and an entire race, and their minimum talent is S rank. They break apart into many small individuals and reassemble, and as long as one individual survives, the race counts as alive. Fire washed over the barrier. Being pure element, they ignore or absorb certain damage types. I looked at my sister. Manhwa, do you know why I told you to use a Sea of Fire specifically to show you all this? Against a myriad spirit species, you absolutely cannot get the element wrong. Then, Manhwa, Annihilation Black Hole. Her pupils had gone pale violet. Erase it. 1,800-kilometer radius. Every scrap of ground for hundreds of kilometers went away, including hundreds of meters of depth, including the Phoenix Crow who was running, and including the invisible Mushroom Man who had positioned himself behind us and was about to be extremely clever. The only member of this guild who can kill a myriad spirit species directly, with no tricks, is my sister. At the respawn point afterward, one of them said the thing I've heard in every life. Perhaps so-called prodigies are only steps on somebody else's road to the summit. And another one answered, "You're losing your composure. It's one defeat. The real winners are only the ones who win at the end. I intend to get stronger so that the sky becomes my step instead of feeling sorry for myself." Remember that one too. Inside the light forbidden area, the sky is gold and it moves like an aurora, and the plain under it is gold, and out in the distance a column of mana goes up into it and never stops. I had seen it twice before. It still stopped me for a second. Manhwa had her magic perception running from the second we stepped through. "Brother, the density here is wrong. It isn't high." "It's wrong." I went back through the portal to fetch Fang Wenyan and found Yun Qing standing in the middle of the guild garden, motionless, staring. She could not tell me how long she had been there. "It's fine. It isn't your fault." I steered her by the shoulders toward a chair. "Just don't look at her. The residents of the town on that plain are angels of the upper race, and I want you to notice the detail I noticed. Snow-white wings with small black specks on them. They looked at 5 humans and a stone and went hostile instantly. Then they looked at the woman standing behind us, and the hostility evaporated like water on a hot plate. At the gate, the guards started their line. "Ahead lies the city of pure light. Entry is forbid," and Fang Wenyan pressed her lips together, lowered her eyes, and looked very slightly sad. "Forbid. Forbidden," she said gently, with one tear starting. "I brought her here specifically for this. Angels worship beauty and despise ugliness at a level below choice, which means she works on them several times harder than she works on people, and I had known that for 3 lifetimes and never once had a way to use it. No, there's no prohibition. Please, come in." The second guard opened his mouth to remind the first one about the oath they had both sworn, and then looked at her and could not produce a single word of objection. The guild channel afterward. She said 2 words. She said 2 words and did nothing else and made him break a sworn oath. They were about to say no. Are the rules here decorative? Inside, the buildings float, so the whole city rises and falls slightly, like breathing. We picked up a crowd of adoring angels immediately, and Fang Wenyan turned around and dismissed them with one soft sentence, and they left happy. I took her aside first for the key. "See that 4-winged priest? Ask him for the altar key." 4-winged angel priest. Level 100. 109.5 billion health. Purifying light. Every second purges all negative statuses from itself and applies every purged status to its next light attack. 2 minutes of conversation, and it put a ring of keys into her hand while I stood 20 meters away, pretending to look at a fountain. I have done this exact thing in a previous life, and I still had to stop and appreciate it. Without her, taking that key means a fight none of us would have survived. She touched my fingers when she gave it to me, and read my mind while she did, and got nothing at all. "You look at me," she said, "like a rock at the side of a road." Next one. The Treasury of Radiance is a palace, and I counted several hundred angels standing shoulder to shoulder in front of it, every one of them level 100 with 60 billion health. Every single one of them is stronger than the final boss of Night of Doom, which we had needed a perfect run and 5 people to survive. Fang Wenyan walked out of a side street and became the only thing in the world. I want to describe this accurately, because it is the funniest thing I have ever watched. The golden light of that sky poured over her, and everything else in the frame became background. Several hundred professional soldiers turned their heads at the same time. She walked up looking slightly lost. One of them asked her with enormous concern whether she was all right. 4 minutes later, she had a key to the vault of light. She opened the vault and walked into it in front of all of them, and they watched the door close behind her and stood there replaying her smile. She came out slowly, thanked them in a soft voice, and drifted away, and I watched several hundred professional soldiers wave at the thief who had just emptied their vault. Then she threw me a void pocket over a wall. Here, everything you asked for. I counted it on the spot. The materials to take every exclusive weapon in my guild to platinum. Mysterious iron for a second great sword. The arrow of light for Mika, who gets stronger by collecting arrow types. 15 billion gold coins and several thousand pieces of level 100 platinum equipment. Then we did it 4 more times around the city. A purifying crystal from an archangel in the temple. A dim crystal from the Angel of Sin, which is the most important object in this entire story and which cost us a 2-minute conversation. Another 20 billion gold from the Angel Treasury. When I put 35 billion in front of Yun Qing, her mouth made a shape. Boss, I have been working continuously for 11 hours. I moved heaven and earth. I turned your 3 billion back into 6 billion, and I was proud of that. She looked at the number. And you have just silently produced 35. This makes me look slow and stupid. You're neither. I am aware of that, which is what makes it worse. I should say something about Fang Wenyan here, because otherwise this reads as a woman being used as a tool, and that isn't what was happening. She has never in her life used her beauty to accumulate wealth. She finds wealth boring. The residents of the White City all wandered in by accident and stayed, and they live extremely well, with real order and real work, and the occasional sight of her is the best thing that happens to them. If she asked a king for his kingdom, the kingdom would hand itself over and the population would become her devotees, and this is exactly why she does not ask. What she wants is power, and she wants it for a reason she told me straight. Beauty that isn't matched by strength only puts you in danger. She and her sister have been in that danger since the day they existed, so she was not doing me a favor. She was buying something in installments, and I intended to pay. Back at the base, our blacksmith spent 2 hours turning everything we own into platinum at 4 times normal speed because of the guild bonus. Lin Shuying's daggers gained Shadow Slash, which adds a normal attack to everything along the path of a dash. Mika's bow gained Rapid Fire, Powered Shot, and Double Arrow, which lets her put 2 special properties on the same arrow. Manhwa's tome gained Compressed Release, which compresses 2 different spells into 1 release. Kalen got a new screen protector, incidentally, at Valiant Striker's urging. Redstone. He was very pleased with it. Mika watched several thousand pieces of platinum equipment come off a forge in one afternoon and had a small crisis. This is Godslayer, meow. The guild leader is like a cheater. He conjured thousands of platinum items out of nowhere. I completed Night of Doom on a perfect ending, and I got 20 pieces. She narrowed her eyes at me. You're not the GM, are you? You sent us away so you could quietly edit the data in the back end? Fang Wenyan came back from the last vault and tossed me the pocket and then, in front of the entire guild, said, I have done so many bad things for you. I have become a wicked woman hated by the world. If you betray me, I will be heartbroken. Every single person in that room turned and looked at me. The word for what I am was practically glowing on my forehead. Of course I'll take responsibility, I said. I keep my promises. What else can I do? She sighed. I can only trust you. Manhwa pinched my arm hard enough to leave a mark. Brother. What exactly did you do with her? Nothing. It's a partnership. It's mutually beneficial. The Temple of Light is the largest building in that city, and standing at the bottom of its steps made me feel like a coin somebody had dropped. Angels line both sides all the way up, 65 billion health each, which is boss tier for a despair dungeon, and here they are rank and file. Valiant Striker kept swallowing. I did not have to ask. Fang Wenyan removed all of them. She turned at the top of the stairs and told the high priest escorting her, You've worked hard. Please go down now, and please don't come up until I say it's all right. Then, with her eyes filling, otherwise I'll be very sad. So sad my heart will break. I might even die. No. That cannot happen. We will fulfill your orders without fail. She wiped her eyes and smiled with relief and thanked him, and within a minute, the road behind us was empty. Not an angel, not a feather. I put on a pair of black ink gloves, which isolate the wearer from holiness and light, and put the gold key into the lock, and the gloves burned off my hands in about 4 seconds while my shield bar twitched. The door dissolved into light, and there was a hall behind it with a statue of Juya in it. Under the statue, I found an angel with a golden vest and enormous arms, holding a large book with a golden cross on his belt. High Priest Romeo, Faith, Juya, 130 billion health, level 100, existing for the light. Taking light attribute damage does not reduce his health, it restores it. I have not heard of any permission for outsiders to enter this place, he said, and turned around, and saw Fang Wenyan. That was the entire fight, and I want to be honest that I did not plan a single second of it beyond the first one. Valiant Striker's first hit zeroed his armor for 154,475,825. Lin Xiuying and I crossed through him from opposite sides with Chaotic Shadow Strike. I split into 5 and put 6 closed Forbidden Circle slashes into the ceiling and dozens of Final Sword Draw slashes on top of them. 300 billion evaporated more or less instantly because after the platinum upgrade, this guild's damage had roughly doubled again. Ignatius realized what was happening, reached for the cross to change his combat stance, and then thought about Fang Wenyan and looked at her again. I stopped for a second in the middle of the fight. Are you an idiot? Are you still watching? No matter how many lifetimes I do this, that part gets me. Mika took the kill with a charged fatal shot and life collection, and Ignatius went into the arrow in pieces. 10 seconds. For comparison, the giant octopus Enzo, without Valiant Striker and without Pride, took us 2 minutes, and Fang Wenyan put a finger to her lips and smiled because she had not been standing there doing nothing. Dreaming. Anyone who sees you falls into a fantasy of a life with you and forgets what they were doing. The duration scales with your charm. Short-lived longing. When an enemy's gaze leaves you, if they think of your image, your last mental effect fires again at half strength. Well done, I said. Of course. That doesn't look like a boss, said Valiant Striker, poking the corpse. Boss, where's the boss? I stripped the body, including the body, and put it in my bag. This is it. Then I looked at my sister, who had gone quiet at the door and had not said anything since. She'd had her magic perception on the entire time, and she had been standing inside the range of that mana column since we walked into the temple. The crystal went into a slot under the statue's base, and the statue put a pillar of light into the sky. Come with me. I walked into the light first and came out standing on water. The sky above me was deep red with a few gold halos hanging in it, and there was something in the air about 600 meters over my head. Zilio. The Judgment. Level 110. 6.5 trillion health. Faith. Juya of Light. Juya's Legacy. Sequence 7. Born of Light. Permanently bathed in a destructive holy light. Light damage restores health instead of removing it. Chains of Heaven. For committing a divine sin, he sealed himself here voluntarily. Ruler of the heavens, cannot be knocked down by any attack. Judgment. When an enemy's health falls below 50%, execute them. Its skill list is not written as skills. I checked it twice. It is written as things it shouts. Sin, judge, Holy One, descend, judge, on behalf of my Lord. There were 7 chains coming up out of the water, holding its hands, its feet, its neck, its 6 wings, and its sword. And it had background music, which I had forgotten about, and which I would have warned them about if I had remembered. I want to be clear about that. There was a hymn, something between a prayer and a lament over sin moving through the air in harmony, from no source. Boss, said Valiant Striker, and his voice had gone strange. Boss, it has background music. Yes. Enemies with their own soundtrack are terrifying no matter how you look at it. He'd felt something like it in front of Luga. This was worse. Luga's pressure was violence and arrogance. This was vast and sacred and solemn, and it felt like waiting to be sentenced to death. Then the chains started breaking, one at a time, and I want to be clear that every break was an attack, and that I knew the order of all 7 and told them nothing, because I needed to see how they read it. First, the left hand came free. Hope, it brings salvation. A white light came down through the clouds, and Kalen put up a barrier, and 30 seconds later, the light went away, and he was untouched. Danger, he said, in a low voice, which is the most alarming thing that has ever come out of him. Second and third, the sword and the right hand. 9 slashes came in from the horizon and converged on a single point, and Kalen's shield went down by 10. 10. Out of an enormous number. But it went down, which meant that the thing in the sky could break Kalen's defense, and anything that can break Kalen's defense instantly kills everyone else in this guild, even through his 90% absorption. It also left a gold-red burn mark on the water where it landed, and I had been waiting for that mark since we walked in. Don't touch those marks, I said. You'll die. They're permanent, and they multiply as the fight goes on, until eventually there is nowhere on that plane left to stand. 4th, 5th, and 6th broke together at the neck and the legs. Before the birth of heaven and earth, the very first ray of light was, and hundreds of billions of beams of light came up out of the water at once, filling the entire space, with no cover and nowhere to go. Kalen held. I counted the seconds off in my head, and did not look at anyone. And then the last chain went, with a small clean sound that I will be hearing for a while. Judgment. Come forth. A sword of light the size of a district came down onto the barrier and started grinding at 100,000 health a second, which for Kalen is a slow leak in a very large tank. I used that grinding to buy us the only preparation window we were going to get, and we spent it drinking everything we owned. Light resistance, dark attack, speed, strength, agility, mental resistance, resilience, armor upgrade scroll, Earth Guardian scroll, Sanctuary scroll, Magic Shield scroll, Life Rejuvenation scroll. Even Fang Wenyan got a full set, which she found funny. The clouds pulled back. Its 6 wings opened all the way, and the health bar went from gray to green, which is the game telling me that the polite part is finished. Engaging, I said. Fang Wenyan, stand by and do nothing until I tell you. She didn't answer because she is intelligent, and any word from her at that moment would have disturbed somebody's concentration. She simply stepped back behind everyone, and a soft veil came out of the air and hid her. The opener was 5 phantoms of me holding my sister's abilities, releasing compressed spells. Judgment, 6-star, compressed with Annihilation Black Hole, 5-star. The lightning of judgment converted to dark damage, and small black holes kept detonating inside the darkness, and because high-tier magic splits into lower tiers, 20 spells landed on Seraphon in the same instant. 5 billion health, gone, in the first second, then thousands of arrows on top of my magic because I had put Mika on a ridge before any of this started, and a pillar of light stood around the angel the entire time, restoring 150 million a second. Lin Shuying reached it before I did, jumped through the dark my own spell had made for her, and put 4 chaotic shadow strikes through its back. It turned around inside its own animation and fired at her, and she swapped with a phantom, and I watched that phantom shatter on contact and did the arithmetic on what would have happened to her. So fast, she said in the channel, and then it came for her again and again and again, and she spent the next 11 seconds doing nothing but not dying. Valiant Striker went for the opening, and I said 2 words into his head. Close your eyes. Sin. Avoid the light. A burst went out from Seraphon and cleansed the world. The black pillar vanished. Every arrow in the air dispersed. Lin Shuying was physically pushed several kilometers, and Seraphon closed on Valiant Striker and brought the great sword down. His hands moved before his brain did. Final sword draw slash. From below, the 2 weapons met, which in this game is a parry, and both sides take reduced damage, and the side dealing more damage takes proportionally less. 54,529,199 from him. 3,416,200 from the angel, of which Kalen ate all but 300,000, then the second strike, then the third. 8 consecutive clashes in the air, red and gold, while the man doing it had no 0 sense, no speed talent, and nothing at all except instinct and 8,000 practice swings on a corpse pile. On the 9th, Seraphon came in horizontally at his waist, and it was not parryable, and Valiant Striker knew it. Going to phase 2 here would waste the only 10 seconds we get, and then a window opened in front of him. Shadow substitution technique. Replace position? Replace. I arrived in his place with a great sword in my hands and immediately hit myself with a phantom until my health was under 30% because Judgment executes anything below 50 and Serious Mode activates below 30, and I would rather be the one holding the knife. Self-harm to trigger Serious Mode is the strongest burst in the Pride stance, and the price is that you give up 2 windows of invulnerability to survive on. Well played, I told him. Then 6 of me went to full Pride, 600% damage, 10,000% speed. The sky around Seraphon became a sphere of black and red because Final Sword Draw Slash reduces its own cooldown on every charged hit, which means at that speed it stops having a cooldown at all. Minus 1,306,857,852. Minus 1,326,429,012. Minus 1,393,267,869. 150 billion off the bar in the first breath. 90% to 80, 80 to 70, 70 to 65. Lin Shuying stopped attacking and stood on the water watching with 0 sense running and told me later that even at 100 times slowdown, she could not follow 6 of me. This man is too strong, she said to nobody. Simply too strong. At 50%, with 3.25 trillion health left, Seraphon started a longer prayer. O living beings, be judged. Golden sword-shaped tablets began falling out of the sky in the hundreds. Kalen stamped once. Universal Attractor attracts all incoming tangible attacks in range and redirects them to yourself. Every tablet in the sky changed direction and landed on a rock. -0, -0, -0, but the prayer kept going, and that was the actual attack. O spirits, behold the light. Holy One, protect me. Since I am the grace of light, his great name will be passed down through the ages. A world of pure light will surely descend upon the world. There is no darkness in the world, no falsehood and no illusion. Only the light endures forever. Threads of light came out of the air and wrapped it in layers, and I stopped attacking because I have seen this animation before and I know what is on the other side of it. Its armor caught gold fire. Its sword caught gold fire. A sphere closed over it. Its health bar stayed green the whole time, which is worse than if it had locked, and I was the only person on that water who knew why. "Can it please stop reading?" said Lin Shuying. Then my phantoms went out, all of them, at once, in the same instant, which has never happened to me in 4 lifetimes. There was no shadow left anywhere in that world, and I make my living inside shadows. Divine Light's everlasting protection. Effect: permanent invincibility. Armor of light. Burns everything within 500 meters with a permanent light flame. Sword of radiant flame. The eye without darkness. Sees through all illusion. Lin Shuying read the first one 3 times. What is the effect on the one with the absurdly long name? Her voice had gone very flat. 2 words? Permanently invincible? Is that supposed to be a joke? She had a point, and I want to give it to her properly. Every boss up to that point had a lever. 90% damage reduction that could be worn down, a weak point that could be struck, regeneration that could be suppressed. This one had a state, and the state was a sentence. Seraphon finished chanting, lowered the sword slowly, and looked at us with compassion. The way you look at people who are already dead. Everyone looked at me. I didn't change my expression, and I said 2 words. Fang Wenyan. "Oh dear," said a voice from behind us. "Is it my turn to make an appearance?" The veil pulled back and she walked out onto the water, and with one small turn of her body she stole the light off an angel. Seraphon stared at her and went blank for a full second. Then it understood what was happening to it, and I have never seen anything that large become that frightened that fast. It raised the sword and fired. Kalen moved to intercept. "No need," I said. The blade of light closed on a woman who had not moved at all and burst apart in front of her into drifting motes and went out. She was not shielded. She was not protected. She is a flawless piece of work, and there is no living thing that can bring itself to damage her, and that is not a metaphor. That is a stat block. "What's wrong?" she said. "Aren't you going to do anything?" She took 1 step forward. A cool white circle opened on the golden water with her at the center, and moon-white flowers came up in it, and a pale mist rolled out and covered everything so that she was the only thing anyone could see. Simplified domain, heart pool. And with that, for the first time since we met her, we could all take our eyes off her long enough to read her panel. Xin Bai Yu, level 130. Race, human. Special constitution, the 7 sins, lust. No religion. Trait, ultimate beauty. The highest definition of beauty is innate. The God position of beauty cannot be activated or acquired by any life form that does not possess this trait. Trait, twin beauties. Can share traits, physique and God position abilities with her elder sister, Fang Manyu. God position, charm, not activated. Description, do not try to look her directly in the eye. Lin Shuying read it, and then read it again, and then started laughing in a way I hadn't heard from her. "President, no wonder you were confident. That angel is level 110, and you brought a level 130 freelancer." She shook her head. "And a God position. Not activated, it says. It looks terrifying anyway." Then quietly, "A man like this should never be an enemy." Seraphon steadied itself because a boss has high resistance to everything, and mental control mostly slides off, and raised its hand again. "Being insulted like that will make me very sad." Its grip loosened, and she was already in front of it, as though she had always been there. Its pupils contracted, and it brought the sword down in one motion. The blade stopped a hand's width above her hair. Its arm was shaking. "Why didn't you dodge?" It shouted, and then hurt itself, and I watched something break behind its face. Why did I stop? Why did I ask that? This is the enemy. Lust. Pity in your eyes. A creature that has feelings for you is extremely unlikely to intend you harm, and if it does attack, it will most likely stop before finishing. "Why should I dodge?" she said. "You won't hurt me, will you?" And then she started walking toward it, and it started walking backward. I want to describe this properly because it is the strangest thing I have watched in 4 lifetimes. A creature with permanent invincibility, an armor of holy fire, and a sword that burns whatever it touches, retreating across a plain of water in front of a woman in thin white cloth, 1 step at a time, like a child who has broken something. Golden flame cracked under its feet every time it stepped. Its hands kept coming up as if to cut her and kept refusing. She had also by then started the other one. Lust, eternal depravity. Plants your image in the target's mind so it cannot be forgotten, degrading their mental defenses over time and steadily amplifying every mental effect within 10 kilometers. Pride penetrates armor. Lust penetrates the mind. Same family, opposite door. She did not use it on us. Using it on us would have meant declaring war on us, and she is not in a hurry. You keep backing away, she said. Why won't you come closer to me? It made a sound. Is it because I'm too ugly? Are you afraid of meeting someone as ugly as me? And it started to argue with her. Then, gently, you're on fire. If you come any closer like that, I'll be burned to ashes. The armor of light went out. You have a sword in your hand. I'm frightened. The great sword went into the water, hilt up, still burning. Why won't you take off your protection and feel me here? And the invincibility barrier came down, voluntarily, from the inside, and as it stepped toward her, the edges of its wings began to turn gray. I was up in the air at that point, eating a pear. I want that recorded accurately, because Mika has told the story 11 times, and she keeps leaving it out. I was hovering about 40 meters up, eating a pear, making noise about it, while a Sequence 7 angel of a primordial god took off its own armor for a woman. Boss, said Valiant Striker from behind a rock. Should we just let her solo this boss? The rules are a bit unfair, Meow, said Mika. I finished the pear and dropped in behind her. Seraphon's pupil snapped back, and it reached for the sword in the water, and the sword hummed and started to rise into its hand. And then it saw Fang Wenyan extending a hand toward it, as if inviting it to dance. She took my hand instead, pressed her whole arm along mine and stepped in beside me. And we danced. I mean that literally. Inside her domain, Seraphon could not see anyone but her, and every gap in its perception got filled in by its own imagination. So what it experienced was a court dance in a hall of white flowers with the most beautiful thing in creation, turning under a red sky. What was actually happening was that I was cutting it in time with the music, black and red slashes going in on the beat, with a woman folded along my arm to keep the illusion whole. It did not notice the wounds. It did not notice its health going down. It thought it was holding her hand. 49%, 48, 47, 1% every minute or two, and every 1% is 65 billion health. That is a 50-minute fight, which is fine. 50 minutes for a boss is normal. Killing something in 2 or 3 seconds is the strange thing, and we had been doing the strange thing for so long that my own team had forgotten what a boss fight is supposed to look like. Slowly boiling a frog is not glamorous. It is extremely reliable. There were 3 reasons I gave that kill to her instead of forcing it. It builds the relationship, which I need for months of things she does not know about yet. She has enormous combat power and takes no share of the loot, which makes her the cheapest strong ally in the world. And the third one is the one that matters. With Fang Wenyan present, the hidden form of that boss unlocks. And without her, it does not. Ever. While we danced, she tried to read me again. Skin against skin, arm along arm, for close to an hour. Nothing. She told me afterward that she had genuinely started to find it upsetting, and I believed her, and I did not do anything about it, because I had a plan, and no room in it. At 5%, I stopped attacking, stepped back, and threw a dim crystal onto the water. Seraphon froze. The health bar went gray. Its face emptied out. Then it went down on its knees in the air and started to scream. Inside that crystal is a 3-dimensional image. A female angel, and half the wings on her back are already eaten by darkness. I don't know her name. I know that Seraphon committed a sin so unspeakable that it chained itself here voluntarily for centuries. And I know what the sin was about, and I know that in every previous life, this crystal did exactly this. It wept blood. Its face came apart. And darkness started growing out of the middle of it and spread across the whole world. Its sanity is gone, said Fang Wenyan, stepping back behind me. She sounded almost sorry. It isn't a living creature anymore. It isn't even a beast. I know. Zilio of Darkness. Level 120. 7.5 trillion health. Faith. Juya of Darkness. Manhwa's lips twitched. Brother, is there more? I picked up the great sword. I never said the boss only had one phase. It wasn't invincible just now. Then, everyone. Round 2. The chains came up out of the water and wrapped it while it changed, which bought us the time to reset, and I sent Fang Wenyan home through the guild portal. This is not a boss you're good at, I told her. That thing was not alive anymore. It was closer to a machine than an animal, and she can steer an animal's instincts, but there was nothing left in there to steer. Well then, she said at the portal, smiling around at all of them. Everyone. Good luck. Every single person in that guild blushed and then slapped themselves and turned around. The new panel was almost blank. Its light immunity was gone. It now takes extra damage from light. Its regeneration was gone. In their place were enormous base stats and exactly one skill. Dark Erosion Evolution. For each successful attack, permanently gains 5% increased damage and 5% increased speed. Boss, said Valiant Striker, how do we kill this? Force it, as fast as possible. I looked at the rock. Kill it before it kills Kalen. The chains broke. Kalen growled one word. Dog. Forced taunt. 60 seconds. Target attacks you only, and all damage it deals you counts as threat you have generated. Seraphon teleported and came down on him, and a pillar of filthy darkness went up out of the water, and a column of gray zeros came off a rock. Everyone else scattered into 5 directions on my order, Kalen alone in the middle. At 3 seconds, it was making 15 sword strikes a second, and Kalen's damage numbers stopped being zeros. At 7 seconds, it was making 30. We had done 700 billion, which was 1/10 of the health bar. Kalen's shield was gone. Boss, said Valiant Striker, and he wasn't panicking, he was calculating, which is new. At this rate, isn't it too late? Focus on output. At 18 seconds, Kalen died. First combat death in the history of this guild. Valiant Striker screamed his name. What are you shouting for? I said. It isn't over. Kalen came apart into adamantine gravel, and out of the pile stood a smaller Kalen at full health with reduced constitution, and Matryoshka regeneration ticked down by 1. A second later, it was making 55 strikes a second, and the small Kalen was deleted instantly. An even smaller one stood up. The 0-degree charm froze him solid for 1 instant on the resurrection, and the ice broke, and he was gone. No layers left. Valiant Striker's face did something, and then a beam of light came out of the rubble. Resurrection cross. Kalen came back at full health with every cooldown refreshed because I had put that item in his bag before we walked in. We have a round 2 as well, I said. That item works in the open world. It works in reality. It is worth more than a city. I traded it for about 11 seconds. Then I threw a clearing crystal. Every stack of dark erosion evolution it had accumulated came off at once, and it stood there dazed for a moment, and everyone unloaded. Minus 1,457,572,461, minus 1,276,500,247, 50%, and it had to start stacking speed again from 0. Then the second problem, which was mine. Serious mode lasts 12 seconds. I have long form at level 5, which stretches it to 34. The cooldown is 3 minutes. To kill this thing, we needed serious mode 3 separate times, and with perfect timing, you get 2, and then there is a gap. There cannot be a gap, not for 1 second. Valiant, I said. Die once. I pulled the resurrection cross out of Kalen's bag through the void pockets, put it in his, and transferred threat. The boss turned and hit him, and his damage immunity triggered. What? That counts? It counts, because the boss in Phase 1 and the boss in Phase 2 are not the same creature, and Pride grants that immunity once per attacker, 3 seconds of free time for everyone. Then the immunity ended, and he was cut apart, and then he stood up again with every cooldown clean, and Kalen took the threat back. Stop using serious mode, I told him. Normal output. Because I cannot copy his serious mode if he is already in it, and my 6 phantoms in serious mode are worth more than one of him. 42%, 37, 31, 29. Kalen went through his 3 Matryoshka layers again in about 40 seconds, and at 14% he lost the last one and entered his 1 second of invulnerability. And I took the threat. I took the hit, personally. My ring, copied from Lin Su-ying, gives half a second of damage immunity when health drops to 5%. And I opened Darkness Critical Point, which is 2 seconds of every immunity I own, stacked. 10.6% to 9. 2 seconds of invincibility bought 1.5%, which is 100 billion health, and the duration ran out. So I switched forms and used the awakening again. 2 more seconds. Valiant. Now we can get serious. 9% to 7. Then I swapped back into Lin Shu-ying's ability set, whose cooldown had just come up, which meant Darkness Critical Point came with it. 2 more seconds. By then the boss was making several hundred strikes a second. Not 50, several hundred. Kalen at his peak would not have survived 1 second of that. The only thing standing in front of it was a man using a rule instead of a defense, and rules in this game are not indestructible either, which is a thought I was actively not having. 6.6, 6.2, 5.7, 5.4, 5, 4.7, 4.5. 4% is where life collection executes, and my invincibility had 0.2 seconds left on it. Exchange. Lin Shu-ying swapped herself into my place from 30 meters away. Seraphon's next strike triggered her one-time immunity, which she had not spent. And then she opened her own Darkness Critical Point, because she has that skill too, and everybody in that fight realized it at the same moment. 2 more seconds. It took less than 1. A run of black and red slashes went in, and the bar dropped through 4%, and life collection fired. The thing stopped moving. Its body contorted. It made a sound I am not going to write down. And then it detonated in a column of darkness and was gone, and the filth came off the world, and there was a red sky with a red sun in it that had a bite of darkness taken out of one side. Nobody moved, not one of them relaxed. 6 people stood on a plane of water with their weapons up, watching every direction for 30 full seconds after the boss died. It's over, I said. You can rest. And then all of them fell over at once. I extended that pause deliberately, by the way. I wanted to see whether they'd hold formation after a kill. They did. In my last life, humanity's finest died in exactly that window, twice. Brother, said Manhwa, flat on her back on the water, the dungeons keep getting harder. Yes. How much harder do they get? I didn't answer that one. 2 chests came up in the middle of the arena, and none of them went near the chests, because they were done. Kalen was lying on his side, 3 sizes smaller than he started, a miniature of himself, not moving, and then Manhwa noticed points of light coming down out of the sky, colored flames falling slowly, landing on the water and burning there without going out. Divine spark, a divine flame prepared by Juya for his 7th disciple, Seraphon. With this flame, one may ignite the divine fire of a god position and ascend to godhood. Everyone read it at the same time. And my sister, being my sister, reached out and touched the nearest one with a fingertip. You have received the mark, the filth and darkness of Zuya. You have become a target marked by Zuya and the primary target of the angelic and holy alliance races. She looked at it. Then she looked at me with her whole face open, the way she has looked at me since she was 9 years old and broke something. Brother, it seems I'm being hunted by a god. It's fine. Brother, Juya is a very powerful god, right? Yes. I walked over. Powerful isn't a sufficient word for Juya. Her hands had started to shake very slightly at the wrists. But our guild is called Godslayer, I said. If a god wants to hunt you, then kill him instead. You've touched the fire. Take it. She looked at me for another second. Brother, you said it yourself. If I'm really being hunted, you have to protect me. I will. Her whole face went up like a light and she scooped the flame into her bag with both hands. Then let him come. Hey. Brother, you'd better take care of him. Here is what I did not say out loud. If Juya arrived at that moment, the question would not be whether we could beat him. The question would be whether we could log out fast enough. And then I did the only thing about that situation that was in my power, which was to go around that plane of water and collect the other 16 sparks without letting one of them touch my skin, seal them in a bottle, and stick something onto the glass that made the bottle glow slightly and become considerably harder to open. From now on, I said to all of them, don't touch anything you don't recognize with your hands. If you don't understand it, ask me. If I'm not there, get it appraised first. Scrolls, crystals, whatever. Appraise it, and if it's clean, then you can try. Understood, boss, said Valiant Striker, first, as usual. Then I opened the chest. World announcement. Light Forbidden Area. Completed. Completed by Azure Sky, Fearless Warrior, Bai Lu, Lang Qingying, Zuya, Shumi. Time taken to clear. 2 hours, 21 minutes, and 15 seconds. Guild. Human Guild. Godslayer. The Light Forbidden Area has disappeared. This restricted area is no longer accessible. Every race in the world got that one, and I made sure my guild's name was on it. Holy crap. A Forbidden Zone instance? That Forbidden Zone? The one where the second death deletes your account? If it were me, I would never challenge a dungeon with unknown difficulty and uncertain survival. That's why you're immortal and they're prodigies. This is how your life is going to be. A few hours ago, they wiped out the Prodigy squad from Blazeflame and Whisperwind, and now they've cleared a Forbidden Zone. When they first made a name in Trial City, we didn't understand. These people are getting more terrifying by the hour. And somewhere in High Heaven City, a golden 7-tailed crow read that announcement on a rooftop and stopped being a prodigy. Han Yi had met me exactly twice, and both times had been enough. It had held onto one last piece of hope, which was that the Forbidden Zone would eat me, and the announcement took that away. What prodigy, it said. What pure-blooded 7-tailed phoenix crow. We're just ordinary people. One of the crowd. The real stage belongs to them. It started laughing and then it started screaming, and players walking through High Heaven City looked up and saw a golden bird on a roof crying golden tears. Whisperwind messaged it an hour later. There's another Forbidden Zone in Wanbei Valley. We'll wait 1 hour. It's a pity the 5-tailed clan finally produced a 7-tail and it turned out to be a coward. Han Yi read it twice. I'm tired. I'm not coming. Go on ahead. I wish you good luck. And then it laughed at itself, because we are not even the same race, and if they got stronger, it would be worse for its people, not better. Prodigy, it said. What a laughable title. What a pathetic curse. If you don't advance, you regress. If you don't become strong, you perish. It went and found a bar with birds in it, and I never saw it again. I went through the chests myself. Dark blood coagulation, unique. A 6-star skill book of light destruction magic for my sister. A 6-star arrow technique for Mika, 750,000 platinum enhancement stones, holy candle gloves and boots of annihilation, both diamond, and buried under all of it, every material I needed to forge a second exclusive weapon for a warrior. Hey, said Manhwa, going through it. Only 2 diamond items? Platinum is close to the ceiling right now, even here. We went back to the base with all of it, and Valiant Striker went straight to the forge and came back an hour later with a second greatsword. Black in his right hand and in his left, red. He held them the way a man holds 2 things he doesn't know how to hold yet, and he was grinning like an idiot, and he'd earned both. Fang Wenyan was in the garden under an umbrella with a cup of coffee. Coffee? I said. Did you pay for that? He made it for me, willingly. Our chef was standing 40 meters away smiling at nothing. I took a bottle out of my bag and tossed it to her. She caught it by lifting her wrist, and there was 1 divine fire seed in it, and the moment she took the flame out, the mark hit her. The filth and darkness of Zhuya. You have become a target marked by Zhuya. Her eyes flickered, then she laughed, which is not what I expected. Brother Azure Sky, you must have known that divine fire was unusual. Why didn't you remind me? Are you afraid of Zhuya? The primordial true god, the first light of all realms. She turned the empty bottle in her fingers. How could I not be? I'm not. Then I'm afraid, she said sweetly, and her voice did something delicate and expensive. Will you protect me? And then she looked past me, at my sister, standing at the edge of the garden with the same mark on her. I watched her put it together. Ah, so we're in the same boat now. She set the cup down. Although even without binding me like this, I intended to cooperate with you long term. I know, but multiple insurance policies have always been my style. She wasn't angry. She was amused, which is worse, and she said so. Hey, you really don't know how to be gentle with a lady. This is Zhuya. Being hunted by a true god and all his forces must be a headache, mustn't it? Do you actually need to worry about being hunted? She didn't answer that, which was an answer. So what are you planning to do next? We're not going back to your city. I'm taking them to get their god positions. Oh, as expected of a reincarnator. Even something as difficult as obtaining a god position, described as simple. Then we settled the account. After her sister finishes the trial of envy, they both go to Lotvis, the imperial city of humanity, and on the way, there is a kingdom called Vito in the northwest which I need, and which I asked her to take the throne of. She rubbed her forehead. You really have done all sorts of bad things. It may not be a bad thing. Fine, I'll help you. And in return, the god position of beauty and my sister's divine fire. Yes, I'll help with those too. She held out her little finger. I looked at it. How childish. She kept holding it out. Fine, I said. Pinky promise. She was still smiling when the sky over the garden dimmed and every resident of High Heaven City turned and looked east at the same moment. My sister is out, she said, and stood up. I want to close this where it actually closes, because the rest is next time. 4 days ago, I woke up on a toilet with numb legs and a 500 million penalty and a guild I had just quit, and the last thing anyone said to me on my way out of that office was that even I could not cover a debt that size. Tonight I cleared a forbidden zone in 2 hours and 21 minutes with 5 people and a rock, and a primordial god learned my sister's face. I am not going to tell you that we won. I've stood at the far end of this world 3 times. I know what is waiting up there, and I know that everything we did this week is the part of the climb where the air is still good. But there is one difference between this life and the other 3, and it was standing in a garden at 4 in the morning arguing about whether a stone man is allowed to eat dessert. Last time I got to the top alone, and there was nobody left to hand the knife to. This time, when Zhuya comes looking for the girl who touched his fire, he is going to find 6 of us standing in front of her. And I am extremely curious about what his face does.